The femur came down on the skull with a sound like stepping on a light bulb, and the skull came apart, and the rest of it swayed for a second and then fell over in a heap of loose parts. I stood there holding somebody's leg, not a metaphor, an actual leg bone, gray-white, picked up off the ground about 9 seconds earlier, and now snapped in half from the impact, which tells you everything you need to know about the quality of the local weaponry. My arms were shaking. Except they weren't, because I didn't have arms. I had 2 long pale sticks with joints in them, hinged at a shoulder that was also a stick, attached to a rib cage you could have stored luggage in. I killed the second one about 4 minutes later with a different leg. Then a third. I want you to understand the situation properly, because from the outside it looks like a man having a very bad episode in a quarry. From the inside it was worse. 8 hours before this I had been a legendary sword saint. Level 76. 360 dungeon clears. I had a sword that had a name and a fan club. And I had spent the last decade of my life inside a game called Second World, which was not a game, which was the entire problem, and which had ended with the sky opening and gods walking out of it and my actual planet coming apart like wet paper while I ran. Now I was in a wasteland with no sun, and the wasteland was made of bones, and I looked down, and so was I. I've become a skeleton. I said it out loud. Nothing came out. Skeletons don't have the equipment. That's the sort of detail you learn fast. And then, because the universe likes to make sure you've read the whole contract before you sign it, a voice went off in the middle of my head. Ethereal, mechanical, completely without emotion. Every player who ever logged into Second World knew that voice the way you know your own mother's footsteps. The system. I brought up the panel out of pure reflex, and there it was, floating in front of my eye sockets, and it was mine, and it was horrifying. Name, Chen Hao. Race, Undead. Skeleton. Level 1. Health, 8. Strength, 0.7. 0.7. I'd fought things with 400. I had worn boots with more than 0.7. Talent, erosion. Skills, none available. And then, at the very bottom, under everything, a line that stopped me colder than any of it. Public beta countdown, 90 days, 13 hours, 24 minutes. Let me tell you what that number actually was. Second World launched. Millions of players came in. Players do what players do. They broke the world, farmed it, changed it, and the changes bled out of the game and into reality. And 10 years later, the erosion got deep enough that things which had been sleeping underneath everything woke up. Gods, actual ones, and every legendary player on the server together couldn't slow down a single one of them. The world got torn in half. Believers got taken. The strong ran to other planes. Everyone else just stopped existing. So no, that wasn't a launch countdown. That was 90 days until the end of the world, and I was standing in it at 0.7 strength, holding a broken leg. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. Here's the part I noticed on kill number 1 and pretended not to notice, because I'd had a busy day. When that first skeleton came apart, the pile of it pulled at me, not physically, like the smell of food 2 rooms away. I crouched down next to the mess, feeling deeply weird about my own life choices, and put my hand over it. Warmth went up my arm, thin, steady, like a straw with something good at the end of it. Half a minute of that, and then a small dry crack, and the whole pile of bones went to ash and blew away. My own bones got a little thicker, the color deepened, white going toward gray, and on my panel, strength up 0.1, constitution up 0.2. I sat back on my heels in a field of corpses in a dead world, and I very nearly laughed, which would also have made no sound. Erosion. That was the whole talent, right there. Kill a thing, drink what made it a thing, keep the difference. You need to understand what that means in Second World specifically, because Second World is not a game with a damage number floating over a health bar. It's a real world that somebody wrote rules on top of. And in that world, attributes are the prerequisite for everything. Life magic needs attributes. Better gear needs attributes. Advancing a class needs attributes. Half the lost inheritances in the world sit in tombs unclaimed because nobody alive meets the stat requirement to pick them up. There's a saying players had, take a pig, an ordinary pig, and stack its 4 stats high enough for long enough, and eventually you get a pig god who can go around with a deity. It sounds stupid, it's also just true, and outside of leveling and advancing, there is almost no way to get attributes, except I had one, in my hands, for free, forever, every single time I killed something. So I picked up another leg and went to work. Hunting on the edge of the land of buried bones is not what I'd call sport. The skeletons out there have no memory and no consciousness. They have a spirit stat of 0.1, which in practical terms means the lights are on because the switch broke. They stand, they sway. If something living walks past, they'll swing at it out of pure muscle memory, minus the muscles. Otherwise, they wait. I walked up to one, and it looked at me with the bewildered non-expression of a man who has just been asked a question in a language he doesn't speak, and I hit it in the head. I did that a few hundred times. Somewhere around hour 4, I stopped and checked the numbers, because the returns were dropping, and I wanted to know why. Level 4. Strength 3.5, Agility 4, Constitution 3.7, all up 3 or 4 times over from where I started, which sounds fantastic until you realize where I started. But the first skeletons had given me a full 0.2 each, then 0.1. Now it took several of them to move the needle at all. I worked it out sitting on a hill of ribs. Erosion doesn't give you a fixed amount. It gives you the difference. Those first corpses had been stronger than me. Better bones. Denser. More real. Drinking one of those made me visibly better. But I'd been getting better the whole time, and now my bones were harder than theirs, and drinking a weaker skeleton was like trying to gain weight by smelling bread. The talent wasn't running out. The food was, which meant the answer was extremely simple and extremely stupid. Go where the bigger ones are. The land of buried bones has 3 rings, and they work like a funnel with the wide end up. The outer ring berths the trash, level 1 to 3, occasionally up to 9 if one of them gets lucky and stands in the death aura long enough. The inner ring is denser. Deeper still is the core, and everything gets progressively less charming the further in you go. It took most of a day to walk to the inner boundary, killing things casually on the way, and I stepped over the line and immediately stopped, because there was something standing there with a sword. Level 9, Skeleton Soldier. Now, to you that probably sounds like the same thing with a hat on. Let me correct that. A plain skeleton, when it levels, gains a total of 0.5 in attributes, and the system throws that 0.5 at one of your 4 stats at random, like a drunk uncle handing out birthday money. Going from level 1 to level 9, the whole way up, a plain skeleton gains 4 points, total, across everything. A skeleton soldier has a class template, 2 points minimum per level, guaranteed in a fixed place. The thing standing in front of me had gone from 1 to 9 with a class template on. 16 points of growth, aimed. It had a bone sword and a bone shield, and it was, in the language players would use in about 3 months, an elite mob. I decided to leave. I want that on the record because everything that happened afterward has made people assume I'm reckless. I'm not reckless. I looked at that thing and I thought, no thank you, I'll come back when I've eaten more skeletons. I turned around. And it turned around too. And 2 little green fires came on in its skull, and it started running at me faster than I could run away. Fine. I grabbed a broken skull off the ground with my left hand, kept the femur in my right, and I ran at it, because if you're going to lose a race, you may as well pick the finish line. 10 meters, 5, 3. I threw the skull at its head and swung the femur at its spine. The skull hit its sword and turned into gravel, every piece of it. My femur hit its shield and stopped dead. 0 for 2, and I could already feel that this thing was faster and stronger than me in every single category the system bothered to measure. But here's the thing the system doesn't measure. That skeleton had been alive for however long it took to reach level 9, and in all that time it had never had a single idea. It fought on instinct, pure body, swing at the shape. I'd been a person for 30 years and a swordsman for 10, so when my 2 attacks got blocked, I didn't try a third. I stepped inside, planted, and kicked its leg out from under it. Crack. It went down. It tried to get up, and it couldn't, because a skeleton with 1 leg is a very complicated problem for a creature with no problem-solving ability. I got over the top of it and brought the femur down on its skull. Bang, bang, bang. The femur broke. I took the sharp half of it, jammed it into the eye socket, and twisted. The green light went out. You killed Skeleton Soldier. You have gained 100 experience points. I dropped what was left of my weapon and stood there and let the panel scroll. And I will be honest with you, that fight took maybe 15 seconds, and I have thought about it more than any of the ones that came after. If it had connected even once, 1 clean hit with that sword, it would not be its parts on the ground. Then I crouched down, put my hand on it, and drank. 2 full minutes. Not thin and steady this time. This time it was a river. Strength up 0.5, Agility 0.3, Constitution 0.4, Spirit up 0.1. That last one mattered more than the other 3 combined, and I knew it immediately. Spirit is what the mindless ones don't have. Spirit at 0.1 is a light switch that doesn't work. Spirit is the difference between a thing that stands in a field forever and a thing that goes hunting. That soldier had gotten lucky somewhere. A random roll had dropped into its spirit stat, and it had woken up, and it had started killing its own kind to get stronger, which is exactly how it ended up in front of me with a sword. And then 1 more line came in under the rest. You have obtained job change information for basic job template, Skeleton Soldier. The requirements for changing jobs are met. Should I switch to the Skeleton Soldier role? I want you to appreciate that I had been dead for approximately 1 day. Yes, obviously, yes. The The change took a second or an hour, I genuinely couldn't tell you. When I came back to myself, I was 10 centimeters taller and about 40% thicker in the bones, and my health had gone from 46 to 96, which is a number that means nothing to you and meant everything to me. And the template came with an ability. Not a skill, an ability, which is the difference between knowing kung fu and having thumbs. Bone armament. Every skeleton soldier can turn its own bones into a weapon. I thought about it, and something moved inside my chest, and strands of white came out of my hand and knitted into a shape. It came out almost 2 meters long. Half a meter of that was grip. The rest was blade. Straight, heavy, one edge, pale as chalk, with a point on it that had absolutely no business being that sharp. If any of you had been standing there, you'd have recognized it, and you'd have found it extremely funny, because that is not a fantasy sword. That is a modao. A Chinese anti-cavalry blade from about the 7th century, the kind they used to write about with the line, "One swing and both man and horse come apart." It did not match the art style of this world in any way. It was like finding a chainsaw in a Tolkien novel. Bone armament doesn't give you a weapon. It gives you your weapon, pulled out of your own habits and your own will, and apparently 30 years of me had been quietly voting for the horse splitter, Bone Modao. And here's the part that made me stand there in a dead field grinning with a face that physically cannot grin. Bone armament is made from the hardest bone in your body, which means its sharpness and its durability are tied directly to my constitution. Right then, at 4 constitution, it was about as good as a decent steel blade. At 100, at 1,000, at 10,000, I wasn't holding a sword, I was holding a sword that levels. I went deeper into the inner ring. For the next stretch I was, and I want to use the correct technical term here, unfair. The strong skeletons of the inner ring, the level 10s, the ones that terrorize the outer ring, came apart under the modao like a wet cardboard box. One swing, one pile. The only things that could even slow me down were other skeleton soldiers, so after a while I stopped bothering with anything else and went hunting those exclusively, because they gave better experience and much better food. And then I met one at level 13 and I got curious, and curiosity is how everything in my life goes sideways in a useful direction. It had a 2-handed greatsword. We charged each other. It swung first, and I caught it on the modao and heard the sound, and I looked at the contact point, and there was a white scuff on my blade and a notch in its greatsword. That told me the whole story in a syllable. My bones were harder than its bones, so I stopped being clever and just hit it. 3 times, full force, and each time it blocked, and each time its sword got another bite taken out of it until the edge looked like a saw. Then on the 4th swing, I let the modao drift half a hand off the block and took its sword arm off at the elbow instead. 5th swing, took its head, and it wasn't dead. That's the part people don't know about the skeleton race. Chop one into 3 pieces, and all 3 pieces keep going. The head lay there in the dirt with its jaw clicking, trying to bite my ankle from a range of 1 meter, purely on principle. The body was patting the ground looking for it. Given 20 minutes, they'd have found each other and gone back to work. I picked up the head. I could have finished it. 1 tap and I'd have gotten experience, attributes, and the class template out of it. But I was standing there holding a living skull, and my thumb was on the temple, and I thought, what happens if I use erosion on something that isn't dead yet? So I did, and nothing came in. Something went out. I felt it leave me, cold, thin, absolutely nothing I had a name for, and go into the skull through my palm, and the jaw slowed down, and then it stopped, and then the skull went quiet and heavy and waiting, like a phone that's finished installing an update. About a minute. Then, in my head, 3 chimes. You have gained control of Skeleton Soldier. You have enslaved Skeleton Soldier. You can rename the Skeleton Soldier. I stood in the dark holding a head that now belonged to me, and I said, out loud, with no voice, in a wasteland where nobody could hear it, "Excuse me?" I put the head back on the body. I put the arm back on the arm. It took a couple of minutes and it looked like a man assembling flat-pack furniture in the rain, and then the thing stood up in front of me and did absolutely nothing because it was waiting for orders. I thought, take a few steps forward. It took a few steps forward, then it stopped and waited. I ran that experiment maybe a dozen ways over the next hour, because I have been burned by mechanics I didn't fully test before, and here's what I ended up with. If I focus, I can drive it, fully, my will in its body, and I get its eyes as a bonus, which is a feature I would end up using more than any weapon I ever owned. If I let go, I can just give it standing orders, follow me, go hunt, hold this line, and it'll do that one thing until I tell it something else. Then I ran the ugly tests because I needed the rules. I had it kill a level 9 skeleton and bring me the head, and I enslaved that one too, and then, sorry, I threw it on the ground and stepped on it. Panel, nothing. Killing my own doesn't pay. I tried to erode the leftovers. Nothing. My own are mine, and mine are worthless. Then I had my new soldier go kill something on its own, and my panel lit up. Your servant number 1 has killed strong skeleton. You have gained 22 experience points. which is where I stopped being clever and started being dangerous. Because look at what I was actually holding. I don't have to be there. I don't have to swing. I get paid when they swing. The corpses my minions make can't be eroded. Fine, that's the tax. But I had just been handed a cheat that scales with head count, and the only cost of another head was going and taking one. Skeleton Legion, Undead Scourge. That second one was a fantasy at the time. In the players' heads, the thing that makes the skeleton race memorable isn't any individual skeleton. A skeleton is a joke. It's the Scourge, the Tide, the number that stops being a number. I couldn't build that yet, but I named the first one number 1, which shows you exactly how much creative energy I had left. And then I went to get number 2. 3 days. That's how long it took, and the math on it is beautiful, and I want to walk you through it because it's the same math that eventually ate an empire. Getting the first skeleton soldier was a 15-second fight I nearly lost. Getting the second one, I had help. Getting the third, I had 2 helpers. By the 5th, I didn't have to draw my sword at all. I'd point, and a small mob of my guys would swarm the target, break its legs, hand me the head, and stand around while I did the thing with my hand. By day 3, I had 16 of them, and my own numbers looked like this. Level 11, Strength 13, Agility 15, Constitution 17, Health 230, more than double what those 16 were carrying on average, and they were level 15. So we walked into the central area. The central area is where the land of buried bones stops being a nursery and becomes what it actually is. Outer ring, the dazed ones, standing there, growing slowly on ambient death, waiting to be harvested. Inner ring, the ones with a job template who woke up and started harvesting. Center, everything fights everything, forever. Skeletons kill skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldiers get eaten by things above them, and it goes up and up, all the way to lords who've been at it for centuries and are still trying to advance. 3 regions, 1 perfect closed loop. In the players' heads, and I'd been one of those heads for 10 years, this whole place was a leveling zone. A good one. Endless respawns, no boss aggro past the rim, great for the first 2 weeks. Standing in it as one of the respawns, it looked different. It looked like a farm. And you don't get to opt out of being livestock by being polite about it. Either you become one of the sleepy ones in the outer ring getting eaten on schedule, or you climb until you're the thing doing the eating. Nobody was going to ask my opinion. Central area math went faster than I expected. 3-man teams, 10 teams, 1 me. Every few minutes my panel updated with somebody else's kill. Inside 24 hours I had 30 soldiers, and my 4 stats had gone over 20 across the board. Strength 23, Agility 21, Constitution 25, which meant that at level 16 I had the attribute spread of a level 30 skeleton soldier. And then, in the middle of all that lovely arithmetic, your servant number 25 is dead. I paused. Your servant number 27 is dead. Those 2 had been running as a 3-man team. Both level 17, both dead in under 2 seconds. I jumped into number 26's eyes. And what I saw through number 26's eyes was a dozen of my guys standing in a loose circle around something considerably taller than any of them, and that something was already mid-swing with a 2-handed greatsword, and the swing was coming down at me, which is a very strange sentence to be able to say. Your servant number 26 is dead. I sat there in my own skull for a second. Then I called every remaining soldier back to me and went toward it. I found it a couple of hours later, and what it was doing froze me solid. It was hunting, not fighting. Hunting, same as me. I came over a rise and watched it one-shot another skeleton soldier, a full-grown one, casually, the way you'd swat something on a countertop, and the whole structure snapped into focus. It's not just the outer ring that's a crop. It's not just the mindless ones. Those skeleton soldiers in the inner ring, the ones who woke up, got a template, fought their way to level 10, walked into the center feeling like they'd made it. They're a crop too. They're the good crop. They spend years becoming worth eating, and then something taller comes along and eats them, and everything I'd been doing for 3 days was the exact same behavior, 1 shelf lower. Nobody in this place gets to stop being food. You just move up the queue. And I laughed at myself, silently, standing on that rise, because I finally caught the actual mistake I'd been making. I'd been thinking like a person. I'd been going about this like a guy grinding a starter zone, and the whole time I'd been inside the food chain, wearing it, made of it, and treating the other skeletons like mobs instead of like competitors who'd eat me the second the numbers flipped. Good thing I noticed early. If I'd carried the human frame much further, I don't think a chill down the spine would have been the worst of it. Anyway, it saw me. 30-odd of my guys make a certain amount of noise, and it turned, and it came straight at me, and I could feel that it had picked me specifically out of everything on the field. Which fair. To that thing, I looked like the same crop but bigger and considerably more nutritious. Its goal was me. My goal was it. Beautiful. No negotiation required. It crossed 100 meters in about a breath, raised the greatsword, and swept it flat. 3 of my soldiers came apart in the air. 2 more behind them got cut in half and stopped being useful, though they kept crawling, because of course they did. I went around the side while it was busy and put everything I had into the modao and hit it in the leg. Like an axe into a log. Bone meal everywhere and a gouge a third of the way through a leg bone as thick as my arm. It turned on me, absolutely furious, and swung, and I caught it on the blade. My feet sank into the dirt. There was a small notch in the modao where it landed, and I smiled because that half second told me everything. Strength, it beat me by about 5. Speed, I had it, barely. Bone quality, going by the damage each of us had done, it was better than me, but not by much. Which meant if I'd been alone, I could have fenced with this thing for a long time. I wasn't alone. I sent 5 soldiers to tie up the dozen it had brought with it. The other 22 I sent at the advanced skeleton itself, not to attack. That would have been pointless. The strength gap was near double, and their little bone knives were going to accomplish nothing. I had them drop their weapons and jump on it. 22 skeletons, no weapons, all limbs. It swept the front 2 out of the air and killed them. The rest got on it. Fingers into the joints, bodies over the frame. Slender, pale things hanging off a thing twice their size like children on a coat rack. And here's the piece I want you to keep, because I used it for years afterward. A greatsword is a weapon while it's moving. Standing still, it's not worth a broken bone off the ground. 1 skeleton can't stop it. 5 can annoy it. At 15, it was a strong man wrapped in ropes. It could not get the sword up. I came in behind it. At the head my guys had very carefully left uncovered, and I put the modao through the back of that neck. Once, twice, 3 times, full force, with a sound like chopping wood. The head came off. And then I stood there over a live skull with 2 options, and this is the moment the entire rest of my existence turned on. Kill it. Big experience, plus erosion, plus its class template. Enslave it. A fighting force I could not currently beat one-on-one, and the same snowball I'd just run on the tier below, 1 shelf up. I thought about it for a while. Then I picked up the head and eroded it anyway, and about a minute later, the system very kindly told me I hadn't actually had to choose. You have gained control of the skeleton warrior. You have enslaved the skeleton warrior. You have obtained the job change information for advanced job template, skeleton warrior. Both. It gives you both. Enslaving gets you the template too. I stood there in a field of broken skeletons with a 2.5-meter monster standing up behind me and dusting itself off, and I did the closest thing my face could do to a smile, and I went to find the next one. The skeleton warrior template was the first time I got to look at the actual shape of my own species, and I did not love what I saw. Health plus 200, strength times 4, constitution times 3, agility times 1.5, spirit times 0.1, which sounds insulting until you remember that a plain skeleton gets 0, and going from 0 to anything at all is the difference between furniture and a person. And a skill. Intimidate. A skeleton warrior is born knowing how to command skeleton soldiers, and the number it can command is its spirit stat times 10. That was where the ladder came into focus. My race, the orthodox route, all the way up. Skeleton soldier, skeleton warrior, skeleton war general, skeleton commander, skeleton king. 5 rungs. That's the whole species. That's what a skeleton is allowed to become, and the last rung has a crown on it and rules this entire wasteland. And I looked at rung 2, which was sitting right there in front of me, free, already unlocked, and I turned it down. 2 reasons. The first, intimidate and erosion do the same job, and erosion does it better. Intimidate caps at spirit times 10, and only works on the tier below. Erosion has no cap I'd found yet, and it had just worked on something above me. Taking Skeleton Warrior would have meant paying for a worse version of something I already had. The second reason is the one that matters, and it's the thing that separates a monster from a player, and I want to be clear about it because it governed the next 2 years of my life. Players get skills constantly. Trainers, quests, loot. A player who's short a skill goes and buys one. A monster gets a skill when it changes class. That's it. That's the entire mechanism. Every job template comes with exactly one ability or skill attached, and that ability is yours forever. And if you take a bad template, you have spent that slot. So I put the template in my pocket and kept it. Let's wait a bit, I said to nobody, in a wasteland, out loud, with no voice. With skeleton warriors helping me, I'll have a second one soon, and a third. I was right, and I underestimated it by a lot. 7 days. Day 1, I found 5 skeleton warriors and enslaved all 5. It cost me 7 soldiers. Day 2, I found 3 more, plus a skeleton archer, which meant a second advanced template, archer, and a unit type I didn't have. Day 3, 8 warriors, cost me 10 soldiers, and I want you to notice how casually I'm saying that, because a week earlier, a single skeleton soldier was a fight I nearly lost, and now they were currency. Day 4, 9 warriors and a skeleton assassin. Day 5. Day 6. When I looked up on Day 7, every single one of my original skeleton soldiers was dead. Everyone. Spent. And in their place, I had 46 of the tier above. 39 warriors, 4 archers, 1 assassin, 2 guards. The whole thing runs on the same principle as compound interest, and it is just as boring to explain and just as violent in practice. Every unit you take makes the next unit cheaper. Every tier you clear makes the tier above reachable. The only variable is how fast you're willing to spend the layer you already have. I was extremely willing, and at my feet on Day 7 was a head I'd been shopping for specifically. Skeleton Swordsman. There are a lot of branches out of Skeleton Warrior, Swordsman, Assassin, Guard, a dozen more nobody's mapped, and I'd picked Swordsman on purpose because of what came attached. Sky-splitting slash. Active. Burns a third of your stamina, throws a 120-degree arc of air blade out in front of you, deals twice your strength plus once your agility to everything inside it. An area clear. On a 2-meter horse-splitting sword, on a man with 10 years of muscle memory as a sword saint. I want to say something about stamina here because it comes up constantly and everybody gets it wrong. Physical classes in Second World don't spend mana, they spend stamina, and stamina is not how tired you are, it's closer to battle aura, fire sky splitting. Slash 3 times in a row and you don't collapse, you just go on cooldown while it refills off your constitution, and your normal swings never stop working, which is the actual difference between the two halves of this world. For a caster, skills are the attack. For a physical class, skills are the finisher. The sword is the job, the skill is the punctuation. I took the job change. Level 20, health 650, strength 32, agility 28, constitution 35, spirit 6. 19 days after waking up with 8 health and a broken leg, I went deeper looking for elite skeletons, and instead I found a war. I came over a low ridge with 46 minions behind me and stopped because the horizon had gone white. Hundreds of skeletons, not a group, a sea. Ranks of skeleton soldiers out front, a scattering of warriors mixed in, dozens of them carrying bone bows, and standing dead center in all of it, a tall armored thing that had to be a skeleton war general, the elite tier, the only rank that can command a crowd like that, with 2 skeleton mages and a skeleton guard standing at its shoulder. I looked at my 46 and I said, out loud, to nobody, we prioritize quality, we're few, but we're premium. Nobody was convinced, including me, and then the war started, and it was not a sea against a sea. It was a sea against 1 skeleton. A single elite came charging in at hundreds, and it attacked first. It crossed 100 meters, accelerating the whole way, left a crater at the launch, sailed clean over the front rank of shield carriers, and landed inside the formation, and before it even touched down, sky-splitting slash. My skill. Same skill. Which told me its class before it landed. An elite skeleton swordsman. The blade of light went out, and a piece of the sea simply stopped existing. 30-odd soldiers gone in one motion, broken ribs in the air like confetti. Then it stopped using skills and just went to work with a 2-handed greatsword, cutting a lane straight at the war general, and the war general did not move. It let out something I felt more than heard, and the archers at the back, dozens of them, lifted their bows. Arrow rain. Then the 2 skeleton mages lit up 2 blue fireballs the size of a head and threw them. I sat on that ridge and watched a masterclass. The arrows mostly did nothing. Bones are largely holes. You can shoot a skeleton all day, but enough arrows started opening pinholes in its frame, and when they came at the eye sockets, it had to actually raise the sword and block, which cost it tempo. The fireballs were the real lesson. That thing's body was solid physical defense and 0 magic defense, and 2 nether fireballs took a full 10th of its health in one salvo and left a char mark with cracks running out of it. It got to the general, leapt, fired sky-splitting slash a second time at point blank, and the skeleton guard threw itself in front of it with a tower shield, and the shield exploded, and the guard exploded, and the general was fine. Then arrow rain, fireballs, and the general's own 2-handed warhammer, all at once. The elite dropped to a 5th. It burned its last slash to clear a circle, and it ran. I want to be honest about what I felt watching that, because it wasn't fear, it was envy, because the lesson was so clean. That elite was individually stronger than the war general. Better class, better growth, better everything. And it lost badly, because the war general had composition. Front line, archers, casters, a body blocker. 4 unit types. I had 39 of one thing, so I did the math, and I didn't chase the winner. I chased the loser. Because the winner had 2 undamaged mages standing next to it, and I didn't have an answer to mages, and the loser was running around at 10% health with a class template I wanted, and it was going to take a long time to heal. I followed the trail for an hour, out of the hills, into a canyon. You have discovered the Valley of the Dead. You have entered the Valley of the Dead. The moment I crossed the mouth of that canyon, the air changed. Death aura in the land of buried bones is thick and it's rough, like breathing sand. In the valley, it was purer, gentler, and there was something like a skin over the whole place, separating it from everything outside. 2, 3 kilometers long, a couple 100 meters wide, figures wandering everywhere, and at the far end, blurry with distance, a building with a crowd around it. The wanderers weren't skeletons, they had flesh, not living flesh, dry, stiff, stone-colored. Zombies. A race I'd heard about in 10 years of play and never once laid eyes on, because they weren't on my continent. I read them fast, and I liked what I read. Enormous physical defense, enormous constitution growth, and slow, catastrophically slow. An elite tier zombie is slower than a basic skeleton soldier. Whatever else was in this canyon, it could not catch me. If I couldn't win, I could leave, and if I could leave, I could grind them down forever. So I ran the polite version of a science experiment. One archer put one arrow in one zombie's shoulder from 50 meters. It looked around with the blank patience of a cow. It started walking toward the arrow. Its friends barely twitched. When it was 12 meters from me and 60 from its friends, 2 warriors stepped out, closed at several times its speed, and took its limbs off. I walked up and put my palm on its forehead. Erosion. Bang. Its head exploded. Black slurry everywhere. A smell like a fish market in August, and half a zombie on the ground where a whole one had been a quarter second earlier. Slavery failed. You killed living corpse. You have gained 3 experience points. You have received job change information for basic career template. Living corpse. 3 experience points. 3. I want that on the record. I stood there in the splash zone with my hand still out, unable to be enslaved. And that was genuinely the first bad news I'd had since I woke up, because if erosion only worked on skeletons, then the ceiling on this whole beautiful engine had just come down about 80%. So I tested it properly, which is to say I killed everything in the canyon. 4 archers, 42 melee, and a 2-meter blade against a race whose entire strategy is standing still very confidently. It took half an hour to fight from the mouth of the valley to the depths. Hundreds of living corpses. A dozen or so of the advanced tier, walking corpse, 500 health, constitution times 8, a passive called sharp claws, dozens of enslavement attempts. Every single one ended with a head coming apart. Erosion's first function still worked fine. I could drink them, and their essence went into my stats normally, and I got both zombie templates for a collection I could never use, since the zombie job change is zombie only, but not one of them would take a collar. I filed it under unsolved and pushed to the end of the canyon, and then I stopped filing anything, because I could finally see the building. It was an altar, 10 meters tall, square, cut out of black rock, and its footprint took up half the floor of the canyon. 9 steps, and on every step, packed shoulder to shoulder all the way up, were zombies. They were graded. Level and rank went up with each step. Living corpses on the bottom tiers, walking corpses appearing at the 6th, and the higher the step, the higher the walking corpse. My whole army had killed a few hundred zombies clearing the valley. There were over 500 standing on that altar alone, and they were being drained. I could feel it, and once you feel it, you can't unsee it. The altar was pulling death aura out of every zombie standing on it and running it upward. Their aura, which to something like me is the same thing as blood, was going up the steps toward the top. When one got drained low enough, it fell off. And then the zombies waiting on the ground fought each other for the empty slot. They were queuing to be bled. Something had built this and set it running and left, and they'd been doing it ever since, on somebody else's schedule, in the dark, forever. Skeletons don't build. Zombies don't build. Neither of those races has ever had an idea in its life. Somebody else made this. I took over a skeleton guard, best defense in my whole army, longest survival time, and if it died, I'd only be out 1 unit, and I walked up the steps in its body. Nothing attacked. Nothing even looked at me. Every zombie that steps onto that altar goes completely under, like a switch. I shoved a few aside and they didn't resist, and the ones I knocked off the steps just climbed patiently back up. I understood then, and I gave the order for everything else to come up behind me and start killing them tier by tier, layer by layer, all of them asleep. First step, second, third, fifth, and then the guard's foot came down on the top and I saw the roof of the thing. A square, over 100 square meters, and every centimeter of it carved with symbols that ran together into one enormous magic circle, split into 4 quadrants. In the center of each quadrant, a zombie bigger than any walking corpse bound in place. Elite tier. And in the exact center of the whole square, being fed by the aura of the entire canyon, a thing over 2 meters tall with an aura on it like standing next to a running engine, and it was not being drained, it was being grown. And then a blade of light came out of the dark and took my guard's head off, and I was back in my own eyes. It was the elite, the one that had run. It had come here to heal, obviously, The death aura on that altar was the purest thing in the region, and it had gone from 10% up to a third in the time it took me to walk in and start a fight in the parking lot, which meant I was late by exactly the right amount. A few hours more, and I'd have been meeting it at full strength. I threw everything up the steps at once and jumped after them, and here is where the ridge lesson paid for itself, and I want you to watch it work, because it's the same trick I ran on Empires later. I didn't send 46 things at it, I sorted them. My 2 highest level warriors and my only remaining guard went in front as bodies. 4 archers dropped back to the altar's edge and started shooting. The assassin went dark and drifted around behind it. Everything else was free. Swarm, harass, be annoying, be a target. Same 46 units, same stats. Nothing changed except the arrangement, and their combat output roughly doubled while the elite's kill rate fell off a cliff, because now it had 4 problems at once, and every problem was in a different direction. Then I ran in with the Modao. Somebody's going to ask why I didn't loop around and be clever. Because if I couldn't take a wounded elite with an army holding its arms, I had no business hunting elites at all. Blade met blade with a noise like a car accident. It blocked me, and it kept blocking me, and that was the problem it couldn't solve, while it dealt with the only attack that actually threatened it. 4 archers were putting bone arrows through its ribs, 30 warriors were widening every crack in it, and a very small assassin came up its back and put 2 short swords into the base of its skull. Its health went from a third to a quarter in 1 beat. It got furious and raised the great sword to sweep all the insects off, and that's when my second swing landed, and it had to choose again, and it chose wrong, forever. 5th swing, it came apart. A minute later, my hand on the skull. You have gained control of the elite skeleton swordsman. You have obtained the job change information for elite job template, elite skeleton swordsman. I stood on top of a black altar with a new elite on my payroll and finally looked around properly at what I'd walked into. Nothing on that altar had moved during the entire fight. Not once. 5 zombies, asleep through a battle happening on top of them. So I read it, and reading it made my jaw click. Layer 1. Hundreds of living corpses and walking corpses on the steps, giving up their death aura. Layer 2, the 4 elite zombies in the 4 quadrants. And here's the thing, all that aura pouring into them was not making them stronger. They were weaker than they should have been. They were barely above walking corpse. They weren't being fed. They were a filter. Aura goes in, gets refined, gets pulled straight back out. Layer 3, a black crystal ball floating above the center, the last filter. And at the end of all of it, 1 recipient. The big one. The fierce zombie. Elite rank on paper, with an aura on it worse than anything I had ever stood next to. An entire canyon. Thousands of zombies. Every one of them a straw, all pointed at one mouth. They were pushing it from elite to warrior rank, and I did the honest arithmetic, which is, if that thing woke up, 1 hit kills me, and it would not be a close thing. 4 drained elites, and 1 nearly warrior. Experience, attributes, templates. Enough to work off for a long time. Also, dying. And while I was standing there weighing it, the altar told me the clock had run out. I'd killed most of the canyon getting here. The couple dozen walking corpses left on the steps were nearly dry and the flow was falling off, and the flow falling off had disturbed the sleep, and the big one twitched. No time. So I did the thing that everybody who tells this story gets wrong. They say I killed a monster 2 ranks above me. I didn't. I never fought it. I weaponized the failure. Every zombie I'd tried to enslave had died with its head coming apart. Every single one, no exceptions, hundreds of trials. That's not a bug. That's a result. That's a repeatable, reliable way to kill a zombie without ever swinging at it. I sent my minions to surround the 4 elites. I walked up to the thing that could kill me by accident, put my bone palm on its forehead, and turned on erosion. And because I had a whole minute and nothing to do but concentrate, I learned something I'd never noticed before. I can steer it. I didn't go for the head. I went for the limbs first. Arms, legs, everything that could reach me, so that if it woke up mid-process, it wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Limbs done. Then the torso. It stirred. Still asleep. Torso done. Then I turned the energy toward the head, and its eyes opened. The roar came out of it with actual weight, like a door slamming in your chest. It fought. It tried to push the thing out of its own body, and it couldn't, because its arms and legs and trunk were already mine, and it was fighting a war it had lost 20 seconds ago without noticing. So it roared a second time, and this one wasn't anger, it was a call, and the 4 drained elites in the 4 corners woke up and tore out of their bindings and came. My advanced skeletons hit them, not to kill, just to hold, and it nearly worked, because those 4 were so hollowed out they'd almost fallen out of elite rank entirely and had nothing left but defense. Then one of them stopped charging, ignored everything hitting it, and spat. Dark green. A stream of it, straight at me. A skeleton warrior stepped in front of me without being told to and cut the stream in half with its sword, and the two halves kept going and landed on it, and white smoke came off, and that warrior was gone in about 4 seconds, dissolved. Corrosive venom, elite zombie's second skill. I hadn't known it existed, and then the other 3 started doing it too. I stood there with my hand on a monster's skull, watching an army I'd spent a week building get chemically deleted a unit at a time, and I made the call. Hold. 10 seconds. 20. 50. A minute and a half. I got it into the head and pushed it toward the brain and, bang. Slavery failed. You killed the zombie. You have gained 5,000 experience points. You have obtained the job change information for elite job template, zombie. I didn't even read it. I was already moving, because there were 4 elites left, and I finally had my hands free. And by the time the echo of that head died, I had the Modao out. The 4 of them could tank endless punishment from advanced skeletons. None of them could tank a 2-meter blade driven by a man who was extremely annoyed about his budget. The last head came off and the field went quiet. 8. Out of 46, 8 of my guys were still in one piece. The rest were either killed in the fighting or standing around as charred outlines in the shape of skeletons. I looked at all of it and thought the exact sentence you'd think. That better have been worth it. It was worth it. I put the elite swordsman's head on the body of a warrior whose own head had been dissolved, a detail I mention only because it's the sort of casual thing you start doing after a couple of weeks in this business, and then I went and collected. Each drained elite zombie gave me 12 attribute points, roughly a full level's worth, from something so hollowed out it barely qualified as elite anymore, which tells you what the healthy version would have been worth. 4 of those, 30-odd points. Then I put my palm on the big one, and it wasn't a stream, and it wasn't a river. 10 minutes. 10 solid minutes of my own bones getting denser under me, second by second, the way you'd feel a building settling if the building were you. Strength up 17, agility up 3, physique up 26, spirit up 5, 51 points off 1 corpse. That thing had been 1 push away from warrior rank, and I had taken all of it and none of it, and it never once got to swing. Then I looked at the crystal ball still floating over the ashes, doing its job with nobody left to do it for, and I reached out and plucked it out of the air like fruit, and the panel went off like a slot machine. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You have gained 1,000 line after line after line. And I stopped trying to read them individually and just let it run. And when it finally stopped, I counted 28,000 experience and 5 points to every stat, including spirit, the one that doesn't move, the one skeletons spend centuries not getting. The ball had been storing the purest death aura in the canyon for however long that altar had been running, and the whole reserve, everything meant to shove that big zombie over the line into warrior rank, went into me instead in one swallow. I turned it over in my hand, crystal clear, fist-sized, absolutely seamless, like something polished by a very patient god. And then the item description came up. Name, Logris Crystal Ball. Quality, dark gold. Function, absorbs, stores, and automatically purifies energy. Current capacity, 10,000 points. Item description. In The Lost Legacy, Malachor obtained this crystal ball and attempted to use it in conjunction with undead modification to create his own unique undead race, the zombie. I read that name, and I ran. I need to explain why a corpse sprinted out of a canyon carrying a paperweight. Malachor. I never met him in my first life. I didn't have to. By the mid-game, every single player on my continent knew that name because Malachor was the one who came out of nowhere as an epic rank necromancer, marched an undead army into the human kingdom, and put dozens of cities in the ground. He got close enough to the capital that the first epic tier main quest the entire server ever received was Stop Him. Humanity won that war. Barely. Malachor vanished on the last night of it. When he came back, he was legendary, and he spent the next several years being personally responsible for a solid share of the catastrophes on that continent. And at his peak, he cracked the top 10 of the disaster rankings, which is a wanted list, ranked by threat, with 100 slots and roughly 10 billion applicants. They called him the Scourge Mage. And I was holding his crystal ball in his zombie farm, which he had built out of a race he invented, standing on his altar with his experiments in ash all around me. No wonder none of them could be enslaved. They already had an owner. They'd been made with a contract in them, and when my collar met his collar, the head was simply where the argument happened. I had no idea what rank Malachor was at this point in history. Based on the fact that he'd built all this, he was somewhere between warrior and lord, which is to say, several ranks past anything I could survive. So I ran, and then I did something smarter than running. I split off from my 8 surviving minions and sent them the long way, and I spent most of a day walking them in loops and switchbacks across the wilderness, doubling every track until anything following a trail out of that valley would have to pick between 40 of them, and none of them led home. Only then did I let them come back to me. And then, standing in the middle of an empty waste hundreds of kilometers from anything, I finally admitted why I'd taken the ball at all, instead of leaving it on the altar like a sensible corpse. 1. It absorbs, stores and purifies death aura, forever, unattended. Leave it in a corner and come back and drink the jar. Free experience and free stats for me and for my minions, in perpetuity. 2. It stores magic, which meant I could pour mana into it in peacetime and pull it out mid-fight. A battery, a second mana bar with no upper limit but the number on the tin. That's already better than most epic gear, for me specifically, and I hadn't found the third use yet. But none of that would have been worth it if the man who built it could find me through it. He couldn't. And the reason he couldn't is the third thing erosion does, which I discovered on that altar with my hand on a rock. Erosion on a corpse, drink it. Erosion on something living that can't stop you, own it. Erosion on an object, something with no life in it to drink and no mind in it to own, does neither. What it does is strip every mark off the thing and stamp mine on instead. In player language, it force unbinds soulbound equipment. I'd wiped Malachor off his own crystal ball before I ever left the valley. I checked it twice. There was nothing of him left in it. Then I sat down and opened my panel to count the day's takings, and that's when I found the line at the bottom that changed the entire rest of my existence. Level 26, health 1480. Strength 94, Agility 55, Constitution 118, Spirit 18. 19 days ago, those numbers were under 1, all 4, and I could be killed by a fall. But under all of it, at the very bottom, there was a line I had never seen before, on any panel, in 10 years of playing this game. Free points, 5. I focused on it, and a small plus sign appeared next to all 4 of my stats and next to sky-splitting slash. I sat back. Free attribute points and skill points. Players get those. Level up. Get points. Spend them where you like. Monsters don't. Monsters get whatever the class template says and no input at all. That's the trade. We get enormous stat blocks and 0 agency. And I was very obviously a monster. Where had 5 of these come from? I went back over the day, and I got there fast because the number was rude about it. 5 free points. 5 elite zombies. Killing an elite gives me 1. Now, here is where most people would have dumped all 5 into strength and moved on, and here is where I want you to see the actual shape of my head, because this next part is the entire reason any of the rest of this happened. I didn't want stats. Erosion gives me stats. I will drink stats for the rest of my life. I didn't want skill levels either. I had exactly 1 skill, and leveling it would just mean a few more castings. 5 points, and both obvious uses were things I could already get for free. So I looked around the panel for something they shouldn't work on. And I found 2 elite job templates sitting in my inventory, doing nothing, mutually exclusive, one of which I was never going to be able to use because I'm not a zombie. And I pushed a point into them. Both of them lit up. I sat completely still. I pushed a second point. Both templates started showing cracks. Third point. Both of them shattered, and the 2 lights left over started drifting toward each other and started merging very slowly, like they were going to take a year about it. I had 2 points left and no idea if stopping halfway would eat all of it. I put both in, the light went out, and a job template appeared that had never existed before. Template, Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman, rank, Elite, health plus 2500, strength times 20, agility times 15, constitution times 30, spirit times 3. Elite skeleton swordsman and zombie fused. Better health than either, better growth than either. And the zombie's one crippling flaw, the slowness, the thing that makes an entire race a joke. Deleted, gone, not in the spec at all. I made a class. Nobody makes a class. Classes are the oldest furniture in the world. Every job template in existence is a thing you find in a tomb or a boss or a lineage that took a race 10,000 years to walk. Gideon told me later, and Gideon is a Lich King who's been researching this exact subject for 4 centuries, that the only beings who create job templates are the ones who've spent lifetimes learning how, and even then they modify, they don't invent. I did it in 11 seconds with 5 points I'd found on the floor. The system, to its credit, took this in stride and offered me 4 skills to pick from: growth rate and corrosive venom, inherited from the 2 parents, and 2 more that had been generated fresh for this thing that had not existed a minute ago: Gale Combo Slash and Bone Armor. Bone Armor was the obvious one. The template is called Heavy Armored. Armor is right there in the name. I took Gale Combo Slash. 3 reasons, and they were all correct. My constitution was already my highest stat, and this template multiplied it by 30. Between those 2 facts, I was going to have warrior tier durability while sitting in elite rank, whether I picked a defensive skill or not. Second, offense was the thing I actually lacked. And third, this is the one that mattered. By fusing my way into this template, I had just walked off the map. There is no natural path from Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman to anything, because it's not from anywhere. Nobody's gonna hand me the next rung. From here on, the only way up was to go hunt something 2 ranks above me. take its template, and fuse again. Which is not a plan that survives on defense. Gale combo, slash, 3 blades of light in an instant at 80, 100 and 120% of a normal hit. I confirmed the change and 10 minutes of heat went through me, and when it stopped, I was 2 meters tall, my bones had gone dark and thick, and my ribs had grown toward each other until the gaps closed into plate. Even without picking the armor skill, the Constitution multiplier had put a layer of hard bone over my whole frame. From a distance, I looked like a warrior in heavy armor, which was going to save my life about 4 times before the month was out. The deep core of the land of buried bones is where the wasteland stops being an ecosystem and becomes a country. Below elite rank, everything is loose. Skeletons wander. Soldiers hunt alone. A warrior might collect a dozen followers with Intimidate, and that's the whole political structure. At elite rank, it becomes armies, and roughly 70% of every elite, advanced, and basic skeleton in this entire wasteland belongs to somebody, and that somebody reports to a skeleton commander, and every skeleton commander reports to the skeleton king, which meant that from that point on, everything I hunted was going to be somebody's soldier. I found my first legion the same afternoon, a full one. 1 elite rank war general, 10 advanced warriors, 500 bodies, mages, guards, archers, the full spread I'd envied from the ridge. And when I walked up to it with 9 minions, it charged me because anything that doesn't belong to the king is livestock. I'd like to tell you it was a battle. I went in first, faster than my own guys, and opened with a ring slash, no skill, just 94 strength and 2 meters of bone at the end of an arm, and everything inside a 2-meter radius came apart at the waist. Then I jumped. 10 meters a jump, over the sea, aimed at the middle, landed on the war general. It didn't get to raise anything. You killed skeleton war general. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You have obtained the job change information for elite job template, skeleton war general, and no free point. I checked. Nothing. Which was annoying, because I just built an entire theory on elites paying out, and this was an elite, and it hadn't. I filed that and got to work, because the actual prize was standing around me. I went through that legion beheading things without killing them. Mages, guards, archers, leaving each one alive and disassembled and unable to argue, and then I collared them one at a time. Meanwhile, the general's death had blown the command structure, and my 9 warriors were instinctively grabbing loose soldiers off the field, and my head count went from 9 to nearly 100 while I was busy. 10 minutes, start to finish. 300 survivors, all mine, and then I read the war general's memories because elite rank means primitive intelligence, and intelligence means memory, and memory means patrol routes. 2 days later, I'd eaten 8 legions and had over 1,000 minions, and I'd worked out where my free points had gone. They hadn't gone anywhere. The price had changed. At advanced rank, any elite kill paid 1 point. Now that I was elite myself, it took 2 elites to pay 1 point, and the note attached to that made me sit up because it wasn't just rank, it was level, attributes, skill levels, all of it. The stronger I got, the less an elite was worth. The system was not paying me for kills, the system was paying me for punching upward. 8 war generals bought me 4 points. That was the good news. The bad news arrived the same morning. I couldn't find a 9th. Every loose legion in a radius of hundreds of kilometers had been pulled in and consolidated under one banner, and that banner was out looking for me. A skeleton commander, warrior rank, the tier above elite, which, if you're keeping score, is precisely the thing I needed to advance, being hand-delivered. I stopped running and waited. While I waited, I spent my 4 points, and I found the second wall in the free point system by walking into it. I had 2 skills, sky splitting, slash for clearing crowds, gale combo slash for killing one thing. Against a commander in the middle of an ocean of its own troops, I wanted the second one, 1 point, gale combo slash to level 2. 4 blades instead of 3 at 70, 90, 110, and 130, and the stamina cost went down from a third to a quarter. That's the shape of it. More hits, cheaper. I put the other 3 in immediately. Level 5, 7 blades, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160%. 7+ times a normal hit for a sixth of my stamina. I'd walked in wondering whether I could take a warrior rank commander. I stopped wondering. It came over the horizon as a white line, and the white line kept coming. 4,000 or 5,000 skeletons. Soldiers in front, 1 in every 20 of them, an advanced warrior acting as a squad anchor. Behind them, hundreds of archers, actual promoted archers, not soldiers with bows. In the middle, dozens of skeleton mages, and mixed among them dread mages, which is what a skeleton mage becomes when it gets to elite. 3 concentric rings of units, all wrapped around one tall thing in rusted armor holding a scimitar. More than a dozen elites in that army, bone archers, skeleton sentries, war generals. Against me, 1 elite, under 100 advanced, and 1,000 basics, whose only job was to not die immediately. We looked at each other across 300 meters for a while. I was picking my entry angle. It was, I think, genuinely trying to work out how something this weird had eaten 8 of its legions in 2 days, and then it gave up on the question the way only a thing with no ego can, and raised the scimitar, and dropped it. 4,000 skeletons started running. I want to walk through what I did next, slowly, because everybody thinks this fight was about the 7 blades, and it wasn't. It was about the 15 seconds before them. First, formation. Guards at the outermost edge with their tower shields planted in the dirt and braced. Warriors and soldiers behind them as the second wall. Archers and my handful of stolen mages at the very back. Second, and this is the actual answer, I did not let my archers and mages shoot at the crowd. I split them into 3 squads and gave each squad 1 target at a time. Focused fire on warriors and war generals only, nothing else. Ignore the sea, kill the anchors. Every volley from a combined archer-mage squad shattered an advanced warrior. 3 squads on 1 elite crippled it in seconds. By the time those 4,000 skeletons had crossed the last 100 meters, 10 warriors and 3 war generals were already off the board and their squads were leaderless. Then the 2 C's hit and I went to work. Sky-splitting slash. My elite fired 1 at the same time. 2 blades of light opened 2 lanes in the white and I jumped into the second one. Ring slash jump, ring slash jump. 10 plus meters each time, and each landing cleared a circle. 7 jumps in. On the 7th landing I was a few meters from the commander, and it wasn't stupid. It had underestimated me because I was 1 rank below it, and it hadn't started sneering because sneering requires a level of self-regard that warrior rank intelligence can't reach, and it did the correct thing. It sent out a soul pulse and every skeleton mage in the vicinity turned around. Dozens of them. Several were dread mages. Now, 1 skeleton mage against my constitution is a joke, but a dread mage is elite tier and the damage is magic, and I had learned on that ridge exactly what magic does to a solid physical body. Nothing until it does everything all at once, with cracks. Charge, or don't charge. I did neither. I turned, crossed to the nearest war general at full speed, took its head off in 1 swing, grabbed its body, held it in front of me like a door, and jumped for the 8th time. Not at the commander, at the mages. The nether fireball volley hit a corpse, and while I was still in the air, behind that corpse, I fired both skills at once. Sky-splitting slash and gale combo slash into a crowd of casters standing shoulder to shoulder. The wide arc went first, and it was an area skill built for trash, and with 94 strength behind it, it tore half the mage cores apart on contact. Then the 7 blades went out. And here's a mechanical detail I'd only just discovered. The 7 blades of gale combo slash don't have to hit 1 target. They can spread. As long as none of them miss, the escalating multiplier keeps climbing. 3 dread mages ceased to exist. The 4th survived only because it caught the first 2 weakest blades. From the 8th jump to my feet hitting the ground was maybe a second and a half. The single greatest threat on that battlefield had been removed and the commander hadn't finished turning around. Then it roared, and it was pure humiliation, and it came at me personally. I let its guards and sentries close first, and jumped clean over all of them and over the commander itself, and landed behind it, and fired the 2nd gale combo slash into its back. 7 crimson blades. The first 3 went into rusted armor and left 3 scratches of increasing depth. The 4th went through the armor. The last 3 opened 3 trenches in the bone underneath, and the deepest one cut 2 ribs off and came within a finger of having the spine. It turned and hit me with the bone knife, and I went back several meters leaving furrows, because it was stronger than me. That was never in question. Warrior rank on stats alone would beat me any day of the week. 4-dimensional attributes have never been the only criterion for combat strength. I killed 3 guards on the backswing, threw 2 sentries into the air, and fired gale combo slash for the 3rd time, and this time I aimed all 7 blades at the trenches I'd already opened. 7 hits in a line in the same wound. It came apart at the waist. The top half fell. It was still alive. The upper body of a skeleton is entirely capable of continuing. It just needed a minute to find its legs. I did not give it a minute. I stepped in and put the modal through its eye socket and into the skull. You killed Skeleton Commander. You have gained 10,000 experience points. I let go of the grip and my hand actually unclenched, and I want to be honest. Everyone remembers the ending, and I remember the 15 seconds where I was in the air behind a corpse, hoping I'd read the mage timing correctly. The half hour after that was shopping. Anything elite that had survived got killed or collared. Advanced skeletons, collared. Basic soldiers, once I'd topped up the quota under each of my warriors and war generals, got killed and eaten because 1,000 identical mooks are worth more as fuel than as a crowd. Then I sat down with the commander. Strength up 25, agility 18, constitution 32, spirit 5. You have obtained the job change information for warrior job template, skeleton commander. The first warrior template, health plus 5,000, strength times 45, agility times 30, constitution times 70, spirit times 5. 3 to 4 times what an elite template pays. The gap between the tiers gets wider every rung, and it's already brutal at the bottom. And I looked at it exactly the way you look at a nice piece of lumber, because it wasn't a promotion, it was material. Then I counted my points, and this is where the whole thing got out of hand. 12 elites in that battle, killed personally, 6 free points. The commander alone, 5, plus what I already had, 11 free points. And there's a wrinkle to that number that shaped everything I did afterward, so let me flag it now. From that battle on, every single time I put my hand on a live skull, I had to make a choice. Enslaving it gets me a soldier, killing it gets me experience and free points. It's one or the other, and free points had just become the most valuable thing in my world. So from then on, I only collared something if I actually needed the specific thing it did. My one surviving dread mage, a bone archer, 3 war generals to help me herd. Everything else got eaten. I had 11 points and 2 skills. Gale combo slash was obviously the right target because I was about to go hunting warriors and warriors die one at a time. Point. Level 6. Point. 7. Point. 8. I looked at the numbers, said nothing at all, and dumped 2 more in. Level 10, 12 blades, over 12 times a normal hit, nearly double what level 5 did. If I'd had this an hour ago, the commander would have folded in one burst. Level 10 is max, maximum, the cap. The description says so, the system says so, 10 years of playing this game says so. The little plus sign was still there. I sat and looked at that plus sign for a while, the way you look at a door in a house you've lived in for a decade that you're now noticing for the first time. Then I put a point in, nothing. Still level 10, description unchanged. Second point, nothing. Now, I had 6 points and a growing suspicion that I was setting them on fire. Third, fourth, fifth, and on the 5th, after 14 total points sunk into one skill, Gale combo slash disappeared. Something else took its place. Death slash, active skill, advanced skill of Gale combo slash, cannot be upgraded. Consumes 1/20th of stamina to instantly unleash 10 light blades infused with the aura of death, performing continuous fatal cuts on the enemy, dealing a total of 20 times the damage of a normal attack. Half the stamina cost of level 10. 2 fewer blades, 20 times instead of 12. Advanced skill. Let me tell you what an advanced skill is in the language players actually use because I spent 10 years in that language. They're called boss skills because that's the only place you ever see them, not in a trainer, not in a dungeon, not on a drop table. Advanced skills belong to Lord rank monsters and hero rank NPCs, and that is the complete list. Boss skills are why a boss is a boss, not the health bar. The health bar is just arithmetic. It's that at some point in the fight, the thing does something no player can do, and 40 people die. Players wanted these the way players want lost inheritances and legendary artifacts, more. By the time the gods came and the world ended, the number of players who had ever gotten one was under 10. I had been dead for 3 weeks, and I hadn't found one. I'd manufactured one out of a common skill and a stack of points, and the recipe was sitting right there in front of me, and it was repeatable. Sky splitting slash could do this. Anything I ever learned could do this. Every skill I would ever obtain for the rest of my existence could be turned into a boss skill, given enough free points. I sat in a field of 4,000 corpses doing the closest thing my face allowed to smiling, and I said it out loud, silently, to a wasteland. The strongest boss in this world's history is about to be born. I put my last point into sky splitting slash, bumping it from 1 to 2, and then I went through the commander's head properly because warrior rank means real memory, and I'd only skimmed. What I found in there was a map of the whole country and a shortcut. The Skeleton King has 8 commanders, 8 in an entire wasteland the size of a continent, which is a suspiciously small number for the tier that's supposed to be the most common on the Orthodox route. The reason is that the king eats them. The 8 are vassals. Any new commander that emerges gets to challenge one of the 8. Winner becomes a lord under the king, loser gets devoured by the king personally. And no commander is allowed to eat another warrior. That's a royal privilege. Everything from elite down is fair game for anybody. Warrior rank belongs to the crown, which means that for however many centuries this place has existed, the king has been sitting at the top of a funnel that eats everything and hands him the concentrate. That's the orthodox path. Naturally, some skeletons decline. If you come up through a non-orthodox class, a warden, a sniper, a dark mage, anything that isn't the straight soldier to king line, you're no threat to the throne and the king doesn't eat you. He collects you, all of them. Every strange off-route warrior rank skeleton in this wasteland gathered in one place and kept. Death Castle. I stopped reading and started grinning, and I want you to appreciate the shape of what I'd just been handed. I needed warrior rank templates, multiple. Ideally 1 for each of the 4 stats, so the fusion came out balanced. And there was a building in a known location where somebody had spent several hundred years assembling exactly that collection and putting it in one room. I didn't need to beat the Skeleton King, I needed to get into his house while he was out. A few days later, I ate 4 more legions. 5 of the 8 vassals were dead. One commander I kept, collared, because I needed something that could hold 4,000 skeletons together without me, and the other 4 went down my throat with everything they knew. When I moved on the 6th, the remaining 3 legions had already been pulled home. They were sitting in a ring around Death Castle 10 kilometers out, with orders to converge the moment anything of mine showed up, which was, honestly, very considerate of them, because it meant I now knew exactly where they all were. Here's the plan I built. The legion I'd kept, 4,000 strong, got loaded up wrong on purpose, not the way a fighting force gets built. I stuffed it with guards and sentries. Every meat shield unit I had went into the outer layer, not around the commander like you're supposed to do, but wrapped around the entire army, which is a thing no skeleton has ever done in the history of the species, because the whole point of the skeleton race is that low-tier units exist to be spent. That army was not built to win. It was built to take a long time to die. Then I sent it to attack Death Castle, openly, loudly, as if it were trying to take the throne, and I went ahead of it, alone, and got into a small mound of dirt a few hundred meters from the castle wall, and I lay in it with half my head above the surface. The Skeleton King has no idea who's attacking him or what rank they hold. He has a legion at his door and an ego several centuries deep. He will come out himself and kill whatever's rude enough to be standing there. That's the entire trick. It's not clever, it's just expensive. And it worked. The 3 legions surrounded my bait, and then they didn't attack. They held, waiting for something. Then something came out of the castle. It went past me at a distance of a few hundred meters, and I lay in the dirt with half a skull showing and did not move at all. 2.5 meters, broad enough that the word tall undersells it. Several warrior rank skeletons trailing behind like an escort, and every one of them looked like an accessory. I couldn't see its face. I didn't need to. The pressure coming off that thing went through the dirt. This is a creature that has existed for an unknown number of centuries at the top of a machine that eats warrior rank skeletons and hands it the results. Not just Lord rank plus however many 100 meals. If I had stood up in front of that thing, I do not think I would have gotten a single swing off. I waited until it was gone over the horizon, and then I crawled out of a hole in the ground and went to rob its house. Death Castle has been there for centuries and looks it. Collapsed sections in the outer wall, broken flagstones. The whole front yard is a training ground gone to bone litter, and in the corners of the passages, the skulls are piled up like leaf drifts. Nothing below advanced rank exists inside it. The patrols are warriors, archers, and mages, and the squad leaders are war generals, bone archers, dread mages. Above them, at least a dozen warrior-rank skeletons with real autonomy. Those were the groceries. I went over a collapsed section of wall, waited for an archer patrol to turn its back, and came up on the parapet, and immediately hit the first problem, which is that the ground outside is dirt, and a castle wall is stone, and I don't have flesh, and a skeleton on stone makes noise no matter how gently you put your feet down. So I gave up on stealth in the first 2 seconds and charged instead. 11 skeletons, 1 elite bone archer as captain, already turning, already drawing, and I opened with the second boss skill, Void Shattering Slash. I hadn't mentioned it yet because I'd only made it that week. 13 more free points off the 3 commanders and their elites poured into Sky Splitting Slash until it broke the same way Gale Combo Slash had. Void Shattering Slash, active, advanced skill of Sky Splitting Slash, cannot be upgraded, 1/20th of stamina, 120-degree light blade in front, double normal damage to everything in the cone. And, each time it kills an enemy, the blade splits, dealing splash damage equal to half the previous damage to everything in range. That reads like nothing. Let me tell you what it does. The blade went out and killed the nearest archer instantly because double normal damage from me at that point was already enough to delete an advanced skeleton. The moment it died, the blade split. 10 smaller blades went out in every direction. The original blade kept going forward and killed the second archer, and split again. Third, split. Fourth, split. And the small ones, the splash blades, when they killed something, split again. Each kill splits once, and so on, recursively, until either everything in range is dead, or the fragments get small enough that they stop killing. I stood on a castle wall and made one cut, and the entire 11-man squad became gravel before any of them finished turning around. There wasn't a fight, there was a noise. That's the skill that ended armies for me later. On the wall that night, it just cleaned up quietly, which was the point. Then I got to the base of the arrow tower and I stopped and folded myself into a corner and did nothing for 10 minutes. This is the part of the story I like, because it's the part with no fighting in it. I had 2 problems inside that castle. 1. If anything raised an alarm, a dozen warriors and every elite in the building come at me at once, and I do not survive that. 2. And this was the real one. I didn't know how the king held his leash. If he controlled his warriors the way a war general controls soldiers, by rank pressure, then I could kill every single thing in that building and he would never notice. If he controlled them the way I control mine, by enslavement, then he'd feel the first one die from 10 kilometers away and he'd turn around immediately. I couldn't test it without committing. So I sat in a corner, completely still, like a dead thing among dead things, and waited for a signal. And after about 10 minutes, my panel exploded. Your servant skeleton guard is dead. Your servant skeleton sentry is dead. Your servant skeleton warrior is dead. Your servant skeleton war general is dead. Your servant, dozens at once. I dropped into one of my own soldiers' eyes and looked out across 10 kilometers of wasteland at a very large thing swinging a two-handed warhammer into the ground, and a shockwave going out from the impact, and everything inside tens of meters turning into dust. That was my signal. That was the king, hitting the bait. I checked the geometry, 10 kilometers, and it was fast, but not that fast. 5 or 6 minutes for it to get home from a standing start. 5 or 6 minutes. Starting now. I came out of that corner like something fired from a tube. First target, the bone sniper in the arrow tower. Bone sniper is what a bone archer becomes at warrior rank, and it was standing there with 2 bone archers, looking outward at the horizon like a professional. Death slash. 10 jet black blades, and because I'd come up the stairs in 1 step, there was no travel time at all. 4 blades went into the 2 archers, 6 went into the sniper, all 3 came apart into several pieces each. I cracked the heads because a skeleton in pieces is not a dead skeleton, and then I drank the sniper. Strength up 3, agility up 45, physique up 2, 45, agility off 1 corpse. That's what happens when you eat something built entirely around 1 stat. You have obtained the class change information for warrior class template, bone sniper. 2 down, speed, acquired. I left the 2 archers where they lay. The attribute yield wasn't worth the seconds, and went over the wall into the castle proper. Second target, the library. The castle has 3 levels, servants below, warriors' quarters in the middle, the great hall and the lord's bedroom on top, and off the hall 2 doors, 1 to the bedroom, 1 to the library, which back when this place had a living owner was where the hired spellcasters worked. On the way, I hit a junction where 2 patrols crossed, a warrior squad and an archer squad, both about to pass each other, and I timed my exit from a side passage for the exact second they overlapped and put 1 void-shattering slash into the intersection. 2 squads, 1 cut, gravel. Inside the castle proper it got easier. No patrols, just guards and sentries standing in place like statues, which for something with my footwork is not an obstacle. It's furniture. And in the library, at a stone table, there was a very thin thing in a rotting hooded robe. Dark mage, warrior rank, which for the skeleton race means not just intelligence but a trace of past life memory. This thing had been something before it was this, and some fragment of that had survived, and it was doing what it used to do. Research. In a wasteland with no materials, in a library with no books left worth reading, a skeleton in a robe was passing the time in the shape of a habit, probably hoping it would shake something else loose. It heard footsteps and it wasn't alarmed. Nothing can get into Death Castle. Footsteps in the library meant its king wanted it. It tossed aside a skull it had been working on and turned around, and instead of a sentry there was a black blade. Death slash. You killed Dark Mage. You have gained 6,500 experience points. Your spirit has increased by 25 points. Only spirit, nothing else. Not 1 point of strength, agility, or constitution. The caster of a skeleton race is exactly as frail as its reputation, which was precisely what I'd come for. Spirit is the stat my species does not get. That's the whole reason I was standing in a library instead of somewhere useful. Warrior Template 3, Spirit, acquired. 3 minutes gone, and I knew it, because my panel was still quietly reporting the deaths of my own army out on the plain, and then it stopped. Which meant the king had stopped killing things, which meant it had left the field. 2 minutes, maybe. 4th target, below the library window. Death Castle's prison is underground at the back, in a semi-enclosed courtyard behind the main building, walled in on the sides, 1 exit. Convenient in every direction, which is exactly why I'd routed my approach through the library, because from the library's viewing window it was 7 or 8 meters straight down onto the thing guarding the prison door. I got on the sill, looked down at a large unsuspecting shape and jumped. 7 meters of drop, plus my own strength, Modao raised over my head, aimed at the neck, death slash, and it blocked. It sensed it. At the last possible instant, it stepped back and got a serrated bone knife the size of a door panel in the way, and all 10 blades went into the flat of that blade, 20 times a normal hit, and it left marks. Marks. Skeleton Warden. The warrior rank advancement of the guard line, and I want to explain what it is because it's the strangest thing in the whole species. An ordinary skeleton is a frame with nothing inside it. Hollow. That's the entire design. A skeleton warden is not hollow. Its interior is packed with bone spurs, thousands of them, grown in every direction, filling the whole cavity solid. It was shorter than me, 1.70 m maybe. and it was made of material all the way through, and its constitution growth is the highest in the race, and that is why it doesn't carry a tower shield. It doesn't need one, it is one. It swung the door panel knife at me, and I turned my wrist, and the swing went past, because the other half of that design is that it's slower than a zombie. I planted, and the ground took the print, and I came out behind it. Death slash again, because normal attacks were provably not going to do anything, and this time I went for the neck. All 10 blades in one line, into the throat. More than half the cervical vertebrae came off in one hit. One more cut, and the fourth template was mine. And that's when it roared, and I heard running feet in the passage, and something enormous and furious registered on the edge of my senses, coming toward Death Castle at a speed that made a mockery of my 5-minute estimate. So, retreat or finish. The castle was awake. Warriors and elites were about to fill the only exit out of a walled courtyard, and the king was coming through the front door, and I was one cut away. Retreat was the correct decision by every metric except one, which is that I would never get this opportunity again. The Skeleton King's intelligence is close to human. It would learn from tonight. Next time there'd be a trap here instead of a collection. And there was something else which I noticed with some interest at the time, and have thought about since. I was not afraid. I could feel death coming up the passage, and what I felt was excitement, and I hadn't felt that since I woke up in this body, in this cold species that doesn't do feelings. Fortune favors the reckless. And if I was going to be the strongest boss in this world's history, then a Lord-rank skeleton with a hammer was an obstacle, not an ending. Reinforcements arrived first, a tall warrior with a two-handed greatsword, a dozen elites and advanced behind it, filling the only way out. Behind me, the warden. I jumped at the ones in front. Death slash and void shattering slash, both at once. Black blades and dark red light crossed each other and covered tens of meters of passage. The warrior at the front took the black ones and did not finish its step. Warrior rank, but without the warden's absurd construction, and 20 times a normal hit is 20 times a normal hit. Then the dark red blade got into the crowd behind it and started splitting and kept extending down the corridor until the reinforcements had to physically back away from the thing eating their front rank. I grabbed the dead warrior's skull off the ground, still lit, tucked it under my arm, and jumped back past the warden. And as I came down behind it, I got a clear view straight up the passage. The king was there. 100 meters away, at the far end of a corridor absolutely stuffed with its own warriors and elites and advanced, every one of which had come running to help and was now the only thing between us. It could see me. It couldn't get to me. I looked at it and I let my jaw twitch, which is the only face I've got. And then I brought the Modao down on the back of the warden's neck for the second time. Death slash. Even packed solid with bone spurs, a neck already cut halfway through does not survive 10 blades at 20 times damage. The head came off. I caught it. It was much larger than the other skull, jammed both under my ribs and ran the other way, deeper into the dead end. Somebody's going to point out that the courtyard has exactly one exit and the king was standing in it. Correct. That's why I stopped using the exit. I hit the far wall at a sprint, jumped several meters up, drove the Modao into the stone, used it as a step, jumped again, and came up on top of a wall tens of meters thick. Behind me, the king finally understood what was happening and slammed the warhammer into the ground hard enough to throw its own soldiers off their feet and leapt. And this is the thing about the Skeleton King that I had already measured, and it had not. It is enormously powerful, and it is not fast. I dropped off the far side of the wall and went, and the last thing in that castle was a very large silhouette standing on the parapet, and a roar that I could still hear 4 kilometers out. Half a day later, I stopped in an empty waste hundreds of kilometers away and took the 2 skulls out. Both still lit. Both still alive, in the technical sense, which for a head with no body means opening and closing its jaw at me, repeatedly, on principle. I want to give you the honest ledger on that raid, because everyone remembers the part where I stood on the wall, and everyone forgets the invoice. Minions, 0, not a single one left. When the king showed up on that plane, it went for the top of the roster first, obviously. My 1 commander, my dozens of elites, and a warrior-rank skeleton in front of that thing is a formality. And skeletons that I have collared can't be recollared by a king or a commander, which sounds like an advantage right up until you realize the alternative is that they get orders to leave nobody alive. Everything I'd built over weeks, gone in an afternoon. I was, at that moment, officially a man with no friends. Against that, 4 warrior templates planned, and a 5th I hadn't planned at all. Because that tall warrior in the doorway, the one I killed with 2 boss skills at once, purely to stop a corridor, turned out to be a bone assaulter, the strength growth warrior class. I had been going to use Skeleton Commander as my strength material, which was a compromise. Commander is balanced, it's not a strength class, and using it to represent strength was going to leave the fusion soft in the corner I care about most. And then a thing I killed by accident in a hallway, while running away, handed me the real one. Strength. Bone assaulter. Agility, Bone Sniper. Constitution, Skeleton Warden. Spirit, Dark Mage. 4 corners, all 4. Which left me holding 2 live skulls and 1 decision. Collar them or eat them. 2 warrior rank minions would have been genuinely useful. I'd just watched an army evaporate. Rebuilding from zero was going to be tedious. I ate them. The reasoning took about a minute, and it's held up ever since. I had just stood 100 meters from the Skeleton King and felt what it actually is, and I no longer believe that warrior rank minions were a factor. Not 1, not a dozen, not 30. Whatever fight is eventually coming between me and that thing, warrior rank bodies are not in it. Free points are always in it. I have never had too many free points. I have never once looked at that number and thought that's plenty. So I put the modal through both skulls and drank the information out of them, and by the time I was done, I had 35 free points and every material I needed. Then I sat down in an empty wasteland with nothing and nobody and made myself a warrior class. 4 templates laid out in front of me, 35 points in the bank. I'd learned my lesson from the first fusion, where I'd fed it a point at a time like a man testing bathwater. This time I went in 5s, 5 points. All 4 templates flickered, which was the answer to the only real question, because it told me the fusion doesn't care how many ingredients you throw in. 2, 4, however many. The engine doesn't care. 5 more. They lit properly. 5 more. All 4 shattered and the pieces started merging into one light. 5 more. Template. Black Knight. Rank, Warrior. Health plus 15,000. Strength times 125. Agility times 100. Constitution times 120. Spirit times 50. 20 points spent. And I sat there and did the comparison, and the comparison is obscene. Against my own elite template, Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman, which was already a fused freak that beat every natural elite class in the game, the Black Knight was 6 times the health, 6 times the strength, 7 times the agility, 4 times the constitution, 17 times the spirit. Against a normal elite template, it was more than 10 times across the board. And against the 4 genuine warrior templates I just fed into it, the actual natural, this is what a warrior gets templates, hunted out of a castle at considerable expense, it was 2 to 3 times better. Fusion doesn't average the ingredients, it stacks them and then adds a premium for the trouble, which is when I did the arithmetic that made me put the panel down and stare at the horizon for a while. If a warrior template can look like this, what does a lord template look like? And more to the point, how far behind the Skeleton King am I actually? Everyone assumes the gap is enormous. Let me show you the real numbers. Templates. The king has a lord template. I don't yet. That's 1 tier. But there is no reason at all to think that a natural lord template beats a fused lord template, and I just watched a fused warrior template eat 4 real ones for breakfast. So on templates, close. Closer than close. Levels. Lord rank caps at 60. The king is very probably at or past 60. I was in my 20s. But, and this is the piece nobody ever thinks about, for the first 4 ranks, I have the advantage. A normal skeleton changes class when it hits the level requirement. Level 30 for elite. That's the rule. I change class the moment I have the template and the stats, because my job changes are automatic and the requirements are stats, not levels, which meant I'd been running an elite template since my teens and a warrior template now, in my 20s, collecting the rank's growth multiplier on every level I'd gained since. The Skeleton King didn't get that. It came up the ordinary way, 1 rung at a time, on schedule, so in the first 4 tiers, it is behind me. The gap only opens at the 5th, when it got a lord template and I didn't, and that gap is capped at whatever the growth of 10 more levels is worth. 20 levels of difference. Maybe. That's it. That's the whole distance between a 3-week-old skeleton and a king who has ruled a continent-sized wasteland for centuries. I could feel that gap closing while I sat there. It wasn't going to come looking for revenge. I was going to come looking for it. I made a sound that had no sound in it, and I am not embarrassed about that. Then the system offered me skills, and this time it offered 8 instead of 4, and let me pick 2 instead of 1. I don't know if that's because I fused 4 templates instead of 2, or because the rank went up, and I stopped trying to work it out because either way it was more. Shockwave. Precision shooting, body of the fortress, dark sphere. Those 4 came out of the 4 ingredients. Heavy strike, shadow shuttle, bone armor, death ripple. Those 4 the system built fresh for the Black Knight, 1 aimed at each stat. Strength skills, out. I had 2 boss skills and no shortage of ways to hurt things. Spirit skills, out. Caster damage scales off spirit, and my spirit was the runt of the litter. A spellcaster skill in my hands would have been a decoration. That left agility and constitution. Precision shooting is for the archer line, useless to me, which left shadow shuttle, a movement skill, and I had nothing in that slot, nothing at all. Every fight I'd had, I'd solved with my legs. Took it. And then body of the fortress versus bone armor, which is a straight defensive comparison, and body of the fortress wins that comparison by a mile. I took bone armor. 2 reasons, and only one of them is technical. The technical one: Body of the Fortress comes with a severe speed penalty, and I just spent an evening establishing that speed is how I don't die. The other reason is that Body of the Fortress is the Warden's skill, and I'd had a very close look at the inside of a Warden, and I did not want to be a solid brick of randomly grown bone spurs for the rest of my life. Sue me. Vanity is a survival trait if you have to live in the thing. Job change confirmed. Half an hour of transformation, which is a long time when you're conscious for all of it. When it stopped, I was still 1 meter 80. Everything else about me was different. There was a layer of black armor over my entire body, made out of my own bone essence, light and complete, one narrow slit where the eyes go. Not real armor, bone armor. But wearing it, I did not look like a skeleton anymore. I looked like something in full plate with a long-handled sword slung across its back and an aura on it that made the air feel colder. If the soul fire hadn't still been showing at the eyes, you would have called me a knight. And there was one more thing, which arrived with the rank and the spirit stat together, and which I did not expect at all. I could speak. Not with a mouth. I still didn't have one of those. A soul fluctuation, going out from the fire in my skull, carrying meaning to anything with a complete soul. 3 weeks of shouting into an empty wasteland with nothing coming out. The first thing I said out loud, with nobody there, was so stupid I'm not going to repeat it. Then I put 9 free points into Shadow Shuttle and took it to level 10. Shadow Shuttle, level 10. Consumes 500 mana, wraps you in shadow, and instantly crosses a distance equal to 10 times your spirit attribute. At 66 spirit, that was 660 meters. 660 meters, instantly, from a standing start, and I had exactly enough mana for one. One is enough. One is always enough if you've got the crystal ball in your chest full of stored mana, which I did, and which meant I could chain it as many times as the ball could pay for. That was the moment I stopped being killable by anything in the wasteland. Then I spent 10 days doing the least glamorous and most productive thing in this entire story. I stood in an empty field and did nothing. Here's the problem I had. Black Knight is a fused template with 4 ingredients in it, and the system charges you for that. It takes more than double the experience per level that a normal warrior needs, and there was nothing left to farm. Every high-rank skeleton in the wasteland either belonged to the king or was hiding somewhere the king's own patrols couldn't find, and me killing an elite at that point was worth a rounding error, so I stopped killing things and started hiring. 7 days of nothing but erosion, not fighting, collaring. Everything I could reach, everything that would hold still, all day, every day, dozens of elites, not one warrior, and thousands, literally thousands, of advanced skeletons. On the 8th day, I stopped collaring and split them into dozens of squads and sent them out from the center of the wasteland in every direction with one order: kill everything. Because here's the trick, I take a savage experience penalty for killing things below my rank. They don't. A squad of advanced skeletons killing advanced skeletons is trading at par. And when my minions kill something, I get paid. So I stood in a field, and dozens of squads spread outward through the land of buried bones like ink in water, eating the elites, then the advanced, then the basics, then out into the outer ring to eat the mindless ones that don't even have class templates. How many skeletons does that wasteland make? Nobody knows. I didn't need all of them. I needed maybe a fifth. My panel updated every few seconds, all day, for 10 days. Day 8, level 30, day 10, 31, day 17, 36, 6 levels, and with a Black Knight templates multipliers riding on every one of them. Strength 968, Agility 783, Constitution 1005, Spirit 366, Constitution over 1000. Spirit, the stat my entire species can't grow, over 360, from 18 in 17 days. Health 25,050, Mana 3,660. And Shadow Shuttle had become something else along the way, because 5 more points and enough spirit had pushed it past the wall the same way the other 2 went. Phase Shift, Boss Skill number 3, 1,000 mana, and instead of a fixed 660 meters, it was up to 10 times spirit at any distance I choose, and it could go through obstacles, which is the skill that ended most of my problems for the next 2 years, and I'd like to be clear that I paid 5 points for it, and it was theft. I was standing in that field, watching the numbers roll, when a different sort of message came in. Your servant skeleton war general is dead, not a soldier. A war general, surrounded by a squad, in the outer ring, where the odds of meeting an elite are roughly the same as the odds of a warrior wandering past to say hello. I dropped into a nearby minion's eyes, and I saw a knight, black armor, black lance, riding a skeleton warhorse taller than any warhorse the human kingdom's ever bred, all bone, no flesh, black mist coming off its hooves, and every time that lance went forward, several of my skeletons stopped. A knight, wild. born out of this wasteland with nobody to teach it. I released the minion and started running, and it took me over an hour to cross the distance. And on the way, I pulled a whole squad in from nearby to keep it busy, not to kill it, obviously, just to make sure there was still something worth killing when it got bored. Because here's what a Death Knight is, and it's the only genuinely aristocratic thing in the undead world. Skeletons come from bones lying in death aura long enough. Anybody can be a skeleton. That's the problem with skeletons. Death Knights can only be made by falling. A knight has to fall. And not just the knight. The mount has to fall with them, willingly, in perfect accord, at the same time. If a knight and their horse are that close, and they both go, you get a skeleton knight. And when they do, the knight's 4 stats get their mount's 4 stats stacked on top. Elite, skeleton knight, warrior, dark knight, lord, death knight. And unlike my race, which stops dead at Lord, always, forever, the Skeleton King is the ceiling, and the Skeleton King knows it. A Death Knight can keep going. Lord, then epic, then legendary, no wall. At equal rank, a lone skeleton with a full escort cannot beat a Death Knight. Not the way I'd been doing it, not with numbers. This one, the intelligence said, was warrior rank, Dark Knight. And it was small. Through the gaps in the light armor, the bones were slender, and it had been a girl in life. A young knight, or maybe a general. I arrived at the edge of the battlefield and did not hide, and it saw me, and it did not run. It turned its horse and came at me. Black mist wrapped the horse and the rider together and merged them into one thing, and the stat stacking came on, and it came out of my legion like something fired. Everything in its path, elite, advanced, didn't matter, got hit by the warhorse's shoulder and went backward through the air. I want to be honest about what we each wanted, because it's funny. I wanted its value and its potential, and I intended to own it. It wanted my experience points. The horse screamed, soundlessly, the way everything here does, and its speed doubled again. Knight skill, charge. At 12 meters, it dropped the lance. At 4 meters, the lance came at my head with enough momentum behind it to go through a city wall. I didn't dodge. I didn't draw the modao off my back. I stood there, put one armored foot into the ground, and caught the lance out of the air with my hand. There was a sound like a knife on glass as the lance kept trying to come forward through my gauntlet, centimeter by centimeter, driven by the combined weight of a knight and a horse at full charge, aiming for my eye socket. It stopped about a hand's width short, 2 very deep footprints in the dirt. Then I closed both hands on the shaft and pulled. The knight came off the horse, went around in the air, and hit the ground hard enough to raise dust. I don't think it could believe it. Same rank, full charge, man and mount as one, and something it couldn't even categorize by species had just stopped it standing still. The horse circled, accelerated, and came at me to help its rider, which was the first genuinely admirable thing I'd seen in that wasteland, and I pulled the modao off my back and hit it. With the flat, it went backward through the air, shedding pieces of itself, and did not get up quickly. But it got up, eventually, because I hadn't used the edge, and if I had used the edge, that head would have come off in one motion. Then I turned around to the knight, who was pinned under my hand on the lance, and was still, at that exact moment, trying to get the weapon back so she could put it through me. And here I hit an actual mechanical problem, which is that erosion has one requirement: contact with the head, sustained contact, and a Death Knight does not surrender. Threaten it with death, and it will spit at you. I could have crippled it, taken the limbs off, made it unable to resist, done this the tidy way, but it was very small, and it was extremely angry. So instead, I ripped the lance out of her hands and picked her up by the head, one hand, off the ground, dangling. She fought like an animal. She could not reach anything. Her arms were short, and mine were long and armored, and the absolute best she could manage was scraping white marks into my forearm plate, which she did continuously, the entire time, without pausing once. That was the scene if you'd been standing there. A very tall thing in black armor holding a very small thing in black armor off the ground by the skull, while the small one thrashed and accomplished nothing, while a warhorse reassembled itself in the background, and a skeleton legion stood around like the world's least helpful audience. Erosion. At the start, she felt the energy come in and understood what it was, and the fighting spiked. Then the energy kept coming, and the fighting slowed and stopped. You have gained control of Dark Knight, Lyra. You have enslaved Dark Knight, Lyra. You have obtained the job change information for warrior job template, Dark Knight. I set her down on her feet. She picked up her lance and stood next to me and waited. Lyra. That was the first thing that had ever surprised me twice in 1 minute. Because in every skeleton I had ever met, soldiers, warriors, war generals, an entire commander with centuries of institutional memory in it, there had not been a single name, not one. The Skeleton King itself, as far as I could tell, has no name. It has a title. This thing had a name. I went through my whole first life looking for it, and I had never heard of an Lyra, at any rank, in any record, on any continent, which meant either a story the players never dug up, or something that hadn't happened yet. I filed it because I could afford to. She was mine now, and I had time. Her panel: level 43, strength 582, agility 425, constitution 850, spirit 180. Talent: mount summoning. Every one of those higher than the skeleton commander I'd killed, at the same rank, and that's without the horse stacked on. The talent is the part I envied. As long as Lyra lives, that warhorse cannot die. I could have ground every bone of it to powder and put out its soul fire, and it would come back out of hers, because when she fell, it chose to fall with her, and that contract doesn't lapse, and it grows with her. I looked at a horse that regenerates from its owner's soul and levels up alongside her, and I said something out loud that I would spend the next 2 years working on. I'm getting a bone dragon. Then we went back to standing in a field, waiting for numbers. She followed. She didn't say anything. She has not, on average, said much since. 4 more days of standing in a field and I hit level 38, strength 1218, agility 983, constitution 1215, spirit 466, and I got restless, which in my case has always been a technical term meaning I have run the numbers and the numbers say go. Lord rank is levels 51 to 60. Whether the Skeleton King was still inside that band or had spent centuries eating its way past the cap, I now had a life-saving skill it couldn't answer and stats that were, if not equal, in the same conversation. Worst case I lose and leave. It cannot stop me leaving. That's not arrogance, that's just what phase shift is. So I told Lyra to go hunt somewhere far away, because I did not want the only interesting thing I owned standing near that hammer, and I went to Death Castle. More than 20 days had passed and the 3 legions were still parked outside it in 3 directions, 400 to 500 meters out, and they'd been reinforced, 7,000 or 8,000 skeletons in the biggest one. And in each of the 3 legions, alongside the commander, there were now warrior rank skeletons on the roster. Bone snipers, dark mages, bone assaulters. It is a trap, and it is not even subtly a trap. The king has worked out that this thing hunts warriors, so it has put warriors in the shop window, 400 meters from its own front door, with orders to hold me for 30 seconds. 30 seconds is all it needs, which is a genuinely good plan, and it would work on any warrior rank skeleton in the world, because warrior rank intelligence is real, but it's not human. It's about as much reasoning as a clever dog. I still had every year of being a person. So I walked up to the biggest of the 3 completely openly, and at several hundred meters they saw me, and at the commander's order 8,000 skeletons started running toward me, and I took 1 step, phase shift, right into the middle of them, next to the commander, void-shattering slash. And I did not aim it at the commander, I aimed it at the cluster of elites standing around it, because of how the splitting works. With my strength at that point, a full force cut kills an elite outright, and every elite it kills splits the blade, and every advance those fragments kill splits them again, and the more densely packed the target area is, the further the cascade runs. 1 cut into the thickest, highest value part of the formation. The dark red spread out, and did not stop spreading. Hundreds of meters in every direction, everything torn to gravel, until in the middle of 8,000 skeletons, there was a clean, empty circle with 2 things standing in it. Me and a commander, and 1 warrior rank dark mage that happened to be far enough out. I stepped behind the commander and put 1200 strength through a blade into its skull. It came apart. Then the dark mage, who had just finished condensing a dark sphere and never got to throw it. Then I stepped again, out of that legion, into the second one, which was still running toward where I used to be, and I did it again, and then the third. Now, the king came out. Obviously it came out. It was in the castle 400 meters away, and it came out fast and furious, and it could not catch me, because catching me requires either matching my speed or predicting a skill that lets me choose the distance. The first legion it lost while it was still indoors. The second it lost on the way. The third it lost while standing on the field watching. That's what got to it, I think. Not the losses. It had lost more than that before, over the centuries. It said so itself. In the memories I later took out of it, it had been gutted worse than this several times and always rebuilt, because the wasteland keeps making skeletons and the king keeps sitting at the top of the funnel. What got to it was that a warrior rank skeleton stood in the middle of its own army and killed its own officers in front of it, and it could do nothing at all about it. 6 warriors, 3 legions crippled, and then, instead of leaving, I stepped one more time and came out behind it. Death slash. 10 black blades, straight into a very large back, opening move, no probing, and 4 semi-transparent bone shields appeared out of nowhere and rotated into the way. 10 blades went into 1 shield. Each hit dimmed it. The 10th broke it with a noise like a building coming down. 3 shields left, already rotating around it to cover the gap. Skill 1, Bone Shield, automatic. 4 of them. Fine. It didn't turn around. It just swung the warhammer backward over its shoulder in an arc, and that hammer is over 2 meters long, and I should have moved. I didn't move. I put everything I had into the modao and met it, because I wanted the number. The impact went out across the plane. I got pushed back several meters, leaving a trench, and I dissipated the force, and it swayed, slightly, and there was a crack in my modao, small, almost invisible. I smiled anyway, because that clash told me everything. I lost. On raw strength, I lost. It is stronger than me, and its constitution is higher than mine. But look at the equipment. That is a two-handed warhammer, an actual heavy weapon, a mass multiplier, against which my modao is a light blade. Every advantage of leverage and weight was on its side, and it put its full strength through the best possible tool for the job. And it pushed me back a few steps. It didn't launch me. It didn't shatter my guard. It didn't break my arms. It pushed me back a few steps, which meant the strength gap was real and it was small, and I had been comparing my worst case against its best case and losing by a margin you could measure in inches. I'm level 38. It's probably 60. 22 levels of difference, and this is what it looks like. Then it hit the ground with the hammer, and the earth came at me like a wave, shockwave, which is an attack and a control tool at once, because anything it catches gets thrown into the air and held there helpless for a beat, and a beat is all that hammer needs. I stepped behind it before the wave reached me. Death slash. Second shield gone. Once, twice, 3 times. It could not land a hit on me. Not one. Fourth death slash, all 4 shields down, and the king was standing there exposed for the first time. It roared and slammed the hammer down again, and this time it wasn't the earth that came up. A pale blue light spread hundreds of meters in a heartbeat, and then the ground split, and pale claws came through the dirt everywhere I could see, and thousands of skeletons climbed out of the earth. Not trash. 4 warriors, 40 elites, everything else advanced. Skeleton summon. It's boss skill. And that's when I finally understood why the king had only ever kept 8 legions when it could clearly have had 1,000. It doesn't need them. It is 1. It keeps 8 to patrol and harvest, and it eats the rest, because an army you have to feed is worse than an army you can grow out of the ground on demand. The legion couldn't stop me. It could only slow me down, and slowing me down was the entire point, and I refused to be slowed. Step death slash into its back. It twisted, so the blades hit the spine instead of the neck. 20 times damage, 3 enormous wounds, and a quarter of the king's health gone in one burst. 3 more of those and it's over. 3 more, and I would have had a Lord template on the 7th week of my life. Then it used its 4th skill, Bone Devour. An endless death aura came off it like chains, and every skeleton and every fragment of skeleton around it flew through the air and poured into it like water going down a drain. The wounds on its back closed, the quarter of its health came back, and the 4 bone shields reappeared. I stood there in the middle of a battlefield holding a 2-meter sword and said, out loud, with an actual voice for the first time in my existence, "Are you serious? Attack, shockwave, defense, bone shield, support, skeleton summon, healing, eat your own support." It is a perfect loop. It is the same closed loop as the entire wasteland, running inside one body, and the king is at the top of it exactly the way it's at the top of everything else. I could fight it all day. I could not finish it. Not with the stamina I had. Every death slash costs, and it heals faster than I burn. So I stopped. I stepped one more time, and I did not go at the king. I went into Death Castle. The next 20 minutes are, I think, the pettiest thing I have ever done, and I would do it again immediately. Arrow Tower. Bone Sniper standing there. Modao. Dead. Then the next warrior encampment. Then the next. Outside, the king realized what was happening when its own soldiers started going dark in its soul sense one at a time, and it turned around and ran for home at everything it had. And it is slow, and I am not. By the time it got back inside its own walls, every remaining warrior rank skeleton in Death Castle was dead. A dozen odd free points. I stepped out before it reached me, and then, because I was already there, and because a mosquito is still meat, I went after the elites and the advanced. I didn't chase them individually. I waited for them to gather, which they kept doing, because gathering is what an army does when there's an intruder, and then I put 1 void-shattering slash into the gathering. Phase shift. Wait. Cut. Phase out. Phase in somewhere else. Wait. Cut. Phase out. The king spent that entire period running from one end of its castle to the other in a state of what I can only describe as impotent rage, arriving at each location a few seconds after the corpses. I left when the crystal ball in my chest was nearly dry, enough mana for 2 more shifts, which is my personal floor for still safe. When I went, the Skeleton King was standing alone in an ancient castle full of gravel. Not 1 warrior, not 1 elite, not 1 advanced skeleton, the ruler of the land of buried bones, roaring at empty rooms. I was walking home, unhurried, actually enjoying the scenery for the first time since I died, when I felt something ahead of me that was not weaker than the Skeleton King. I had one phase shift left in the ball, which is enough to save my life, so I went and looked. It was a mage, human, alive, wrapped head to foot in a black robe with nothing showing but the tip of a nose and a mouth, wearing enough death aura to pass for undead at a distance, and absolutely, unmistakably, a living thing underneath it. A living human, walking around the land of buried bones, comfortably. He stopped 10 meters out and bowed to me. Your Majesty, the powerful undead. Greetings from Malachor, a believer in death from the outside world. I want you to understand that I had just spent an afternoon dismantling a Lord-rank king's household, and that sentence still went through me like cold water. Malachor, the Scourge Mage. The man whose crystal ball was inside my chest at that exact moment. The man whose zombie race I had personally exterminated and whose altar I had personally robbed, standing 10 meters away, being polite. Now. Ranked honestly, at that moment he was hero rank, the human equivalent of Lord, and I had just been trading blows with a Lord rank skeleton that outclassed him. On paper I had nothing to fear, except that the Skeleton King, for all its centuries, is an undead. It is smart, it is not cunning, it has never told a lie in its life because it has never needed to. And this was a man who would eventually be a legendary, who broke into the top 10 of the disaster rankings, and I had absolutely no idea what he had in his pockets. So I did the only thing I could think of. I played stupid. Warrior rank skeletons have real intelligence, much less than a human's, but real. So when I answered him, I made my soul speech come out in the broken, halting way something that has just learned language would sound. Why? Are you stopping me? He bought it instantly, which was the first genuinely useful thing he ever did for me. I was fortunate enough to witness your battle with the Skeleton King, and I was deeply impressed. The Skeleton King is old and frail. You are newly born and powerful. If your excellency requires it, I can help you kill the Skeleton King and make you the new king of this world of death. What? Price? I'll pay. Only that after you become king, you allow me to visit Death Castle, to pay homage, to seek the true meaning of death. A small shrug under the robe. There will be no loss to you whatsoever. Beautiful, truly. Every word of it is defensible, and every word of it is a lie by omission, and the omission is, what is in Death Castle? I pushed once more, because it was free. Why, choose me, instead of the Skeleton King. Death Castle is the center of this world of death. For a believer in death, it is what a holy site is to a pilgrim. He spread his hands, helpless and reasonable. If I could, I would not want to be an enemy of a powerful figure like the Skeleton King. But he has always treated Death Castle as forbidden ground. Nobody but himself and his own may approach it. In order to pursue the true meaning of death, I have no choice but to cooperate with a powerful undead like you. Even better. Now he's explained why he isn't going to the king, and he's framed the whole thing as me using him. If I really had been a warrior rank skeleton with rudimentary intelligence, there would have been no reason at all to refuse. I stood there flickering my soul fire like a thing having a difficult thought. Not enough, I said eventually. Yes, I'm helping you. No, you're helping me. I need help to become stronger. And he smiled. I could hear it in the voice, and produced from somewhere a black crystal ball with wisps of dark mist moving inside it. If you can help me fulfill my wish to visit Death Castle, said Malachor, this crystal ball is my gift to you. I need to tell you what went through me when I saw that, because it wasn't greed. Not at first. It was the same crystal ball, identical, the one in my chest, twice. And from 10 meters away, I could see a thread of black mist coming off it, so faint I nearly missed it, pointing directly at me. That's how he found me. There were two of them. There was always a natural link between them. My erosion had wiped his mark off the one I stole. That part had worked exactly as I'd hoped. He had no way to track it, but I'd never considered that the object might have a sibling. He knew. Obviously, he knew. He knew I'd destroyed his altar and killed his race and taken his property, and he had chosen to walk up to me and offer me a matched set instead of mentioning any of it, which told me one of two things was true. Either he was completely confident he could take both of them back once this was over, or whatever is in Death Castle is worth so much to him that he will pay epic grade equipment just to get through the door. Both of those are bad, and neither of them was a reason to say no, because either way I was up one crystal ball. Two of those together would almost certainly rank up, and the effect I actually wanted wasn't even the mana storage, it was that a better ball absorbs and purifies death aura faster, which is a machine for growing high-rank undead. I let the soul fire flicker for a long time, and then I said, okay, 15 days later, here, I'll wait for you. 15 days? He nodded, unbothered. I also need to make some preparations. Well then, Your Majesty, the powerful undead. Malachor awaits your arrival in 15 days. He bowed again, and something rippled, and he was gone. I stood there for a while, confirming he'd actually left. Everything about that conversation was a lie in both directions, and both of us knew it, and neither of us had the slightest intention of not going through with it. He wanted to use my hands to get into a room and then dispose of me. I wanted to use his hands to kill something I couldn't finish and take his crystal ball and then dispose of him. The only reason I picked 15 days instead of tomorrow is that in 15 days I would be considerably more difficult to dispose of. 14 days, every legion I owned went back to eating the wasteland. Level 38 to 39 on day 3, 39 to 40 on day 7, 40 to 41 on day 11. On the night before, 41 to 42. Strength 1718. Agility 1383. Constitution 1745. Spirit 666. Health 32,450. 22 free points banked. That is a third again on top of everything in 2 weeks. And Malachor could not have imagined it, and I know exactly why he couldn't. In his model of the world, every high-ranking undead is the product of a long, slow accumulation. Decades, centuries. That's what the undead are. That's the entire reason he was comfortable saying 15 days without blinking. I sent Lyra to the far side of the wasteland because I did not want him to see her and start counting. And on the morning, I turned up with a legion that was purely for show, and Malachor came out of the distance in his black robe and stopped, and I watched his shoulders change. You've gotten stronger again? A pause. Or is there some undiscovered adventure in this land of buried bones? Now that we're ready, he said, in a voice that had gone very slightly careful. Let's begin. The deal we struck on the walk over was simple. I'm the front. He's support. I did not tell him that I'd already brought the king to a quarter health alone, or that the only reason I'd left was stamina economics. Let him think he was necessary. He was, a bit. We stopped 100 meters from the gate. I looked at him. He nodded. I let my aura off the leash to announce myself, and the Skeleton King came out of its own front door like a throne building. Its eyes went over Malachor and stopped on me and stayed there. Of course it did. I was the thing that had killed 5 of its 8 vassals, crippled the other 3, robbed its house twice, and turned the ruler of a continent into a man standing alone in a hallway. It came at me with the hammer up. You, help! Shockwave first, from tens of meters out. I stepped behind it and put Death Slash into its back, and 4 bone shields came around and ate it, exactly as before. And then Malachor did his half. Curse, shield corrosion. A dark light settled over the king, and the 3 remaining shields visibly dimmed. They didn't break. Their defense dropped by about 3 tiers. Death Slash again. 2 shields in 1 hit. The king roared, and it is not stupid, and it worked out instantly where the problem was actually coming from, and it abandoned me completely and charged the mage, which was, I want to note, the correct read. It crossed the gap in a blink, leapt, and brought a 2-meter warhammer down from above with its whole mass behind it, a hit worth more than any skill it had. Malachor didn't move. He was mid-channel on the next curse, and he stood there as if the mountain coming down at him were somebody else's problem. Because it was. That was the deal. I stepped, came out in front of him, and caught it on the Modao. The impact bent the blade into an arc that I genuinely thought was going to be the last thing it ever did, and my legs went into the ground past the knee, and I held it. And then Malachor finished. Curse, weakened power. Dark green light settled over the king, and something went out of it. Now watch what happened, because this is the whole shape of that fight. My strength was at maximum. Its strength had just been cut. 10 seconds earlier, it had every advantage, position, timing, elevation, mass. And I had stopped it flat. Now it had none of them. I came off the block and went at it and hit it, and it blocked with the hammer and stepped back. I hit it again. It stepped back. Again. Back. 3 weeks earlier, that thing had shoved me across a field with a lazy backhand. Now it was retreating from a skeleton with a sword, and I could feel it not understanding. And there is no experience in the world quite like watching something with centuries of unbroken dominance run into a wall it can't explain. It hit the ground with the hammer to force me off. I stepped instead of being forced, came out behind it, and took the last bone shield with a Death Slash, and the leftover blades went into its back and took 1/5 of its health. So it ran at my legion. Bone devour, of course. That's the loop. Stop it, Malachor shouted, genuinely alarmed. And I had my archers and casters open up on it with arrow rain and nether fireballs, which did roughly as much as you'd expect elite tier ordnance to do to a lord rank king, nothing, and it went straight into my army and drank a chunk of it and came out healed with its shields back. I heard Malachor curse in some language I didn't have, and then clearly audible in his own head, "The undead are indeed the undead, utterly foolish." I'd like it on the record that I heard that and I let it stand, because a man who thinks you're an idiot will tell you things. He gritted his teeth and burned a lot of his reserve on 2 more at once. Curse, reduced stamina. Curse, resistance weakened. stamina down, so it couldn't loop forever, and resistance down, physical and magical both, which meant everything I did from that point on hit harder. I stepped in, took all 4 rebuilt shields off it in a single death slash, and then hit the exposed body with another. Under the resistance curse, that one did a third again more than it should have. Its health went down like water out of a tipped bucket, straight to a third. It panicked and fired skeleton summon, and the ground opened and thousands of skeletons came out. And this is the reason 2 of us could do what one of us couldn't. Neither Malachor alone nor I alone could finish that thing. Individually, we could each hurt it, and neither of us could outpace the loop. Together, I don't have to spend my time on the king, I can spend it on the summons. Phase shift into the middle of the new legion. Void shattering slash. Phase cut. Phase cut. 3 bursts, and the entire summoned army, which was supposed to be worth several full heals, was gone in under 10 seconds. And that was it. That was the end of it. It still had shields. It still had full health from the devour before, but its mana was empty. No more shields once these went. No more summons. No more loop. It came at me on foot, 1 step at a time, leaving prints, wearing 4 curses and down some percentage of everything it had. And I want to say something about that because I have killed a great many things and this one has stayed with me. It knew it was over. It could have run, and it did not run. Because it was the king of that land, and it had been the king of that land since before anybody alive could remember. And the correct thing to do with your last strength is to put a mark on the enemy. Death Slash tore the last shields off and opened it up, and it kept walking. Then we both threw the skills away, and it was just 2 things with weapons. 1 cut, 1 hammer, 1 cut, 1 hammer. I was faster. It was cursed. Every swing it made, I blocked. Every swing I made, landed. 1, 2, 5, 10. You killed Skeleton King. You have gained 100,000 experience points. You have killed the Lord of the Land of Buried Bones. The body went down, and the ground jumped. I put the Modao away, bent down, and started dragging the corpse toward Malachor. And then, before he could ask, I told him a lie. I fulfill my promise. My power cannot be released. Meaning, I'm out of skill charges. I'm empty. I'm a very large, very tired paperweight. I had 5 death slashes and 6 phase shifts left. He didn't question it for a second. Under the hood there was a flash of something extremely satisfied, and the voice stayed perfectly warm. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Skeleton King is dead, the rest are no threat. If we encounter any more enemies, leave them to me. We went into the castle, him in front, me behind, dragging a 2.5-meter corpse the whole way, which he never asked about, because he was in a hurry, and because a stupid monster dragging a trophy is exactly what a stupid monster would do. Odd skeletons came out of corners here and there, and he handled every one of them, and I watched him do it, and I learned something useful. This man's curses are exquisite, and his direct offense is mediocre. He could not have killed that king alone in a year. He went straight through the castle, out the back, into the walled courtyard where I'd taken the warden's head, blew the prison door apart with a bone spear, and started down, 3 levels down. The death aura got denser with every floor, purer than anything in the castle above, and at the bottom there was a rusted iron door, and behind it something endless was pushing out. Your Majesty the new king, please help me open this door. I didn't argue. By that point I wanted to see it as much as he did. Modao. 1 cut. Behind the door was a room, and my first thought was that it was a prison, and my second thought was that prisons don't look like that. Rusted tables, chairs, hooks, shackles, chains, knives, and on the floor and the walls, black marks that used to be something else, in quantities that made the arithmetic obvious. That is not a prison. Prisons hold criminals. Whatever this was, the 3 floors above it weren't cells, they were storage, and this was where the stored things got taken. That's what the Land of Buried Bones was built on. Somebody's workshop, a very long time ago, and everything since is what grew out of the spill, but none of that was the point of the room. In the center of the floor stood an altar, small, under 2 meters, black, and identical in construction to the 10-meter thing Malachor had built in the Valley of the Dead, right down to the arrangement of the runes. His was the copy, this was the original, and floating above it was a hole, not a shadow, a hole, pitch black, small, and pouring an endless amount of death aura out into the world, which the altar caught and softened and pushed onward. Altar of death, breathed Malachor, and for the first time in 2 meetings, the deep, calm, careful voice cracked wide open with pure delight. Everything described in that notebook, it really is true. I let him have his moment and asked, in my broken idiot voice, an altar. What is it for? And that snapped him back into himself, and he turned around with the second crystal ball already in his hand. I apologize. I overlooked His Majesty the new king. Warm, grateful, radiant. You helped me defeat the Skeleton King and find this legendary altar. This is the crystal ball I promised, and the altar of death is a sacred object. Since you slew the Skeleton King, it rightfully belongs to you. However, I have a small request. Allow me to conduct some research here. I will leave in 3 days, and everything here will belong to the new king. And he held it out, and I took it. Let me explain what that cost him, because it matters for what happened next. Roughly a dozen sealing runes: seal, imprison, weaken, restrain, and among them specifically, runes designed to counter spatial teleportation. He told me later, screaming, that those seals consumed a great deal of his energy and a great deal of extremely precious material. That an epic rank being caught off guard would sit in them for half an hour. They went off the instant my hand closed. Chains of light out of the ball, wrapped around me, printed onto my bone armor. I couldn't move, I couldn't cast. My mind was fine, and absolutely nothing else was. He glanced over, confirmed I was gift-wrapped, and went back to the altar. And then, because he had won, and because he was alone in a basement with the thing he'd wanted his entire life, and a statue for an audience, he started talking to himself. Altar of Death. The rift leading to the death plane. With normal corruption, at my rank, I can only be transformed into a lich. With undead modification, I have an 80% chance of changing from necromancer to lich and gaining a long life. But that's not enough. The lich is too fragile. Only archlich lets me keep growing after I've become undead. Living corpse, walking corpse, zombies, skeleton knights, skeletons. These have no secrets from me. I've obtained the Altar of Death, and with the aura contained in the Skeleton King and this strange undead, I'm at least 60% confident I can break through the rank limitation and become an archlich at epic rank. A pause. 60% isn't enough. Let's try it out with this body first. He said all of that out loud, in a room, next to me. That's what a man says when he's certain the furniture can't hear. Sealed body. Sealed skills. Not sealed talent. I don't think it ever occurred to him. Talents aren't skills. They don't route through the panel. Erosion isn't something I cast, it's something I am. And my hand was already closed around the crystal ball. The unknown energy came out of me and went into the ball and started eating the runes from the inside, and it took a few breaths, and every seal in that ball went dead, and every chain printed on my armor went with them. Then I put Malikor's mark back into the ball, deliberately, so that if he glanced over, nothing would look wrong. I absorbed the second ball into my chest next to the first. I drew the Modao slowly, and he was at the far side of the room by then, taking crystals out of a storage space and lining them up in front of the altar, crystals with souls in them, and soul fire, completely absorbed, completely happy. 2 flashes. Both of his arms came off at the elbow. He screamed, which surprised me a little. I'd half forgotten there was a person in there. No arms means no staff, which means no fast casting, and it also means no reaching into a storage space, which means every trump card he owned was now in a pocket he could not get to. Before he could do anything about it, my hand was on his head. Erosion. And I felt it hit him, and I felt him understand, and then I found something I had not expected at all. I could see his memories, not fragments, sequences. And in among them, over and over, I could watch him learning skills. That was the moment my entire relationship with erosion changed, because as a monster, the one thing I cannot buy at any price is skills. I get 1 per class change. That's the whole allowance. And here was a man's whole education playing in front of me like footage, so I slowed down and watched. I watched him find the notebook. I watched him learn undead modification out of it. I watched him become a necromancer. I watched him learn the curses. I watched him take people, one after another, quietly, over years, to raise his death magic. And I watched him murder an entire village and turn every one of them into the zombie race and build the dark altar in the Valley of the Dead out of what was left. I was so absorbed in the footage that I didn't look at his face. He'd worked out that I was reading him. He was a man who had spent his life on souls, and he knew exactly what it meant to have someone in there, and he knew that the next thing to go would be the deepest thing he had. He set his jaw, and something in his eyes went hard, and bang! Slavery failed. You have killed Malikor's avatar. You have gained 90,000 experience points. You have acquired the skill Bone Prison. You have acquired the skill shard Undead Modification, Living Corpse, Walking Corpse, Zombie. You have acquired the full skill Undead Modification, Avatar, not Malikor, Malikor's avatar. And once that word was on the panel, the whole picture rearranged itself, and I finally understood something about my own past life that 10 years of players had never worked out. Malikor had 2 bodies, an original and a copy. In my first life, with players helping, he beat the Skeleton King, got into this basement, took this altar, and turned his original body into an archlich at epic rank, which means the necromancer everybody fought, the one who marched an army into the human kingdom and razed dozens of cities and triggered the first epic main quest in the world's history, was the mask. The archlich was the face. That's why a mere necromancer could command undead armies that outclassed genuine high-rank undead of the same tier. He wasn't punching above his weight. He was punching at his actual weight, wearing a lighter one, and Second World does not tell you when an NPC is lying about what it is. There's no flag, there's no reveal. Either you find the clue, or you cut the man open and check. 2 skills out of him. Bone Prison, a control skill, mana into a cage of bone out of the ground, and while the bones hold, the target does not move. An undead modification, which is not a combat skill at all. It analyzes undead, it gives you their information, and then it lets you modify and upgrade them. The zombie race exists because of that skill. He made them with it. At the time, I filed it as long-term value. That was the single largest underestimate of my life. Then I put the 2 crystal balls together and did nothing at all because they did it themselves. Mist came off one and wrapped the other, and the 2 of them merged like drops of water. Name: Soul Crystal. Quality: Epic. Function: absorbs, stores, and automatically purifies energy. Current storage: 100,000 points. Item description: this is a crystal ball that can store any kind of energy. Perhaps you can store your soul inside and thus gain immortality, 10 times the capacity. And that last line is not decorative, and I said so out loud, standing in a room full of the dead with a corpse at my feet. It said every lich puts its soul in a phylactery to become immortal. This soul crystal, is this Malakor's phylactery from my past life? I put it in my chest anyway. I have never regretted it. Then I eroded the soul crystals he'd been laying out, the ones he was going to use on the altar, and they turned out to be a small library. Elite job template: Skeleton Knight, Warrior, Flame Ghost, Mentor, Fortress Guardian. Mentor: Frost Archer. Lord job template: Death Knight. Lord class template: Lich. 2 Lord templates out of a dead man's pocket from races I can't join and don't need to because I don't join templates. I eat them. And then I went to the king. 10 minutes of drinking a mountain. Strength up 252. Constitution up 145. Spirit up 34. You have obtained the job change information for Lord Job template: Skeleton King. 3 Lord templates: Lich, Death Knight, Skeleton King, which is not 4 corners. It's not balanced. It's what I had. It was enough. 38 free points. 22 off the Warriors and Death Castle, 10 off the Skeleton King, 5 off whatever an avatar counts as. 3 Lord templates in a row, 5 points each, nothing. 5 more, they lit and started leaning toward each other. 10 more, they shattered and merged. 10 more, and I had it. Template: Dark Warrior King. Rank: Lord. Health plus 50,000, mana plus 10,000. Strength times 650, agility times 450, constitution times 550, spirit times 150, roughly 5 times my warrior template, which, given that my warrior template was already more than 10 times a natural elite template, means that a lord template built this way is somewhere in the neighborhood of a normal epic class. And for the first time, mana, real mana, because I'd fed 2 caster templates into it in a row, and the system, which is nothing if not literal, gave me the caster's bonus. 6 skills offered. Pick 2. Frosty Freezing Air, Summon Skeleton, Death Aura, the 3 inherited. Shadow Dance, Shadow Armor, Shadow of Darkness, the 3 built fresh. Out went Frost, a wave clear, and I already had Void Shattering Slash for that. Out went Shadow Armor and Shadow of Darkness, both survivability, and with Phase Shift, my survivability was not a problem I had, which left Summon Skeleton, Death Aura, and Shadow Dance. I took Summon Skeleton, because it's what the king used on me, and I'd watched thousands of skeletons come out of bare ground on demand, and I had wanted it from the moment I saw it. That's an army out of a pocket, anywhere in the world, forever. And I took Death Aura over Shadow Dance, which was a powerful attack skill, and objectively, the better pick that afternoon. And I want to explain why, because it's not obvious, and it turned out to be the most important decision I made that year. Death Aura is Death Knight's core skill, and aura skills in Second World are unique. Every one of them belongs to exactly one race or one class, and there is no other way to obtain it. You cannot learn one by watching, you cannot buy one, you cannot copy one. If you don't take it when it's offered, it is gone. So I took a skill I had no immediate use for, over a skill I could have used that day, on nothing but the feeling that aura skills were going to matter later. Job change confirmed, a long transformation, longer than any before it. When it stopped, my height hadn't changed, but the bone armor over me had gone jet black and heavy and dull, real full plate, and its defense on its own was unique grade equipment. That's the great advantage of being what I am, incidentally, and it took me a while to appreciate it. My weapon and my armor grow with my rank and my body. A knight has to go and find better gear. I just have to become a bigger problem. And there was one more change, and this one I did not see coming at all. I felt full, not metaphorically. My race was still undead, skeleton, right there on the panel, but the hollow inside the armor was not hollow anymore. Feeding a Lich template and a Death Knight template and a Zombie template into myself over 3 months had apparently added up. I had flesh again, not living flesh, dead flesh, with only death aura in it where blood should be. But there, and I opened my mouth without thinking about it and something came out. A voice. Deep, hoarse, and mine, echoing off the walls of an underground hall full of the dead. He's alive? No. I wasn't and I never would be. An undead that reaches legendary rank is a legendary undead. There's no back door. Somewhere past saint, past demigod, there might be a state where living and dead stop meaning anything, but you don't get there by growing flesh in a basement. Still, I stood in the dark stretching a body that felt like a body for the first time in 3 months, and I said out loud with an actual voice, "It's taken too long. I've forgotten what it feels like to have a real one." Then the system came back with a list of housekeeping. You have entered Lord rank. Your storage space has been activated. Which, translated, I was now what the players call a boss, and bosses have loot tables, and everything I put in that storage from here on was something a raid could take off my corpse. 10 by 10 by 10 meters of it. That's the trade. You can choose one of the following 2 skills to upgrade to a higher level skill. Free boss skill evolution on the house for hitting Lord, but only from Bone Prison or Summon Skeleton, not from Death Aura or Undead modification. Slightly annoying. Still free. I evolved Summon Skeleton because an army out of the ground on demand, scaled up, is an army out of the ground on demand anywhere. You have killed the Skeleton King and entered Lord rank. You may choose to become the new Lord of the Land of Buried Bones. And that one I thought about. Every leveling zone needs a boss. That's not flavor, that's structure. If I said no, the system would grow a new Lord here by some method or other, and then there'd be events pushing me out to make room. But there was an altar downstairs pouring free experience and free attributes out of a hole in reality, and there were players arriving in a little over 2 months, and I wanted to be here for both. Accepted. You have become the Lord of the Land of Buried Bones. You gain the passive effect Lord's Prestige. You have earned the exclusive title, Skeleton King. Lord's Prestige lets me command 10 times the skeletons inside this region and gives everything under me 10% attack and defense while I'm making war. The title was less impressive. When I face an enemy from the skeleton race, they get checked on all 4 stats, and every check they fail knocks 10% off their whole spread, which is a very nice effect for somebody who is having trouble with skeletons. I had just eaten the Skeleton King. What skeleton was going to give me trouble? If a thing dies in 1 swing, weakening it does not make it die in less than 1 swing. Mostly, it just meant I wouldn't have to show up in front of players with an empty nameplate. Far away, in a country I had never heard of, a middle-aged mage in a tower coughed blood onto the floor and went down. He got up a long time later with a face like weather coming in. Has something changed in the Land of Buried Bones? Who killed my avatar? Was it the Skeleton King or that strange undead we saw last time? He genuinely didn't know. That's what an avatar is. A second body with a torn off piece of your soul in it. And when it dies, you lose the body and the memories in it. He knew he'd gone to the wasteland. He knew he'd killed the Skeleton King with the help of some peculiar corpse. Everything after that was a blank wall. The soul crystal must not be lost. I am determined to obtain the altar of death. No matter what happens, nobody stops my plan to advance to epic. Then a very cold thing crossed his face, and he straightened his robe and left the tower at speed. Someone, prepare the carriage. I need to see the Grand Duke of Ruhr. Yes, Your Excellency Salman. I spent the next month sitting on a hole in the world. I put the soul crystal on the altar of death so that everything coming out of the rift got filtered twice, once by the altar, once by the crystal, before it reached anybody. Then a thick chain of mist came out of the crystal and hooked into me and started pouring in half of everything. Lyra got a third. She'd brought the Legion home after it had finished eating the wasteland, and I put her in the basement with me. The last sixth went to a dozen odd warrior rank skeletons I was growing on purpose. 1 month. Me, level 42 to 50. And that's with a triple fused Lord template that charges 3 times the normal experience per level. Lyra, 43 to 56, 13 levels. And her rank went from warrior to lord, which made her officially a death knight. The dozen warrior skeletons all came up a tier. My panel at the end of it: Skeleton King, Chen Hao, health 119,000, mana 32,000, strength 7,350, agility 5,250, Constitution 6,900, Spirit 2,200, 7 skills, 4 of them boss skills. At those numbers, I could have taken an epic rank monster apart without particular effort, and I want to be clear that this is 13 weeks after I woke up at 0.7 strength holding a broken leg, and then the altar stopped working. Not literally, the rift was pouring out exactly as much as ever. I'd simply gotten to the point where the amount coming through was a rounding error against the amount I now needed per level. 10 days of sitting there for one level, then 20. The land of buried bones was a pond, and the pond had run out of pond. Two options. Find a bigger body of water, or go into the death plane on the other side of the hole. And there was something I wanted first. Malachor was alive. As a threat to me, he'd become irrelevant, but that notebook of his was still out there, and I had watched, in his own memories, that notebook turn a nobody into the man who would eventually be the Scourge Mage, Curse Magic, the Avatar Technique, the Archlick Transformation, all of it out of one book. That is not a spell book. That's a lost legacy, and given what it produced, an epic tier 1 at minimum. And my species stops at Lord. So, I put the Modao under the altar of death, pried the entire thing out of the floor, and dropped it into my storage space. Which does mean that without it, the rift in that basement will narrow and close over the next few years, and the land of buried bones will die of thirst, and eventually, there won't be a land of buried bones. That's a problem for the system, not for me. Whether it wants to arrange an accident to keep the place alive, or let it go quietly, is entirely up to it. I was taking the altar. I also spent 8 free points bumping Bone Prison to level 9, which turned it from single target control into group control and made it considerably nastier, and then I went upstairs. And I checked the number at the bottom of my panel, which I had not looked at in a while. 2 days, 16 hours, 49 minutes. The land of buried bones is enormous, and it took us 2 full days in a straight line to walk out of it. The closer you get to the rim, the thinner the death aura gets, and 5 hours before the countdown ended, tens of thousands of skeletons walked out of the world of the dead and into sunlight. Nothing happened. The undead fear holy light, not sunshine, a distinction the entire human world has been getting wrong for centuries and which was about to be expensive for somebody. The air had no death in it, so my skeletons started leaking, which made everything around them cold and unpleasant. But the leak is slow. Even a basic tier skeleton lasts 10 days out here. Something like me could stand in a garden for decades and only end up feeling a bit under the weather. And on our road there was a village, Baiguo, White Fruit Village, famous locally for fruit. Under 200 people, less than 100 kilometers from a city, and sitting close enough to the land of buried bones that they'd been looking at it out their windows for over a century. They weren't afraid of it. In 100 years, no skeleton had ever come out of that place. The dead fear sunlight. Everyone knows that. Holy light protects us. Everyone knows that too. Every year, some brave kid from the village would walk in a few dozen meters, knock a level 1 skeleton over, and come back and be a hero about it for a season. Weak. That's what a skeleton was, to Baiguo Village. If it weren't for the bad air giving you a cough if you stayed too long, half of them would have gone in looking for treasure. There was under an hour on the clock when I came over the rise. I walked, slowly. At a few hundred meters, I could see them going about the afternoon. Farmers out in the fields, somebody carrying something. Nobody noticed us at all for a while, which took a certain amount of doing given that the horizon behind me had gone entirely white. Then a farmer looked up because of the clicking. I watched his face change and his legs go out from under him. The other farmers heard him scream and dropped their tools and ran for the village. I walked past the one on the ground as if he weren't there. He was there. And to something with no life in it, anything with life inside sensing range is not a bystander. It's a signal. I didn't give an order. I didn't have to. The bone knife went in and the sound stopped, and the ones behind kept going for a while after that, until there was nothing left registering, and then they moved on. The village reacted fast. I'll give them that. Fences up, dozens of men behind them, holding sickles and sticks and pitchforks and hammers, tools, not weapons, arranged in the shape of a defense. They had nowhere to run. Skeletons don't tire and don't slow down, and even if the strong ones got away, the village had old people in it, so they stood there. I stopped about 20 meters out and looked at them for a while. And I'd like to be honest about that pause, because it's the only one I took. I knew exactly what those men were. Not respawning props, not the NPCs players talk about, who supposedly reset and have no interior. Living people, with the sort of lives people have, standing behind a fence with a hammer because there was nothing else to stand behind. And I knew that this step forward was one I would not get to take back. Then I laughed at myself silently, and the whole thing went away. Because what exactly was I proposing? I'm a skeleton. I came out of the land of buried bones. I am the thing on the other side of the line by definition, and the line was not drawn by me. And even setting that aside, I'd spent 10 years as a player, and the game world and the real world were already enemies then. Every player alive just hadn't found out yet. In 10 years, the gods wake up and everyone finds out at once. I have no obligation to feel anything about any of this. I'm being sentimental, I said out loud, with a real voice, to nobody. I'm already a monster. I'll look at the world like one. I waved my hand. The fence lasted about 4 seconds. Advanced skeletons knocked it apart and the tide went in. Weak is a word that describes the level 1 skeletons at the rim of the wasteland. The weakest thing in my legion was a skeleton soldier, which in human terms is a fully qualified professional with a class. Dozens of young men against hundreds of those did not last a minute. There was one trainee soldier, an old man in leather with a rusted greatsword who was probably the village chief and who was clearly about to do something brave, and a bone arrow came out of the crowd and took him through the skull before he got to do it. A few dozen seconds, and every able-bodied man in Baiguo village was down. Then the skeletons went into the houses, start to finish, a few minutes. At the end of it there was one man left, a blacksmith, on the ground and badly hurt, who had watched all of it. The skeletons parted and I walked in. There was no fear left on that face, just the other thing. "Demon," he said. "You demon." And he got up. He actually got up and came at me with the hammer. I ignored the hammer and put my hand on his head. Erosion, on something alive, for the first time. I watched the energy go in, and I watched a body full of life go cold and dry from the inside out in about 10 seconds while I read the memories coming off the top. Then I let go, and he fell, and the withered thing on the ground burst, and a brand new skeleton with pieces of him still on it climbed out, picked up his own hammer, and stood beside me waiting for orders. I frowned at that, because I hadn't enslaved him. He wasn't mine in the way Lyra is mine. He was just made, converted, a newborn skeleton, generic, one of thousands. Is it that ordinary people can't hold the energy? Or does erosion only enslave the dead? Not enough data. I filed it and got on with the day, because there were 30 minutes on the clock and the village had a resurrection stone. Second World doesn't have official starting villages. Players pick a world, a server, and get dropped somewhere random inside it. Might be a hamlet, might be a town, might be a camp in the middle of nowhere. Baiguo village was a starting village, and you could tell at a glance. A village of under 200 people does not build a square that size, and the square had a resurrection stone in it. 30 minutes, then 20, then 10, and I want to admit something faintly ridiculous, which is that in the last minute I got nervous. I don't breathe, I don't blink. There is no physical mechanism by which I can hold my breath. I stood in front of that stone holding my breath. Not because I was afraid of the players. I'd stopped being afraid of the players about a month earlier. Because I had spent 10 years on the other side of that stone and I had never once seen it from here, and I wanted to know what it looked like. 10 seconds, 5, 0, and nothing happened. No frozen time, no cracked sky, no celestial phenomena, no cutscene, no music. Of course not. Why would there be? To this world, players arriving is just the population going up. To the players, it's a login screen. Only somebody who used to be one and is now the other would care about the difference. Then a blur formed beside the stone and firmed up, and it was talking before it finished existing. Holy crap! They're in. A groundbreaking game. I want to be the first out of the village. I want to be the first to change class. I want to. And then his eyes finished loading, and the first thing they landed on was a wall of bone that went to the horizon. Holy crap! My birth race is undead? No, it isn't. Players who die respawn. There is no undead option. I had the modao out before he finished the sentence, and I want to say that his expression as it came down was one of the funniest things I've ever seen, and then I killed the first player to enter this world. Then, before the next shapes could finish forming, I turned and put the blade through the resurrection stone, 7,000 strength and an epic grade blade. The monument came apart into rubble, and the half-formed figures around it went blurry and stopped and disappeared. Resurrection stones can be destroyed. They do not self-repair. A powerful NPC has to come and rebuild one, which meant that with one swing, the starting village was deleted from the game, and standing there in the wreckage, I noticed that a knot I'd been carrying since the first day had come undone, because it was never the land of buried bones I was afraid of, or the human world, or even the gods. It was the players. It was always the players, the fourth calamity. It doesn't matter how big your health bar is, or how high your rank goes. Anything with a visible health bar eventually falls over, because there are millions of them, and they cannot be killed permanently. That fear only works if you're in the same weight class. I had just watched one arrive at level 1, look confused, and die. By the time they've grown into anything, I'll have grown further, and the gap will not be a gap, it'll be a category error. They stopped being my natural enemy that afternoon. They became a crop. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in a city called Zhonghai, a man named Lin Horan was lying in a gaming pod staring at a line of red text. Your character is dead. He had been in the world for approximately 4 seconds. He had been, briefly, the first player to appear in a starting village, which he had been planning to parlay into being the first out of the village and the first to change class, and probably the first several other things. Instead, he had seen countless skeletons, a black-armored warrior, and a black-armored knight standing next to the resurrection stone, and then he had seen nothing. Death has a 1-hour cooldown in the early game. Every other player in the world was currently walking around inside the most realistic thing ever built, fighting monsters, finding quests, and he was going to be sitting on a login screen for 60 minutes. He was not, on balance, calm. He opened the official forums, found the subforum for his server, and wrote a post. I am Feng Yujin, and I used to be a loyal supporter of this game until I just entered the game. There are no NPCs in the starting village, only undead. I was killed by a heavily armored warrior in the safe zone of the starting area. Can you believe it? Trashy game. You've ruined my youth. Over 1,000 words. Title: Shocking Bug, Newbie Village or Undead Village. Nobody believed him, and in fairness to them, why would they? Second World took 10 years to build. Over 1,000 scientists from 30+ countries. That is not a product with a bug where the tutorial has an undead army in it. Either the kid was farming attention, or he'd stumbled onto an Easter egg and been too slow to use it. I want to flag Feng Yujin's name now, incidentally, because he comes back, and when he comes back, he does something that makes me genuinely glad I killed him. Blackwood City, 100,000 people. Nearest city to Baiguo, part of a small country called Ruhr Principality. I marched. On the way we ate everything, adventurers on the road, caravans between towns, with the result that a legion of tens of thousands crossed 100 kilometers of settled country and arrived within a few kilometers of a city without a single warning reaching it. At 2 kilometers, the system told me I'd entered the security zone and that if I continued, I'd attract the attention of the guards. I have always liked that message. It reads like a warning, and it is in fact an admission that at 2 kilometers the guards can't see me. At 1,500 meters, they finally did. And in that same instant, every player inside Blackwood City heard a chime. Heroic story missions are now available. Heroic story mission, The Battle of Blackwood. Mission description. For unknown reasons, Skeleton King, the Lord of the Land of Buried Bones, has stepped out of the world of the dead, leading his army of skeletons to invade the light and threaten Blackwood City. As a member of Blackwood City, you must take up your weapon and protect your home. Mission objective: kill or repel Skeleton King and eliminate or drive away the invading army of skeletons. 2 hours into the game. 1,000+ players, most of whom were not level 2 yet, receiving a hero tier story quest with a monster siege attached. The forms went off before the fighting did. The game starts with a hero story mission. Isn't hero rank levels 50 to 60? Did we just stumble onto a huge surprise? This is a monster siege. Damn it, is this game even playable? I finally got a quest and before I even started there's a siege. Are the designers of this lousy game toxic? And then, having complained, they all ran for the walls. Because a siege in the mid-game is a party, big experience, rare drops, thrilling combat, and because, fundamentally, every one of them believed the same thing. Games are made for players. If we can't handle it, the NPCs will handle it. Worst case, we watch a cutscene. They got to the wall and found the city's leadership already up there, and somebody used an inspection skill. Identity: Lord of Blackwood City. Rank: hero rank. Level: state. Attributes: skills. Identity: Chief of the Blackwood Guard. Rank: mentor. Rank: identity: Leader of the Blackwood Mage Guild. Rank: mentor rank. The rank gap meant they got nothing but the labels, and the labels were enough to make them relax completely. Hero rank is the NPC equivalent of Lord. Mentor rank is the equivalent of Warrior. A hero rank City Lord, 2 mentor rank officers. That's a stacked bench for a city this size. So they settled in to watch the cinematic and started debating which skeleton looked coolest, and one player argued at some length that a skeleton archer was cuter than a skeleton guard. They did not notice that every high-ranking NPC on that wall had gone the color of paper. Hundreds of archers fired at 300 meters. Arrows go through skeletons. That's not toughness. That's geometry. A skeleton is mostly holes, and the only thing that matters is the skull and the fire inside it. Then the casters, a few dozen of them, threw everything they had. A fireball genuinely does kill several skeletons. An ice spike genuinely does freeze one. Against tens of thousands, it was a man throwing gravel at a river. At 200 meters, the only mentor rank mage on the wall started channeling something enormous. A crimson ball the size of a water tank formed in his hands, and it kept swelling and contracting, and it came at me across 300 meters with a heat you could feel through armor. Explosive flame. I cut it in half, not dodged. I put the modal through the middle of the fireball before it got to me, and let it detonate early, and the heat went past on both sides and did not scratch the plate. On the wall, the white-robed mage went white to match. Lord, I need time. And that is how you know a hero rank NPC is a professional, because the Lord of Blackwood City did not ask what for. He put 2 buffs on himself, went yellow with light, grabbed a sword and a heavy shield, and jumped off a several-meter wall to charge a thing that had just deleted his best mage's best spell with a wrist flick. The guard captain went over the side after him. Neither of them was under any illusion. They were buying seconds, and above them the sky started turning red. Tiny points of light appearing high up, expanding, and the temperature on the wall climbing while the players watched. Meteor shower. A high-tier spell that properly belongs to hero rank casters, which this one was not, and he was pushing past his own ceiling with props to force it out. If it landed, it would erase tens of thousands of skeletons, and Blackwood City would have a chance. I frowned at the sky because he was right. That spell would have hurt. The Lord of Blackwood City closed to a few dozen meters and used Shield Bash, a warrior's signature, powerful, and it comes with a displacement, so he crossed the gap instantly with a shining shield in front of him. I didn't use a skill. I just cut. And a hero rank city lord, mid-charge, went backward faster than he'd come, the way a man goes when a train hits him, and crossed the whole field and hit his own city wall and stayed in it, embedded, with cracks running out from the impact in every direction, coughing blood. 1 hit, effectively dead. Lyra took the guard captain in the same beat, put the lance through him, and pinned him to the ground. Somewhere on that wall, a player very cautiously used an inspection skill on me. Identity, Skeleton King, rank, Lord rank, level, attributes, skills. I'm told he swallowed hard. And I'm told the entire wall did the arithmetic at the same time. Those were high-level NPCs, level 40 and 50, hero rank and mentor rank, and they had lasted about as long as it takes to say so. This isn't a cutscene. This is a war. I stepped, came out next to the white-robed mage mid-channel, and put the blade through him. The crimson sky faded out like a light being switched off. The last thing he saw, with blood in his mouth, was skeletons piling up under his own wall until the pile was a ramp, and the ones behind walking up over their own dead and into his city. He didn't die, though. I knocked him out. The city took about an hour, and I spent it standing in one place with my hand on a mage's head, learning things. Erosion on a mentor rank human, done properly. I got his memories. Everything about Blackwood City, about Ruhr Principality, about himself. I watched him change class, advance, learn his skills, one after another, and I couldn't learn any of them. Not one. I could watch the whole education and take nothing off the shelf. And when the energy finished going through him, he burst, and a dread mage climbed out of what was left and joined the massacre. A mentor became an elite, 1 rank down. I checked it against the city lord afterward. A hero became a warrior. Same rule. So that's the law, confirmed twice. Erosion cannot enslave the living, it converts them. And whatever I'm carrying, the death aura riding on the unknown energy, presumably, always takes 1 rank on the way through. Which killed a plan I'd been quietly enjoying about growing servants inside human society and having eyes everywhere. You can't infiltrate anything with a dread mage that used to be a man and now isn't. Fine. I stopped caring the moment I confirmed it and got on with the day, and the day was extremely profitable, because here's a number I want you to sit with. Blackwood City had about 100,000 people in it. Say a skeleton gets 10 experience per person. That's 500,000 experience for 1 small city. At level 50 and above, with a triple fused Lord template, I needed millions per level, and the Altar of Death, a hole in reality pouring out the raw material of an entire plane, had slowed to 1 level per 10 days. A few cities would do the same job. For monsters, there is no faster way to grow than sacking cities. That is the mechanism. And now I understood why it's almost always epic and legendary monsters doing it. And it's not because they're the only ones who can, it's because the carnage attracts heroes in proportion, and anything weaker that tries it isn't leveling up, it's committing suicide loudly. I put the Modao through Blackwood City's resurrection monument, and a centuries-old city stopped being a place. That's 1, I said, and turned east, because I hadn't forgotten the actual errand. Out of the avatar, I'd gotten a picture of a mage tower and no address. Out of the white-robed mage and the city lord, I got the address. Ruhr Royal City, capital of Ruhr Principality. The players died in the thousands and went to the forums, and this time they brought receipts. Lynn Horan's post had been a wall of text. These people had video, Virtual Pod's record, and a lot of players, when the hero story quest fired, had turned their capture on and left it running, so the forum got the white tide crossing the horizon, the city lord being hit into his own wall, the tide going over the top. 1 complaint is a crank. 10 is noise. a few thousand with footage is an event. The Undead siege finally got the attention of the player base, and the game company said nothing at all and offered no compensation and gave no explanation, which every player read as arrogance. It wasn't. The publisher puts people into that world through a pod, and that is the entire extent of what they do. They cannot alter one stone of it. They never could, because it isn't a game. 3 days, 2 more cities, and then Giant Rock City, which is the gate to the royal capital, and where Ruhr Principality finally decided to stop losing. At 5,000 meters, the system warned me. Bigger city, bigger watch radius. At 2 kilometers, I could see the wall, and the wall was ready. Defensive classes in front, warriors behind them, archers and casters at the back, protected. 4 or 5,000 class holders on the near wall alone. Call it 20,000 across all 4. That part I didn't care about. 7 hero rank class holders. 3 warriors, a knight, 2 mages, an archer. That's nearly half of every hero rank Ruhr Principality had, pulled to one wall. And standing in the middle of the 7, being protected by all of them, a middle-aged knight in light armor with a lance and a quiver on his back and a face like a closed door. They weren't guarding him because of status. In Ruhr Principality, even the Grand Duke treats a hero rank guardian with respect. They were guarding him because he was the strongest thing on that wall. Epic hero, I said out loud before I could stop myself. Ruhr Principality does not have an epic hero. Ruhr Principality is a duchy, and a duchy tops out at hero rank unless it can afford to import. So they'd bought one after 3 of their cities went into the ground. And going by the memories I'd taken and the geography, there was one obvious candidate. One of the pillars of the neighboring Rhine kingdom, nearest to Ruhr, and famously the keenest on killing monsters of any of them, the Spear of Destruction, Griffin Knight, an epic hero and 7 hero class holders. And I actually relaxed, and I want to explain why, because it's a rule that held up for a long time afterward. Monsters have a much worse evolutionary path than humans. It takes us longer, it costs us more, and there's no trainer at the end of the road. The compensation the system gives us for that is stats. At the same rank, a monster's numbers overwhelm a class holder's. It routinely takes several class holders working together to trade evenly with a monster of their own tier. I was already comfortable against epic rank monsters. An epic hero is not the same weight class as an epic monster, and everybody in this world knows it except the people doing the hiring. Inside the city, meanwhile, tens of thousands of players were doing something I found genuinely funny. They had all gone to the wall, and not one of them was there to fight. They were 3 days into the game, level 9 most of them. They could not have beaten the weakest skeleton soldier in my army, and they knew it, and getting contribution points by joining the logistics corps was worth roughly nothing. So instead, they found good angles, turned on their capture, and pointed it at the field. They wanted the footage of an epic hero killing a skeleton king, of a genuine epic tier battle, which by their own math they wouldn't be able to participate in for something like a decade. They were going to be witnesses. They got that, at least. At a kilometer, the Griffin Knight blew a bronze whistle, and something came down out of the sky. Lion's body, lion's claws, eagle's head, eagle's wings, 3+ meters of it, and it landed on the wall, and he swung up onto its back, and the 2 of them went straight up and out over the field. The other 7 picked their targets once he'd committed. 3 warriors and the knight went for Lyra. Kill the death knight, hold the line. The archer took up sniping warrior rank skeletons. The 2 mages started throwing large area destruction into the tide. It was a good plan. If it works, the battle ends before the legion touches the wall. And a monster siege is a disaster, sure, but for men who are already past ordinary, it's also an opportunity, and every one of them was thinking about the reward. 100 meters up, the Griffin Knight looked down at an endless sea of bone and a small black figure at the front of it and let himself smile. Then he took a short spear off his back, wound his whole body up into an exaggerated arc, and threw it. It became a line of light. I moved, accelerated sideways a dozen meters, easily, because a thrown spear is a thrown spear, and it hit the ground where I'd been and exploded like ordnance. Crimson fire out to tens of meters in every direction. It didn't get through my armor, and it didn't touch me, and every skeleton within the blast turned into charcoal. Epic hero. Fair enough. Even the weakest epic hero is a long way past any hero rank. I frowned at the crater and pulled Lyra back out of the area because I could take those. She couldn't. 3 of those on her and she'd be in real trouble. 5 and she'd be gone. Up top, the Griffin Knight was not remotely bothered by missing. That spear pouch on his back was epic grade equipment. It condenses 10 explosive short spears a day out of ambient fire element, and if he runs out, he can pour his own mana in and make more. 20 throws before his mana runs dry, each one carrying the punch of an epic rank spell. That pouch is why they call him the Spear of Destruction. His own strength is above hero rank and, honestly, well short of the equipment. Second throw, I dodged. Second crater. Third. Fourth. Fifth. From the wall, it looked like a bomber run. From the ground, it looked like a man in a soot storm. By throw 7, my bone armor was black and streaked, and I looked, I'm told, disheveled. My health bar had not moved. I was dodging on purpose. First epic hero I'd ever faced. I wanted to see the whole kit. The whole kit was throws spear. Even the Skeleton King can't take an epic hero's attacks. Looks like this cutscene's about over. That's epic hero for you. When can we be epic hero? Epic hero is level 60 to 70. At our leveling speed, that's, years. Yeah, this game's fun, but the leveling is just too damn slow. That was the wall, on camera, in real time. 8th spear came in, and I didn't bother dodging. I took one step forward and vanished before it landed, and when I reappeared, I was above him. Phase shift goes anywhere I choose. That includes up. The Griffin Knight had built his entire career on the fact that a man in the air is unreachable. Against any other Lord rank monster on the continent, that's true. Against me, it would have been true at 10,000 meters, and it would have taken exactly as long. I came down with the Modao already moving. He felt it. Epic rank isn't nothing, and threw himself sideways. The Griffin didn't. 2 meters of bone with 7,000 strength behind it took a wing off at the root and kept going through the body, and a creature that had been alive a moment earlier came apart in the air and started to fall. He kicked free of it, which was correct, and dropped. And I stepped again, back to the ground, and stood there and waited while he fought to control his fall so he wouldn't break on landing. He never saw me. At a dozen meters up, I swung for the second time. Death slash. 10 black blades crossing. The epic hero that Giant Rock City had spent a fortune on came apart in the air and never reached the ground. You killed Griffin Knight. You have gained 250,000 experience points. From my feet leaving the earth to that message, maybe 2 breaths. 2 breaths. The other 7 were still busy. 2 warriors and a knight were still fighting my death knight. The archer was still sniping. The 2 mages were still mid-channel. The players noticed first. They noticed first because their capture was already pointed at the sky, and they were watching the fight nobody was supposed to be able to watch, and half of them had it on maximum zoom. Holy crap! What did I just see? Am I hallucinating? One of them rubbed his eyes and looked again, and there was a skeleton king standing on the ground, and a very large corpse that used to be a griffin, and a red mist in the air that hadn't finished settling. Epic hero has been killed? Almost nobody could accept it. A moment earlier, the Griffin Knight had been 100 meters up throwing bombs at a thing that could only run. Then 2 teleports, and the entire hope of a city was a mist, almost instantly killed, completely powerless, not even a body left. That contrast, that specific whiplash, is what put me on the map, not the cities, not the massacre. 2 breaths of footage that a few thousand people happened to be recording at maximum zoom. The Griffin had been elite rank and wasn't worth eating. The Knight left one thing intact. I walked over and picked up the spear pouch and stripped Griffin Knight's mark off it with a thought and read it. Name, Wings of Liberty, spear pouch. Quality, epic. Function, automatically absorbs free elements, condensing 10 explosive short spears daily. The holder may also inject magic to accelerate condensation. 1,000 magic per spear. Equipment. Description, burning or exploding. You can have both. Fixed power, roughly an epic caster's ordinary spell, which, for a man whose entire range game up to that point was walk over there, was a genuine upgrade. I slung it on my back, then I took out one of the spears, looked up at the wall, and threw it. At 7,000 strength, several times what the previous owner had been putting behind it, it stopped being a thrown spear and became a bolt of lightning with a shockwave behind it. And on the wall, one of the 2 hero mages, a windcaster, mid-channel on a high-tier spell, unable to move, saw it coming for him specifically, and shouted a name. Roga, give me a hand. Only one other person up there could have saved him, an ice mage, peak hero rank, standing a few meters away, entirely capable of dropping a frost barrier and buying him the half-second. The ice mage did not. The ice mage used the fact that everyone was looking at the wind mage and a slight fluctuation of magic went up and he was gone. Raga, I said, out loud, standing in a field. Malachor? I want to be clear about how I got there so fast because it sounds like a leap and it isn't. When I'd first arrived on that field, I'd looked at the 7 hero class holders, and one of them had made me feel like I'd met him before, and I hadn't been able to place it and had let it go. I had never seen Malachor's real face. I had spent an extended period inside his avatar's memories, and an avatar is a torn-off piece of the original. It doesn't look like him. It feels like him. The man I'd made a deal with, betrayed, and killed a copy of, had been standing on that wall the entire time, hired muscle for the duchy, in a crowd, doing nothing, keeping his head down, because he did not know whether I'd recognize him. If Griffin Knight had killed me, he'd have picked the soul crystal and the altar of death out of my remains and carried on with his life. That was the plan. That's why he was there. Griffin Knight had not killed me. And now somebody had said his name out loud on a wall in front of the Skeleton King, and he tore his last teleport scroll and went. I moved before the thought finished. Phase shift, straight in front of the wind mage. The explosive spear detonated in my hand, cracked the gauntlet, blew the forearm plate to char, and I ignored it and put my other fist into his chest. His channel broke. High-tier spells that break mid-cast come back on the caster, and with my punch on top of the backlash, his eyes rolled up and he went down. Alive. On purpose. Then phase shift into the middle of the remaining 3 hero class holders who had not yet processed any of the preceding, and 1 ring/cut all 3 in half at the waist. 7 hero class holders, 1 killed by Lyra, 3 by me, 1 unconscious, 2 gone. There was nothing left in Giant Rock City that could stop anything, and there were 20,000 class holders on the walls and 10,000 players inside. And I want to point out that this world doesn't work like the games I used to play. There's no chip damage. There's no enough bodies eventually. If they can't break your defense, they can't break your defense, and it does not matter how many of them there are. I waved my hand and the Legion went in. Then I walked back to the Wind Mage and put a hand on his forehead and got what I'd kept him alive for. Malachor. Full name Malachor Salmon. Peak hero rank Ice Mage. That's the public version. The private version, out of a colleague's memories, he'd shown up in Ruhr Principality a few years ago already at the ceiling of hero rank, and accepted the Grand Duke's offer to guard the royal city, and the Grand Duke had been so keen to keep him that he'd built him a mage tower, and he had never disappointed. Anything that wasn't beyond hero rank, Malachor solved. The other 2 guardians both privately expected him to break into epic soon. He never took the hood off, not even in front of the Grand Duke. He almost never left the tower unless summoned. And his tower was a forbidden zone inside a forbidden zone. Not his apprentices, not his alchemy assistants, nobody. That's how the Wind Mage saw him, and that's why the Wind Mage screamed his name when he was about to die, and that's how I got him. Powerful and mysterious, which are the 2 words people use when what they mean is we never checked, and Malachor had left the wall by teleport scroll. Scrolls don't wander. A scroll is inscribed by a spatial mage with 1 fixed set of coordinates in it, and tearing it puts you at that point. Which point does a man who never leaves his tower keep in his emergency scroll? I handed Giant Rock City to Lyra and went. 200 kilometers. Under an hour at my pace, without even using phase shift. And the first thing that went wrong was that nothing did. I got close enough that a city of 1 million people should have been screaming at me through the system. Restricted area, guards alerted, the usual E, and there was no message at all. What there was instead was death aura, coming from 20 kilometers out. Understand what that means. Ruhr Royal City has a 20-kilometer perimeter and 1 million people in it. To something like me, a city that size should read as a bonfire of life force, visible from the horizon, unmissable. I could not feel one living thing. I could feel enough death to match Death Castle. I kept walking, and it got thicker, and by the time I reached the walls, there was no question left. The largest city in Ruhr Principality had become a city of death. Still no system prompt. No guards on the wall, or rather, no living guards. There were shapes moving up there, staggering, aimless, and I know what those are. Interesting. I stepped straight through the wall and walked into the capital. Skeletons mostly, some zombies, ghosts, a few leeches, and every one of them got out of my way in a hurry because the undead can smell rank, and mutual devouring is the standing rule of every undead race. In worst among skeletons, who are the most numerous and the lowest, but present everywhere. I crossed most of the city without being challenged once, and arrived at Malachor's mage tower and stopped, because the tower had a rune circle around it the size of a district. The circle was live, black runes flickering, chains of condensed mist coming off the top of the tower and running out in every direction across the whole city, each chain ending in a smaller rune array, and each of those splitting into hair-fine threads that went into the bodies of the undead. The city was being drained into the tower. He'd sacrificed it, all of it. 1 million people in the time it took me to travel 200 kilometers. And of course the death aura in that tower was thicker than the dungeon under Death Castle, and of course it had a hard limit. The dungeon's aura comes from a hole in another plane and never runs out, and this came from the murder of 1 city, and would end when the city was dry. Then the ghosts would go back to being bones and stay that way. And a voice came down from the top of the tower, cold and pleased with itself. Skeleton King, you're too late. I've sacrificed a city, successfully transformed into an archlich, and entered epic rank. A thin shape in a black robe came out onto the tower top and looked down at me, and where the face should have been there was a depth of black under the hood with 2 points of light in it. He'd done it. Not the safe way, with the altar and the crystal. The other way, the one recorded in the notebook that he'd been saving in case he ever got desperate, because the moment he used it, every human nation on the continent would know what he was and hunt him forever. He'd worked out that this was already true. He was a deserter from Giant Rock City with a mage tower full of necromancy in it, and there was no version of the next month where somebody didn't open that door, so he blood sacrificed a capital and became an archlich and got epic rank all in one afternoon. A pity, he said, expanding. I didn't get the altar of death. You're nothing but a lowly undead, and you've risen to the top with the altar of death. If I'd obtained it, I might already be a Lich King at legendary rank. However, it's all right. As long as I kill you, I can reclaim the altar. I'll still have a chance to challenge the Lich King. Lich King, he said, and he said it the way a drunk says a woman's name. And I scoffed silently, because the man had constructed a complete theory of my rise in which the altar did all of it, and had somehow never asked himself the obvious follow-up. If the altar of death makes you that strong, why was its guardian only a Lord-rank skeleton king? I didn't correct him. Corrections are free information. I went up. The flagstones under me shattered and I came off them like something thrown, and before I got there I put 10 black blades ahead of me. He'd watched Death Slash take Griffin Knight apart from a wall a few hours earlier, and he was not nervous about it in the slightest. He laughed, and then he raised a skull-top staff and encased himself in ice. Frost Imprisonment. A high-tier ice spell, pure control, entirely designed to lock an enemy in place. Turn the target from the enemy to yourself, and it stops being a control spell and becomes several meters of solid defensive wall. 10 blades went into 2 or 3 meters of ice and left deep marks and nothing else. One move. My best single target skill, blocked, on the first exchange. Then he reached out with his mind, and every low and mid-rank undead in the city started coming. Because he's an archlich, and archlichs control the undead by nature, and he was standing on a mage tower that amplified it tenfold. If he wanted, he could have driven every corpse in that capital at once. He did. Now, the sea came, and the sea was a joke, and I want to explain the arithmetic because it's the funniest thing that happened that night. When Malachor sacrificed Ruhr Royal City, that city of 1 million had 2 hero rank class holders and under 50 mentors. Everything converts 1 rank down, so the entire undead population of a capital city consisted of 2 warrior rank undead, under 50 elites, and roughly 1 million things that could not scratch my armor if I stood still and let them try for a week. And most of them were skeletons, which is when the exclusive title I'd dismissed as decoration finally did something, because when facing an enemy from the skeleton race, they are subject to 4 checks, and each failure knocks 10% off all 4 of their stats. A skeleton made out of a dead peasant, failing all 4 checks against me, comes into that fight at 60% of nothing. Bone Modao, 1 void-shattering slash, thousands, in 1 cut, and the cascade kept splitting through a packed street, and my panel scrolled kills faster than I could read them. But he hadn't summoned them to kill me. He'd summoned them to buy seconds, and he'd bought enough. He came out of the frost imprisonment. Frost magic surged, and something 3 meters tall made entirely of deep blue ice climbed out of the ground next to me. Frost Golem, and at his rank, Lord Tier. Enormous defense, enormous strength, and slow enough that I stopped fighting it and simply let it follow me around the district at a walking pace. Behind it, he started stacking frost barriers on himself. 1, then 5, then 10. Because he'd worked out the actual problem. Even the best movement skill in the world needs space. Wrap yourself in enough layers of ice with no gaps, and the Skeleton King cannot arrive. An archlich with unlimited mana, standing on a tower that multiplies him, behind 10 walls, against a melee fighter. On paper, he'd solved me. Then he started channeling something big. Meanwhile, I was doing the sums, and they were not comfortable. Void-shattering slash costs a 20th of my stamina, 20 casts, total, minus what I needed in reserve for Malachor himself, about 5 more. 5 void-shattering slashes is tens of thousands of undead. There were 1 million. Mana I had, over 30,000 of my own, plus 100,000 in the crystal, so I could phase shift as much as I liked. Stamina was the constraint, and stamina doesn't come out of a crystal ball, and I looked at the man in 10 layers of ice and got a headache. I would rather fight 10 epic heroes who hit things than 1 epic archlich. High-ranking undead are a nightmare specifically because they learn. A lich can research. A lich can invent skills. Nobody knows how many things an old lich has in its book, or how many of them it made itself. There are records of a single lich holding off 10 times its number in human heroes and everyone going home dead. He had been an archlich for 1 afternoon, and he'd already cost me my entire skill economy. Give him a year to sit down and convert everything he knew as a human into necromancy, and I would not want to meet him again. So I stopped economizing. I spent 1,000 mana on Summon Skeleton, my own army, out of the ground to fight his army, so I could stop paying for crowd control out of stamina. And then I opened my panel and looked at my skill list for something I'd been ignoring. Bone Prison, level 9, Control, consume mana, get a cage of bone out of the ground, target doesn't move while the bones hold. I put every free point I had into it. Hand of Imprisonment, active skill, superior skill of Bone Prison, cannot be upgraded, consumes 1000 mana to unleash a giant hand made entirely of bones from the ground, imprisoning the enemy within. While imprisoned, spatial fluctuations around the enemy are disrupted, preventing the use of spatial skills or items. Continuously outputting mana allows for some control over the hand. The 5th boss skill, and I read one line of that description twice. Continuously outputting mana allows for some control, not a cage, a hand. He finished first. An endless quantity of frost magic came off him and off the tower together, and the temperature dropped, and the air froze, and tiny ice crystals appeared in every cubic meter of space for thousands of meters in every direction and started falling, tinkling, because the ground had already gone white before the air did, and then it spread. The golems froze. My summoned legion froze. Every one of the million undead in that city froze. Looking down from above, an icy blue circle expanded from the tower until it had covered a capital. Polar chill. The top of the ice magic tree, below the actual forbidden spell, a city-scale skill by design. As a peak hero rank human, he had not been qualified to cast it. As an archlich, his mana went up several times, and now he could, barely, with the tower feeding him, and he could not have held it for long. He didn't need long. I stepped when the cold hit and came out hundreds of meters away, and it didn't help even slightly, because the thing does not have a blast radius. It has a jurisdiction. He wasn't aiming at me, he was aiming at the city, and I was in the city. Tens of seconds of freezing that could kill a legendary hero. My health went under a third, several feet of ice on me, and, honestly, that was the correct play, and it should have worked, and if my constitution had been one tier lower, it would have. The only reason it didn't is that Polar Chill's damage duration ran out slightly before my health bar did. He was already relaxing. Skeleton King dead, city sacrificed. Next stop, find the crystal and the altar in my remains. Disappear into the mountains. Become the Lich King. Wonderful plan. As always. Click, click, click. He hadn't even gotten off the tower. He turned around, and there were cracks in several feet of ice, and the cracks were spreading, and then the whole thing came apart. That was close, I said, out loud, with a real voice, and I meant it. My bone armor was crazed all over. Touch it wrong, and it would have come off in sheets. He threw something else at me, and I stepped past it and came out on the far side of the tower. Then I put a hand out and spent 1000 mana. Countless tiny bones tore out from under the foundations, and a skeletal hand came up around the mage tower, and I kept feeding it, and it kept growing. 5 meters, 10, 20 and I heard him start screaming somewhere inside the ice. 1000 mana is only the entry price on that skill. Everything above that is throughput. 10,000 mana went out of me in a breath. The hand closed on the upper half of the mage tower and pulled and tore it off its own base and threw it dozens of meters. The hand collapsed back into loose bone and went into the ground. The top of the tower and the archlich inside it hit the frozen street. I hadn't been trying to crush him. 10 layers of frost barrier would have held against the grip. I'd been taking his generator away. Without the tower, an archlich has an archlich's mana, which is a lot, and he had just spent most of it on a citywide freeze. Layers of barrier don't rebuild themselves for free. He came out of the wreckage with 3 or 4 left instead of 10. Death Slash took all of them at once, and I was already inside the gap. One cut. A dry, thin head came off and rolled onto the ice. Now, there's a right way and a wrong way to kill a lich, and cutting the head off is neither, it's just tidying. A lich can operate as a head. A lich can operate as nothing at all if it has a phylactery, and every lich has a phylactery, and if you don't find and destroy that box, the thing you killed will get up somewhere else in a month, wearing a different body. I did not know where his was. I had something better. I picked the head up and put my gauntlet on it, and because there was no body to work through this time, the energy went in fast. What's this? He'd been an archlich for 1 day. He was still a necromancer underneath, and a necromancer's entire discipline is souls, so he understood exactly what was happening to him before I did. And I stopped paying attention to him entirely because the memories had started. Complete ones this time. Not the fragments from the avatar, the original body, the whole man. And in among them, skills. His skills. All of them. Being learned, in order. And I found out what the rule is. I can't learn any skill out of a memory. I can only learn the ones an undead can use. Which, as of that afternoon, meant everything he'd kept when he converted from Ice Mage to Archlich. Ice Spikes, Ice Lance, Frost Blast, Frost Barrier, Frost Armor, Frost Nova, and Polar Chill. 7 skills. In one sitting. A functionally complete Ice Caster education, low tier to top tier, taken off a man's soul while he was still using it. I got that far, and he worked out what was coming next. He could feel his soul slipping, not dying, sinking, becoming obedient. He knew, better than anyone alive, exactly what the end state was, not death, but an archlich completely under someone else's control, with no secrets, unable to refuse an order, and disposable at a thought. The scourge mage of my past life had some pride left, so he destroyed his own soul. Slavery failed. You killed Archlich Malachor Salmon. You have gained 600,000 experience points. You have acquired the skill Ice Spikes, Ice Lance, Frost Blast, Frost Barrier, Frost Armor, Frost Nova, Polar Chill. You have received job change information for Epic Career Template, Archlich, then Erosion on the corpse. Your mental strength has increased by 1,000 points. Nothing else. Not 1 point of anything else. The caster's body is exactly as advertised, but 1,000 spirit off 1 man. On the stat my species does not get. The notebook was in the tower ruins, and I dug it out with the modao, cut the rubble, throw the rubble, until I hit a stone platform with something embedded in the center of it, black, small, wrapped in wisps of mist, and carrying enough pure death aura that Malachor had been able to blood sacrifice a city of 1,000,000 by drawing it out of this. I did not open it. Here is the entire reason I am still here, and Malachor is not. I had just spent a quarter of an hour inside that man's life, watching a notebook take a promising ice mage and step by step, over years, walk him into being something that murders a village for materials. And I could feel the shape of that in his memories. He was not making free choices toward the end. He was being steered, gently, over a long time, and he never noticed because each individual step made sense. That is not a spell book. That's bait. So instead of reading it, I put my palm on it and turned on erosion. Whatever's in there, a mark, a trap, the remnant of some higher thing's will, it does not survive having every trace stripped off it. It went slowly, slower than crossing 2 ranks to enslave a monster, slower than anything I'd ever done. Half an hour, palm down, in the ruins of a tower, in a frozen city full of corpses. The slower it goes, the more valuable it is. That's the rule of thumb, and it has never failed me. Then, you have acquired the skill Undead Modification. You have unlocked the Undead Modification skill tree. You have obtained the legendary class template, Lich King, class change information, legendary. Combined with the 2 I'd already taken out of Malachor, Lich, and Archlich, that notebook held the complete Lich lineage. Lord, Epic, Legendary, the whole ladder. I could, at that moment, have changed class to Archlich and jumped straight out of a race with a hard ceiling at Lord into a race with almost none. I didn't, and I want to be clear that it was not a difficult decision. I'd been fusing my way up for 3 months, and every single fuse template had beaten every natural one I'd fed into it. If I take the Archlich template, I get an excellent epic class. If I save it, one day I fuse 4 legendary templates together and get something that has never existed. I put it in my pocket, then, and only then, I read the notebook, and found out how badly Malachor had been robbed. Because among the contents, alongside the inheritance and the Lich lore, there was the avatar technique, the thing he'd been proudest of. 2 bodies, impossible for anything short of a demigod. Here is what it actually is. To make an avatar, you tear your own soul. Most of it stays in the original. The torn-off piece goes into the second body and gets refined into a functioning copy. Real avatars, the demigod kind, are a single thought, share your mind, carry your power, and are better than a projection. This is a clever workaround that produces the shape of one at the cost of splitting your soul in half, and a soul that has been torn is no longer whole, and a being with a torn soul cannot break through anything ever again. Malachor got the notebook, couldn't resist the avatar technique, made an avatar, and locked himself at the peak of hero rank permanently, and did not find out until far too late. And the notebook, helpfully, contains the solution. Become a Lich. Better yet, an Archlich. Because a Lich's phylactery already holds a fragment of its own soul, a Lich splits and rejoins souls professionally, including its own. So the only road out of the trap was to accept the rest of the inheritance. One wrong step, and then every step after it was a wrong step, and every one of them was the only remaining move. The book handed him a shovel and then sold him a ladder. And sitting in that rubble, I had a thought that I did not enjoy. The scourge mage of my past life, the thing that eventually did make legendary and did make the top 10 of the disaster rankings and did raise the undead scourge that swallowed most of a continent. Was that still Malachor? The necromancer the players kept meeting, sure, that's the mask. But the Archlich behind the mask and later the Lich King behind that? Or had the thing that wrote this notebook moved in somewhere along the way and warned him? Once that thought is in your head, it doesn't leave. I'd been cautious enough. I hadn't opened it, I'd stripped it first. Whatever backup plan had been left in there by something that was very probably legendary or better, I had cracked it by accident, with a talent I got for free on the first day of my life, without ever knowing it was there. The notebook is now just a notebook, extremely durable though. I couldn't destroy it if I tried. Which, it occurs to me, is why Malachor chose it as his phylactery, and I'll give the man this much. He had a good eye for materials. I put it in storage. Then I walked out of the tower and looked at the city. Everything in Ruhr Royal City was blue and white and sealed in several feet of ice, and the sun was coming through it and refracting off every surface, and honestly, it was one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen. I could have thought it. But without the tower feeding it, the polar chill was inert, and a city-scale freeze takes a very long time to melt on its own, and the alternative to a crystal city is a city of death full of rotting corpses and staggering ghosts. I preferred it as it was. I left it frozen and went back toward Giant Rock City without looking behind me. About half an hour after I left, players started respawning in Ruhr Royal City. There'd been 20 or 30,000 of them in the capital, and every single one had died of nothing during Malachor's blood sacrifice, and they'd all done their hour on the login screen writing furious forum posts about it. Then the cooldown ran out, and they came back. This is... The first one out looked around, opened his map, checked his coordinates, and refused to believe them. I've time traveled? This really is Ruhr Royal City. This place was fine when I died. How come it's like this now? More of them arrived, and then a lot of them. And for a while nobody said anything at all, because a crystal city under a low sun is not a thing the real world has ever produced. Then somebody looked at the alleys. Ice sculptures, thousands of them, all different. All in the same posture, mid-stride, running in the same direction, and when you get close, they aren't sculptures, there's something inside each one. The residents of Ruhr Royal City have all become undead. After we died, a war must have broken out here. It was this war that turned them all into undead, and it was this war that froze the whole city with them still in it. And then the obvious question, which is, what fights a war like that, and who dares to do that inside a human capital, because there is an order between nations in this world, and even mortal enemies almost never put a whole city to the sword, let alone convert one. One name came into everybody's head at the same time, Skeleton King. And when the Giant Rock City players joined the thread and confirmed that the Skeleton King had killed an epic rank Griffin Knight, wiped out every high-ranking NPC in the city, and left heading toward Ruhr Royal City, that was it. Chain of evidence complete. Case closed. A few thousand posts, photos, video, cross-reference timestamps. Skeleton King used physical attacks on Griffin Knight but used massive ice magic to freeze Ruhr Royal City. What kind of boss has no magic? He's obviously a caster boss. His previous opponents were just too weak to be worth a spell. And so, on the strength of a very thorough investigation by several thousand highly motivated people, I became a magic-type boss and the creator of the Frozen City, and the first boss-level scapegoat in the history of gaming. I found out because the system told me, you destroyed Ruhr Royal City. Your reputation is gradually spreading throughout the human kingdom. You have gained 1 legendary point. The disaster ranking list is now open. Your legend level is insufficient to enter the disaster ranking. I stood there on a road and said, out loud, to nobody, it was Malachor who destroyed Ruhr Royal City. Why are you pinning this on me? I killed the man who did it. If anything, I avenged them. And I sat with that for a while, and then I stopped being annoyed because the answer to that question is the single most useful thing I learned in my entire second life. The system did not make a mistake. It cannot have made a mistake. There is nothing in the rules to fool. There were no witnesses because Malachor ate the witnesses. So where did the accusation come from? It came from the players. The players resurrected. The players investigated. The players concluded. And then the players told the natives, and the natives believed it, and the general perception of the world moved. And then the system paid me for it. Which means the system god that every player believes in does not exist. The rules of Second World execute automatically. There is no one at the console. Even if there is a thing above the rules that governs them, it can only act inside them. It cannot reach in and correct the record. And if the general perception of the living and the dead can move the world, if handled properly, I could make a great deal of money out of that. Filed. Not for that year, but filed. The disaster ranking is easier to explain. Legendary status measures how widely a thing's deeds are circulated among the living. The disaster ranking is a list of monsters, 100 slots, across every continent that Second World has opened. Dozens of them, tens of servers, 1 list, minimum entry, 1 point of legend. Realistic entry, the 100th place is a peak epic boss. In my previous life, at his height, having raised an undead scourge across most of a continent, Malachor briefly touched 10th. From 10th upward, every single entry is a being that has entered the Saint Realm. Among them are things that have unmade a country. 1 or 2 have unmade a small world. Now, the ranking has 100 slots, and there are certainly more than 100 legendary bosses out there. Some peak epic monsters get on because they did something enormous. Some Saint Realm monsters aren't on it at all, because once you hit Lord rank, you have human-level intelligence, and a lot of the smart ones look at the human world, calculate the return on invading it, and decide to stay home and be left alone. Being on the list has upsides, none of which apply below legendary rank. Being on the list has one very concrete downside, which is that it's a wanted poster with a threat rating on it, and the higher you climb, the more likely it is that heroes come to collect. If I'd already been ranked before Giant Rock City, I wouldn't have faced one Griffin Knight, I'd have faced several epic heroes. Rank high enough and attacking a duchy invites legendary heroes, so I noted the number and set it aside. At that moment there was, realistically, nobody left on the continent stupid enough to come looking for me. Ruhr Principality had been eaten. The joke going around was that the real danger wasn't that heroes would hunt the Skeleton King, it was that the Skeleton King might get bored. What I wanted was to appear, fully grown, all at once. Not to climb the list one atrocity at a time with an escalating queue of heroes behind me. Back at Giant Rock City, the Legion was still working through several 100,000 residents and players, and I got to try something I'd been curious about for weeks. I stepped onto the wall behind a player who was dodging skeletons while still, somehow filming, and picked him up by the head. He was delighted. I want to be completely clear about this. I lifted a man off the ground with one hand, and his first thought was not what is happening to me. It was that nobody in the world had ever gotten a close-up of the Skeleton King, and he was currently 30 centimeters away and still rolling. He kept filming the entire time. It's a 1-hour cooldown. If I die, I die. This footage is priceless. I'm going to be famous, and I couldn't even be annoyed because I know exactly what I would have done in his position, and it would not have been better. Then I put my hand on his head. Erosion on a player, for the first time. Understand why I'd never tried it before. Doing that is not attacking a man, it's opening the biggest sealed box in this world, and until I'd worked out that there is no system god sitting behind a desk to object, I wasn't going to touch it. Now I knew nobody was going to object. The energy went in, and the body worked exactly like anything else. It started drying out, the vitality started leaving, a negative status appeared in his bar. Then I steered it up toward the head, and for the first time in my life the energy hit something, not a wall, not a refusal, resistance. There was something around that player's soul, protecting it, and my talent could get through it, but slowly, absurdly slowly. My honest estimate at my rank was several dozen days of continuous contact, and I stood there on a wall holding a man by the head, and I felt something close to vertigo. Because it doesn't matter that it would take 40 days, what matters is that it works at all. There is a rule in this world saying player souls are off limits, and it is a real rule, and my talent was grinding through it. To some extent, erosion transcends the rules of the game. I was Lord rank, 40 days. What happens at epic? What happens at legendary? What happens when the number gets small enough to do it in an afternoon, and players stop being either an enemy or a food source and become staff? I let go of that thought with some difficulty. Then I closed my hand and moved on, because it wasn't happening that year. I finished Giant Rock City with an ice blast, of all things, which I'd owned for about 4 hours. I want to note the effect of that, because it's the funniest sentence in this whole business. My last act in Giant Rock City was a signature ice spell in front of thousands of recording players, which permanently confirmed the theory that I am a caster. I am wearing full heavy plate. I am carrying a 2-meter Mo Dao on my back. I killed an epic hero with it in front of an audience. The players had a whole thread about it, and the consensus was that magic bosses often carry decorative weapons. Level 52. Then I dismissed the Legion. Sent it home to the land of buried bones, which without the altar had a few years left in it and would keep spawning skeletons the whole time, which meant a steady trickle of experience for as long as it lasted. Whether a new lord grows in there after I'm gone is not my problem. That pond has no room for me anymore. I took Lyra, and we walked. The place Malachor found his notebook was on the other side of the continent, and the continent is not smaller than the real world, and it took over a month of walking. No rest, no stops. Undead don't have a fatigue bar, which is the only reason that trip was survivable. An epic hero attempting the same journey would have died of it, and in that month, the players forgot about me completely. Memories are short, a month with no sightings, and the consensus quietly reorganized itself. The Skeleton King had probably been an Easter egg, a scripted showcase dropped in at launch so people could experience a siege and see how realistic and freeform the world was. As their levels climbed and they got a proper sense of scale, the terrifying boss from week 1 got downgraded to a starting zone boss, which is a thing you tell a story about, not a thing you plan around. They went back to leveling and picking the highest reward quests and arguing about class builds. The leaks were coming along nicely. The Wilderness Ancient Tomb sits at the end of a canyon in a mountain range, behind a half-buried stone gate, and if Malachor hadn't dug the clue out of an old book and then spent a long time verifying it, that place would have sat there for another few centuries with nobody the wiser. Inside the entry passage, both walls were lined with twisted, dried-out shapes, sacrifices, pushed in alive when the tomb was built, as furnishings. Also, incidentally, the source of most of what was living in there now. Ghosts. Ghost Clan is one of the aristocratic undead lines, same tier of birth as Death Knights and Leeches. They start at elite rank. You don't become a ghost by lying in death aura. A soul has to end in enough pain or carry enough power and then be eroded, and then you get one. Elite, ghost, warrior, wraith, lord, spirit of pain. And the racial trait of the entire line is immunity to pure physical damage, which 1 month earlier would have been a genuinely serious problem for a man whose entire toolkit was a very large sword. Instead, I cast Frost Armor on Lyra and lit up a Frost Nova. Nothing about that sentence would have made sense a month before. The ring went out and the ghosts took frost damage and got slowed by several times, and then I put out 3 or 4 more, and the entire welcoming committee was ash. I fell in love with being a caster somewhere in that corridor, over 40,000 mana in my own body and 100,000 in the soul crystal, which meant I could throw magic effectively without accounting. Every time something showed up, Frost Nova or Frost Blast, and it died before it reached us. I killed over 100 ghosts crossing that tomb and used the Modao exactly twice, both times on doors. In the core chamber, 2 heavy stone coffins, and the lids started moving. 2 figures came out that were translucent like the others, but with faces, clear ones, twisted with something the others didn't have. Lord Rank, spirits of pain, the masters of the tomb. Hand of imprisonment, then 10 frost blasts into the gap between them, one after another, each explosion throwing ice needles through everything in the room. 10 of those, and the hand's duration ran out, and 2 Lord Rank ghosts had never moved an inch. 500 spirit off the pair, which is 5,000 mana, which is a couple more spells, plus the Lord template for the line. Pity, I said. Only Lord Rank. If that had been an epic banshee, I'd have another material for the next fusion. And then I went to the thing I'd actually come for, standing in the corner of that chamber, half mistaken for an altar. An abandoned teleportation array. Old, worn, missing its energy crystals, and structurally intact. I dropped a few of my own filled mana crystals into the slots, and it hummed, and a deep blue glow came up out of the center. Because Malachor's memories had one more thing in them beyond the notebook. He'd found this array. He'd never used it, because he knew what was on the other side. It goes to a place absolutely full of death and undead. I took a breath I didn't need and stepped in. I came out of the array into a noise like a building falling over, and something behind me was already committed. I didn't look. I gripped the Modao and cut backward on pure reflex, felt a small resistance, heard a blade go through a body, and then had a second to actually see where I was. I had killed a hero rank assassin, mid-infiltration, entirely by accident. That was my hello. And then I looked up, and if I'd had a jaw that worked properly, it would have been on the floor. The array had done exactly what it said. I was in a place absolutely full of death and undead. It was a city, ruined, ancient, several times the size of Ruhr Royal City, and packed. Undead of every race and every rank filled every visible surface. My rough count for what I could actually see was over 1 million, and every one of them was pouring out of the gates in a screaming silence. Hundreds of thousands of things running at once make a sound like enormous dry hail and nothing else, because the city was under attack. I looked past them, out of the walls, and I saw light, holy light, the natural enemy of every dead thing there has ever been. A few thousand meters out, a legendary sword saint had already gone into the middle of the horde and was standing inside it, throwing beams that turned undead into ash by the dozen. Further out, a knightly order was charging, about 3,000 strong, wrapped in so much holy light that they looked like a single bolt tearing through the black curtain over the city. At the point of the wedge were 3 riders, 1 legendary hero and 2 epic heroes. Below epic, that order had dozens of hero rank knights in it, and everyone else was elite. Behind the knights, a priest corps, under 100 of them, which is small, until you notice that among those 100, there was 1 epic hero and more than 10 hero rank priests, and the rest were elites. That's the ground, and above all of it, floating, white-haired, white-bearded, in a magnificent robe, with a staff in one hand and an open book in the other, there was a second sun. Holy light was coming off him in a volume that made him painful for me to look at directly, and it wasn't going out, it was going down, wrapping the knights below. Nobody flies below legendary rank except wind mages. That's the rule. 3rd legendary hero. And the strongest thing on that field, 3 legendary heroes, 3 epic heroes, dozens of hero knights and hero priests, thousands of mentor rank elites, plus scattered hero rank specialists lurking around the edges, sniping and infiltrating, one of whom I had just chopped in half without looking. I stepped through a teleportation array in a tomb and arrived in the middle of a legendary tier holy war. I want to be honest about my strength at that point because it's important for what I did next. I could kill an epic hero. I'd proven it. With phase shift, I could fight several at once and win. Legendary is 2 full ranks above me. The suppression alone makes it very difficult for me to hurt one, and the Holy Light Mage in particular looked like something I should not be in the same province as. So I sent Lyra deep into the city with orders to stay out of it. I'd spent months on that night, and I was not going to lose her to somebody else's crusade. And I hid, and I watched. If the city was going to lose, I'd take Lyra and leave before it did. If the city could hold, a chaotic, evenly matched battlefield with a lot of hero rank corpses on it is the most cost-effective harvesting environment in the world. For a while, it looked like the city was going to lose. The undead came in an endless tide and died in an endless tide, and no high-ranking undead showed up at all. Against 3 legendaries, 3 epics, and thousands of blessed elite knights, an endless tide is not a plan. It's a delaying tactic being paid for in 6 figures. The Sword Saint alone was working through tens of thousands. The knights were a kilometer out and closing. And then something in the middle of the city made a noise like a dragon and a beast at the same time, and an incredibly dense, incredibly pure death aura came out of the center, and the black curtain that the knights had torn open sealed itself shut. The high-ranking undead had finished getting ready. They had spent hundreds of thousands of their own to buy the time. And then they came out, floating in the sky opposite the sun, a Lich King. Legendary rank, robed and hooded, wrapped in death aura, with an enormous chain of mist running from his back down into the depths of the city, feeding him. Below him, an army of ghosts, thousands of translucent shapes with a woman floating over them who looked almost human except for the fact that she wasn't quite there. Epic rank, Banshee. To my left, footsteps you could feel through the ground. Hundreds of enormous things, 3 meters each, covered in rotting flesh, walking out of the city. And in the middle of them, over 5 meters tall, something covered in wounds and apparently assembled from parts of dozens of different races, with one arm ending in a bone hook and the other in a chain with a meteor hammer on the end. Abomination, and the big one was epic. And at the far edge, out of a canyon behind the city, a few hundred black knights came out and went through the dark curtain like a thrown dagger. That order was small, and nobody looked away from it, because it was the Death Knight Legion, an epic rank dread knight at the head, and every single one of the rest at Lord rank. Let me put that in context. One Lord rank boss can devastate a region of the human world. One epic boss puts a kingdom on alert. That is an epic rank dread knight leading hundreds of Lord rank death knights in a single charge, and even the Holy Light Order, legendary-led, entirely elite, would not have claimed to be its match. A legendary Lich King, an epic Banshee with thousands of ghosts, an epic Abomination with hundreds of its own. An epic dread knight with hundreds of death knights, over 1 million assorted undead on top. I revised my earlier assessment. The Holy Light side had not brought too much. They had brought nowhere near enough. Then the dark curtain closed and the 2 commanders talked. That's the part I remember. The curtain isn't a wall. It's an environment. A permanent or temporary field of pure death aura, which for us is air, and for anything alive is a slow acid on both body and soul. When it sealed, the elite knight's holy light visibly dimmed, and I could see the math on their faces. Without the blessing, a mentor rank knight has minutes in that. And the Lich King floated there and said, in a voice like a nail dragged over stone, "Arthur, we have never stepped out of these mountains, much less set foot on human territory. This place is just our habitat. You shouldn't have come." A Lich King, trying to reason. With a holy light mage, I sneered, internally. Even I, a man reincarnated backward into the wrong species, worked out in 3 weeks that the living and the dead are natural enemies, and the correct move is to hold your position and do what needs doing. This thing had been alive for centuries and hadn't gotten there. The Holy Light Mage's face did not move at all. The existence of the undead is sin. Wherever the Holy Light reaches, that is the territory of the Empire. His Majesty the Emperor will not allow a city of sin to exist within it, nor allow a Lich King to openly protect corruption that should have turned to ashes under the light. Gideon, when we arrive, this city of sin should come to an end. And I actually flinched in the dark on my own, because I knew that name, not from this life, from the player wiki, Undead Sage, the Lich of Wisdom, Protector of the Dead. A handful of titles attached to a footnote in a single enormous compiled document, and I only ever read that document because players in my first life were obsessive about Malachor and had reconstructed his entire history, and the line I remembered went roughly, Scourge Mage Malachor killed Gideon, inherited Gideon's power and wisdom, and established his undead empire on the ruins, which then triggered the undead scourge that swept most of the world. The city of the undead in front of me was the future foundation of Malachor's empire. The Lich King floating in front of me was the man Malachor was going to eat to get legendary, except Malachor was dead in a frozen city on the other side of the continent because of me, several months early. I was standing in a war that in my previous life had happened as background, unrecorded, unknown, a thing that existed only because a few thousand curious players had dug for it centuries later. I'd walked into it through the back door. Arthur hit first, and I got to watch two legendaries probe each other. The Book of Radiance turned a page. The mage barely moved. The book did the work, and a sword of light tens of feet long formed in the sky and came down at Gideon with a weight to it that felt like the sky was hinged. Gideon didn't move. The chain of mist behind him went rigid, and a jet-black pillar came up out of the city and met it. They touched, and it was like water into magma. Blue smoke everywhere. The sword kept coming and purified everything around it. The pillar kept eating it, and under my eyes the giant sword got smaller and smaller, and by the time it was a few meters from Gideon's head, it had been ground down to nothing. Neither of them had shown anything. And I sat there and did the honest comparison, which was that either of those probing attacks, if aimed at me, would have burned me to ash in about a second. That's what 2 ranks looks like, which is when I stopped looking at the sky, because I wasn't going to fight a legendary that day, and there was something on that field far more valuable than a fight. Arthur had one weakness, and it was not a secret, and it was not a mistake: his priest corps. Under 100 priests, packed in tight, because the tighter the formation, the better they can combine and stack the holy light buff on the knights. An epic hero at the center, a dozen hero priests around him, and around all of them, a radiant barrier that Arthur had personally raised out of a holy relic, effectively indestructible. A legendary boss would need a good while to break it. So he'd left them at the rear, where the field's high-rank threats were all pinned and gone to work, and every single part of that reasoning was correct, and none of it accounted for a Lord-rank skeleton who had walked in through a tomb, because I don't have to break a barrier. Phase shift passes through obstacles. I waited until Arthur and Gideon were mid-exchange, and then I took one step. Thousands of meters across the whole field, through the barrier, into the middle of the priest corps, and it was like being dropped in a fryer. That formation was so dense with holy light that when something made of death aura appeared inside it, the light detonated. Blue smoke came off me in sheets, my death aura started evaporating, and my bone armor went black and cracked in patches within the first second. I did not care, even slightly. The instant I landed, I cut. Over 8,000 strength, an epic grade blade, and the epic priest at the center of the core. The man conducting the entire holy light buff for the whole army was split from head to heel before anybody had finished registering that there was somebody there. You killed Holy Light Singer. You have gained 350,000 experience points. Second cut in the same motion. Death slash. 10 black blades, crossing into a knot of a dozen hero rank priests, standing shoulder to shoulder. There was no fight. There was a red mist and a lot of new noise. Third cut. Void shattering slash. And here is the horrible beauty of that skill in a packed formation. The splitting needs density, and Arthur's own tactic, pack them tight to combine the buff, had built me the perfect target. The blade killed and split, and the splits killed and split, and inside a barrier that nothing could get out of, a dark red spiderweb went through every cubic meter of that space. They didn't even have time to shield themselves. The barrier turned a bright, unpleasant red on the inside. Presumptuous! Arthur's hair and beard went up. He turned a page of a holy relic and threw a top-tier holy spell at me with the fury of a man watching decades of work end in front of him, and he had no idea how I'd gotten in and did not care. He just wanted it stopped. He was one blink late. I stepped out as his spell arrived, and it hit the radiant barrier he'd made himself, and shattered it, and washed over a core that had already stopped existing. I came out in the depths of the city of the undead, because I knew exactly what I'd just done, and I knew exactly what was coming for me, and I also knew that in order to come for me, a peak legendary holy light mage would first have to get past Gideon and into a city Gideon had spent centuries fortifying. Want to hunt me? Certainly. Get through the Lich King first. I want to be fair to Arthur here, because most people who tell this story make him a fool, and he wasn't. He had thoroughly investigated the city before he came. He knew every high-ranking undead in it, and where each one would be pinned. He had left the priest corps at the rear, behind a relic barrier, under an epic defensive specialist, with a legendary able to relieve them instantly. Under all normal circumstances, that corps was untouchable. The abnormal circumstance was a skeleton king who was not on anybody's list, arriving through a door nobody knew existed, with a movement skill nobody had ever seen. A priest corps is worse than a knight ordered to lose. He said so himself. He'd have given up half the knights to keep them. That's decades of the Empire's investment, gone in about 20 seconds, and every knight on that field started dying faster the moment the buff stopped. He calmed down, genuinely, visibly, which impressed me, and re-blessed the knights, and then his face went very dark, and he started pouring mana into the back of the book. The Book of Radiance is not his. It's the Empire's national treasure, and it was made by generations of archmages and eccentrics and legendary casters inscribing top-tier holy spells onto its pages, one per page, with the power increasing as you go back. The last 10 pages are forbidden spells. He was not authorized to use those. He turned to the 13th from the end, which was the most powerful thing he was permitted to touch, a quasi-forbidden spell called Holy Verdict, and activating it, not casting it, merely activating something the book already held, cost him nearly half his mana, and when it was live he smiled, and it was a bitter smile because he had won, and he knew what it had cost. An angel came out of the sky, not a real one, a pale, ethereal figure in white armor with wings and a ring over its head and an equally illusory longbow in its hand, and it drew. Endless holy light gathered on the string into a single enormous arrow pointed straight down at the city. Every fight on that field ended at once. The elite knights broke off and ran because they knew exactly what that was. The legendary sword saint disengaged, tore 100 undead out of his way, and went up to stand behind Arthur. The Banshee and the Abomination did not run. They looked at each other, and then they slowly pulled their forces back and gathered under Gideon. "Holy Verdict," said Gideon hoarsely, looking up at it. The arrow was aimed at the city, not at him. He could have left. A legendary Lich King can always leave. He would have left everything below him to be purified, which was, apparently, not on the table. He started pulling death aura out of the entire city, desperately, everything, all at once, and while he did it, he shouted a name at the sky. "Valerius, I agree to your terms." Something answered from the heart of the city of the undead, not a roar, a pitch. The death mist surged, and something came up out of the center of that ruin that blotted out the light and crossed the distance in about a second and stopped beside Gideon, tens of meters long, floating there like a small mountain that had decided to have opinions. Most of it rotted, a few pieces of flesh still clinging to bones as thick as pillars. 2 wings that were more whole than membrane and still moved enough air to shove clouds around, 2 points of blue fire in a skull the size of a house, a dragon, and not a bone dragon. Here's the distinction, and it matters. The dragon is the legendary race, not a race that can reach legendary, a race that reaches legendary automatically as long as an individual survives long enough to grow up. Claws, teeth, scales, dragon might, dragon language magic. The entire species is built with the mark on it. Anything that falls into undeath drops 1 rank, which means a legendary dragon, corrupted, becomes an epic rank bone dragon. An epic bone dragon does not feel like that. The aura coming off this thing was not just legendary, it was above Gideon, and it was above Arthur, both of whom were also legendary, which meant it had fallen from legendary dragon to epic bone dragon, and then climbed back up the ladder, as a corpse, into something worse, a ghost dragon. I had never seen one in 10 years of playing. I'd never met a player who had. They exist in the sort of book that also contains recipes for immortality. Arthur's expression came apart, and he had already fired his best spell, and the ghost dragon didn't even look at him. It looked at Gideon, and an enormous soul fluctuation rolled out over the whole field, and it said, "Gideon, you've lost. I can help you protect the city of the undead. I can even help you kill those humans and counterattack the human world. But from this day forward, I am the master of the city of the undead." Nothing in that city could argue with it. Barring dragons that break past legendary, nothing on the continent could. Gideon had already agreed. That's what the shout meant. And then, before it lifted a claw, the ghost dragon flapped once and went low across the city and let out a roar with no sound in it, and every low and mid-rank undead under it dropped. Their soul fires came up out of them, and every one of those fires went into its mouth. 100,000. In one pass, before it would fight. That is why Gideon had been unwilling to call it. That's what "I agree to your terms" cost. It came back up next to him with the demeanor of something that has just had a large lunch and knows the host is upset, and produced the following. "Hey, hey, hey, hey. Gideon, don't be angry. What I devoured were all soul fires that hadn't developed consciousness yet. I'm full now. I won't need to eat for a long time. I won't eat them all. Besides, if I hadn't intervened, these beings who aren't even ants would have perished anyway. It's not unreasonable for me to eat some as payment for saving them, is it?" Gideon said nothing at all, which is the sound a principal makes when it gets an invoice. Then Holy Verdict landed. Gideon stirred up an almost endless quantity of death aura and built layer after layer of dark barrier over the whole city. The arrow came down. The barriers broke one at a time, and there were dozens of them, and when the last one went, the arrow had lost about a third of itself and was still coming with enough left to purify a region. And the ghost dragon, which had just eaten 100,000 souls, went up to meet it and opened a mouth the size of a gatehouse. Death breath. black cold poured out of it, and not ordinary breath. Death and darkness and frost, all three at once, mixed in a stream that did not stop. The arrow started dissolving, and here's why that worked, because it wasn't a power comparison. The arrow was a fixed quantity, a spell, fired, finite, with nothing behind it. The death breath was a tap, and the dragon could hold it open as long as it had mana, and every second it held it open, more of the holy light got eaten. A tree with no roots against a river with a source, but the river ran dry first. With a fifth of the arrow left, the ghost dragon's mana ran out, and at its position that remaining fifth was not going to hit the city, it was going to hit the dragon. Gideon, and a ghost dragon, in front of an entire battlefield, threw away several centuries of pride and shouted, "Help me!" Gideon threw up barriers in front of it. The dragon shielded itself with the scrapings. The breath ended, and a tenth of holy verdict came through everything and hit a body that was already mostly rot. Enormous light, holy fire tearing the dark curtain apart in sheets. Even the sea of undead on the ground burned away in the spill. Gideon let out a breath because the city was still there. Arthur stopped breathing entirely, because that was his best spell, and there was a smoke cloud where the answer should have been, and then the smoke moved. A very large, very charred silhouette came out of it with a roar, still burning, and went straight at a peak legendary holy light mage at a speed that made a mockery of everything, and said, on its way in, "Lowly humans, die, my lord." The claw came in with death and darkness and frost on it, and Arthur's holy shields came apart one layer at a time, and a peak legendary holy light mage went across the sky like something kicked. And the dragon wasn't finished. Dark light gathered in its mouth again, off the scraps of mana it had recovered, aimed at the elite knight order on the ground. "Valerius!" Arthur caught himself in the air, came back, and put himself between the dragon and his knights. He put the staff away. He took the Book of Radiance in both hands, and he said, in a voice that was genuinely shaking, "Gideon should know that with the Book of Radiance in hand, I have the power to take you all down with me." Total, complete bluff. He had neither the authority nor the ability to cast a single one of the 10 forbidden spells in the back of that book. He'd spent nearly half his mana just activating a quasi-forbidden spell that the book was already carrying. Nobody on that field knew that. Valerius stopped and looked at the book with visible uncertainty, and then, and this is the part I loved, it looked over at Gideon. For confirmation, from an enemy. And Gideon, who was honest, floated forward and said, "The Book of Radiance is an imperial relic. The last 10 pages are inscribed with holy forbidden spells. If he disregards the consequences, he certainly has the ability to take us all down with him." The Lich King fact-checked the bluff in favor of the bluffer, and Valerius backed off. Not because it feared one forbidden spell, it said as much later, at length, repeatedly. A near-forbidden spell had already only made it messier. As long as the main skeleton survives, it recovers. 10 of them, in sequence, one after another, with no way to stop the pages turning. That's a different sentence. It roared and did not retreat, and the light in its mouth went out. Arthur, gambling correctly, said in a flat voice, "This time we've lost. We're willing to retreat as long as Lord Ghost Dragon does not interfere again. I can guarantee the Empire will not send troops again. However, I also hope Lord Gideon and Lord Ghost Dragon will not rashly step into the Empire's territory. Otherwise, even if it costs me my old life, I will test whether the two of you can withstand the holy forbidden spell." Then he waved his hand, and the elite knight order withdrew under the protection of the 2 remaining legendaries, and he stood there and held the position until they were gone over the horizon. Then he said, "Well then, farewell, gentlemen," and tore a teleport scroll. The war ended. The Empire lost. Slightly different process from my previous life, same result. The one thing that bothered me, standing in the ruins working through it afterward, was that in 10 years of records I had never once seen the name Valerius, not on the disaster rankings, not in the Malachor Chronicle, nothing. A ghost dragon that can eat 100,000 souls before breakfast does not go unrecorded unless it either left or was already dead by the time anybody was writing. I filed that too. I file a lot of things. Most of them come back. Then I walked out and introduced myself because there is no version of hiding in somebody's city for a year that ends well. Skeleton race, Chen Hao. Greetings to both of you. Gideon was gracious. Very. He'd watched me get inside that barrier and remove an entire priest corps in about the time it takes to describe it, which had taken enormous pressure off his death knights and his sea of undead, and he was under no illusions about what that had been worth. Valerius was different. "Hello? Hey kid, what breed are you? How come I have never seen a skeleton like you before?" And a skull the size of a small house came down and tilted sideways, and 2 enormous blue fires studied me from about 3 meters away, from head to foot, with the frank curiosity of a very large dog inspecting a new appliance. I want to be clear that at that distance, nothing about it is cute. I could feel the power in that head. A gentle exhale from that thing, at that range, and there would have been a Chen-Hao-shaped absence. Valerius eventually lost interest because it had established what it wanted to establish, namely that I was a species it hadn't seen, and it wasn't allowed to eat me, and Gideon wouldn't even let it eat a newly awakened elite skeleton, let alone a lord. Watched it. Can't eat it. Boring. And it also said later that something about the way I was looking at it had made it uneasy. Fair. I'd been staring up at a mountain with wings and thinking about Lyra's warhorse. Gideon stayed a bit longer and briefed me, and it took about 2 minutes because the city of the undead has essentially no rules. Don't casually start a war with another undead race. That's it. That's the whole legal code. He is not a ruler, he's a protector. He built the place so that souls would have somewhere to be, and the rest of the time he would very much like to be left alone in his mage tower doing research, and he only comes out when somebody invades. And when he'd gone, I stood there in a ruined city doing arithmetic, because I now knew exactly what I needed. I had one epic template already, Archlick, out of Malakor's corpse. In this city there were 3 more standing around, Banshee, Abomination, Dread Knight. 4 epic templates fused would get me into epic rank with something that had never existed, and every one of the 3 was under the protection of a legendary Lich King who does not permit war between undead races. I'll come back to that problem. First, I want to tell you about the Pillar of Light, because everything else came out of it. At the center of the city of the undead, there is an altar whose base covers the entire main square, and whose top is 100 meters up. The Dark Altar Malachor, built in the Valley of the Dead, 10 meters, supplied a canyon. The Altar of Death under Death Castle, under 2 meters, held open a rift and supplied an entire wasteland. This thing fired a black beam tens of meters thick straight up, and at a few hundred meters that beam spread out into an inverted bowl that covered the whole city and its surroundings. That's the Dark Curtain. That's where it comes from. And lying on top of the altar, directly inside the beam, was Valerius, bathing in it, sleeping in it. Its burns from Holy Verdict visibly closing while I watched, and past healing, past that, going up, slowly, permanently, without effort. For a thing at Ghost Dragon's level, every increment of strength normally costs a monstrous amount of time. Lying in that beam is cheating. Gideon took a fraction of it. 1 black rainbow split off and running to his mage tower, less than 1/10 of the whole, for his research and daily needs. Nobody else went near it, not because it was claimed. Because the death and darkness in the center of that pillar is the purest and most violent on the continent, and if you step into it without the body to hold it, it doesn't strengthen you, it assimilates you. You become part of it. The 3 epic bosses in that city had all tried, at some point, and all backed out. I put a hand in it. The dead don't feel pain, but a lord has fine control of his own body, and I could feel the surface of my bone armor going from smooth to rough within a few breaths. It was eating me. Slowly. I ran the estimate, at that rate of erosion, several days before I was actually in danger. Since that's the case, I said, and stepped all the way in. That was the first time I genuinely surprised the dragon. It sat up, because in that city, only a ghost dragon at the pinnacle of the continent walks into that beam. Not the Lich King, not the Dread Knight, not the Banshee, not the Abomination, and a Lord-rank skeleton had just walked in and stood there. Whatever else that meant, it meant that on the one metric that beam measures how much of the world's rawest energy your body can hold without coming apart, I was already above all 3 epic bosses in that city. Its attitude changed on the spot, not respect between equals, but the thing a proud tyrannical creature does when something small does something it can't dismiss. I stayed 3 days the first time, came out looking like a dropped plate, every part of me covered in cracks, healed up in the gentle ambient death of the city outside the beam, which takes no time at all, went back in, 5 days, came out with damage to the armor but almost nothing underneath, went back in, 10 days, came out with hairline cracks in the plate and nothing else at all. Valerius, who has been alive for a very long time and has therefore watched a great many things grow, found this genuinely disturbing, and I know because it told me later, at length, when it was in a mood to be flattering. At this rate, in another month or 2, that little skeleton's body will hold the beam permanently. It won't need to come out at all. Which means a Lord-rank skeleton's physical strength will be past most legendaries. My panel agreed with it. Attributes climbing all day, every day, permanently, for the price of standing somewhere. But the 3rd time I came out, it wasn't because I couldn't take it anymore. It was because of Lyra. Here's what I'd been doing with my other hand the whole time. Most of my body was in the beam. One arm stayed out, and that hand rested on Lyra's forehead. And I was running a very slow pipeline. Pull the ambient death and darkness in from outside, push it through the soul crystal in my chest, let an epic grade relic purify and refine it, and then feed the clean version down my arm into her. She can't stand in the beam, neither could the Dread Knight. The raw version would have taken her apart in minutes. The refined version just made her bigger. Over 2 weeks, level 58, and her 4 stats close to doubled. I'd been doing this since the Land of Buried Bones, on and off, whenever I had the crystal and the time, which is why she'd come out of her promotion to Death Knight with stats visibly above what a Death Knight is supposed to have. In that entire legion behind the canyon, hundreds strong, she was already stronger than every single one of them, except the leader. And after 2 weeks in the pipeline, by my arithmetic, she was stronger than the leader too. The pipeline ran out because the crystal is only epic grade and holds 100,000, and refining is slow, and she'd absorbed everything I could push, so I came out. Because it was time for her to go get promoted. The Death Knight Legion doesn't live in the city. They live in a canyon behind it, under their own stretch of dark curtain. And when I walked in there with Lyra, this is what we found. Hundreds of skeleton warhorses sitting in one corner like statues, including the leaders, and every Death Knight in the order, out in the open, fighting each other. Not sparring, fighting. 2 of them at a time, lance and longsword, going at it like mortal enemies, and it doesn't stop until one of them is at the edge of destruction. Then the winner goes and finds somebody else. The loser sits down, absorbs death aura until it's whole, and gets back in the queue. Every day, forever. Because the Death Knight clan is not a race, it's a military. Here's the mechanism, and it is the strangest thing in the undead world. Only one Death Knight Legion can exist on a continent. When a Skeleton Knight climbs to Dark Knight and then to Death Knight, it instinctively goes looking for the Legion. It joins, or it challenges the leader. Once the Legion passes 100 members, a Dread Knight emerges at epic rank, and from that point, every other Death Knight in the order voluntarily stops evolving and pours all its earned experience into the leader. Not plunder, tribute, they give it away. And once the leader is at its ceiling, the flow reverses and the rest start growing again. Which means the Legion can't gain levels, but the individual knights can still hone technique endlessly in life or death matches, forever, until every skill they own has been ground down into pure instinct. That's why a Death Knight kills a Hero Knight so easily. It isn't only the stat gap from the Lord template. It's that the Death Knight has been fighting all day, every day for its entire existence, and the Hero Knight has a job and a family. When we walked in, nobody stopped. Only the Dread Knight stopped and looked at us. I stepped back and let Lyra go past me. She rode out to the center of the canyon on her warhorse, stopped 100 meters short, and did something very specific. She leveled the black lance at him. Then she raised it, tipped to the sky, and bowed. That's the challenge. That's the whole ceremony. There's no negotiation and no terms, because the terms are fixed and they are absolute. If she wins, she becomes the leader of the Death Knight Legion and inherits everything in it. If she loses, she joins and offers up everything she has. And if she refuses to join, then she and I both get hunted by hundreds of Death Knights until the end of time. The Dread Knight paused and did not refuse. It didn't have to give an order. Every knight in that canyon stopped fighting, walked to the walls, and formed up in neat rows, because a challenge to the leader is not a private matter. They are witnesses, referees, and enforcement. The leader's bone warhorse came over on its own. He mounted. A black lance appeared in his hand. 2 knights, both in full black plate, both with black lances. One of them was 2.5 meters tall on a bone warhorse at Lord rank. The other was small enough to be mistaken for a child at a distance, on a skeleton warhorse and 1 full rank lower. Nobody thought it was unfair, not one of them, not me, because from the moment she made that gesture, the ranks stopped applying. They were equals in the only sense that matters here. Both of them were going to give everything they had, one to take the position and one to keep it, and neither of them would hold back a gram. Win or lose, nothing else on the menu. They saluted, dropped their lances level, and charged. 100 meters is nothing to those horses. Both of them were at full speed inside 20. Man and mount became one. Dark Knight technique, charge. 2 black bolts crossing a canyon. At 4 meters, the death power came up both lances. Hers dark, and his darker, purer, older. Clang. They passed each other. Her strike missed. His landed clean and left a deep score across her breastplate. Round 1, lost. I wasn't worried, and I want to explain why, because it's the actual lesson of that fight. Lyra had been a Death Knight for a few months. He'd been one for decades, possibly centuries, and had spent every single day of it in a canyon perfecting technique on live opponents. Her skills were nowhere near his and were never going to be, but he hit her with everything he had in the best possible circumstance, and all it did was score her armor. That's the whole margin, right there. Her stats, the 2 weeks in the pipeline, the months before it, meant his best shot was cosmetic and her ordinary shot would not be. She just needed one opening. They came around and charged again, and she didn't attack at all. She let him thrust. She let that lance, with the power of death riding on it, come through her armor and into her body, and she grabbed the shaft. I have thought about that a lot. because when Lyra and I met, I caught her lance out of the air with one hand and pulled her off a horse with it, and she has said approximately 9 words to me since and has never once mentioned it. She copied it exactly. She didn't have the strength to do what I did. I'd taken her off cleanly and put her in the dirt. She wasn't going to manage that, so she took him with her. Both of them came off, mid-charge, in a tangle, and hit the canyon floor, and the instant they were off the horses, the mount's stats stopped stacking, and the gap between them narrowed, which sounds like she'd given something away, and is exactly backwards. A Death Knight's real power is mounted. Every Dark Knight technique that matters comes out of the charge state. On foot, a Death Knight is enormously reduced. She had traded away the arena where his technique was worth the most in exchange for a smaller stat lead in the arena where technique matters least. She pulled the lance out of herself. It had gone through, and the death power in it did real damage. Threw both lances away, flipped up, drew her sword, and went at him. Clang. He blocked it, and his whole body shook, and then it was just a machine running. His swordsmanship was extraordinary, genuinely, as good as a human epic hero who does nothing but swords. Black light everywhere, blocking her, opening cuts on her armor with every exchange, cuts on the armor, and every time their blades met, he took a step back. Every time she connected, she went through the plate. If you'd been standing where I was, you'd have found the whole thing extremely familiar because that is exactly how I fight. It does not matter how good you are. If I am strong enough and fast enough and hard enough to break, technique is a rounding error, and I will simply walk through you. She backed him across the canyon floor, one exchange at a time, until his heels hit the rock wall. Then she put everything she had into one downward cut. The wall came apart, dust everywhere. The sword went into the mountain up to the crossguard. He wasn't hurt, his hands were empty. His lance was already lying in the dirt from the fall. His sword was now somewhere 30 meters away, a long screech as she pulled her blade out of the rock and sheathed it. He didn't attack, not because he couldn't. If that had been a war, he'd have kept coming with his hands. Death Knights fight to the end. But this was a challenge to the leadership, and by their law, he had lost twice. Dragged off the horse in mounted combat, disarmed on foot. He had not held anything back, and it had still happened. Lyra rode back to the center of the canyon, retrieved her lance, and sat there on her warhorse, waiting. The Dread Knight collected his weapons, put them back on the bone warhorse, and rode over to her, saluted, dismounted, and knelt on one knee, and then every one of the hundreds of Death Knights in that canyon mounted, rode to her, saluted, dismounted, and knelt. Which is congratulations and an oath at the same time, and it is also, as I found out about 8 seconds later, a ritual, because they all stayed down, and then the death aura came up under every single one of them. No enemy, no charge, hundreds of auras, overlapping and merging, layer over layer, drawn together by the old leader at the front. And when he added his own death aura and his fear aura on top of it, the whole thing, a force that makes legendary heroes think twice, went into Lyra. Her aura swelled. Her level started climbing, and his started falling. I could see it in the aura, and I'd have seen it on his panel if I'd owned him. 63 to 62, 62 to 61, 61 to 60, out of Epic, into the top of Lord, and it kept going down. Winner takes all, and all is not a figure of speech. She took the leadership, she took the rank, she took the levels he'd banked past his rank. Everything hundreds of knights had poured into him for however long he'd held the post came out of him and went into her because the tribute has an address on it and the address had changed. When he hit level 60 and dropped from Dread Knight to Death Knight, his fear aura went out and lit up under her feet. Lyra, level 58 to 62, Lord rank to Epic, Death Knight to Dread Knight. You have obtained the job change information for Epic Job Template, Dread Knight, second Epic Template, and an army. I did not kill the old leader, and people ask about that, so every Death Knight has the right to challenge. That's tradition, not disloyalty, and he'd exercised it as a defender rather than a challenger. He has the right to try again. He's not going to. When he outranked her, he lost. Now she outranks him in every category, and on top of that, he has sworn, which means he's frozen until she reaches the ceiling of Epic. More to the point, when Lyra eventually reaches Legendary and becomes a Scourge Knight, that rank gets to keep 10 Dread Knights under it. I'd rather have the best knight in the order in one of those 10 slots than have him in a hole. He runs the Legion's training now, in her absence. He is very good at it, and the whole reason I did any of it this way, instead of walking into that canyon myself and killing the Dread Knight and taking the template in about 9 seconds, which I could have done, was the Legion. Templates I can get anywhere. There is exactly one Death Knight Legion on this continent ever, by the rules of the species. It is the single scarcest asset in this world, and it is the only ladder Lyra has to Legendary. So I got the template the way that left the ladder standing. Afterward, the changes. Her armor stayed black and picked up dark gold at the edges, low-key and expensive looking, which I found funny given the personality inside it. Her lance, sword, and plate all came up to epic quality with her. Her skeleton warhorse advanced with her into a bone warhorse at Lord rank. Taller, heavier, more to stack. And there she was, a very small figure on an enormous bone horse, looking like something off the cover of a book, while I still did not have a mount of any kind. I made a private note about that, and I made it with some heat. I also did not notice at the time something that Valerius pointed out to me much later with enormous smugness. Lyra had developed a habit. She walked behind me, always, exactly half a step back, never further, never level. And when I stopped, she stopped and looked at the back of my head. She has never explained it. She has never explained anything. Through the gap between her helmet and her gorget, incidentally, there is no rot. There's a neck, and it's pale. And if you didn't know better, you'd think there was a young woman in that armor rather than a death knight. Which there was, once, before. 2 epic templates down. 2 to go. And both of them were standing inside a city belonging to a legendary Lich King who does not permit undead races to eat each other. I could have killed either. Both, probably. Banshee in the northwest corner with 5,000 ghosts, the Abomination pack standing guard around Gideon's tower. Neither was a fight I'd have lost. The problem was afterward. Gideon is not a warlord, and he doesn't want a war, but he built that city to shelter the dead in it, and I was proposing to eat 2 of the 4 races living there. And the Abomination clan is not just a resident. Gideon invented them. Undead modification, 4 decades of research, an entire species from base rank up to epic, out of his own head. You don't slaughter a man's life's work in his front garden and then ask to borrow a book. So I did not fight Gideon. I lied to a dragon. I went back to the altar with Lyra and got in the beam and made sure Valerius noticed her. It did, immediately, because it had last seen that Death Knight barely 2 weeks earlier as a thing beneath its notice, and it was now looking at an epic rank Dread Knight. Death Knights don't advance in 2 weeks. Death Knights don't advance in 2 decades. Hey little skeleton, how did you do that? I let it hang for exactly long enough. It's just a trivial talent, I said. If I were strong enough, I might be able to help Lord Valerius too, but my rank is too low, so I can't. And I want to be extremely clear that every word of that sentence is true. I do have a talent. It is not trivial. It cannot advance anybody's rank, and never has, and never will. But I had just said the words help, Lord Valerius, and rank in the same breath, and a ghost dragon standing at the pinnacle of legendary with nothing above it but the Saint Realm heard nothing else. The wind hit me before I registered it moving. That skull came from the far side of the altar to less than a meter from my face at something close to teleportation speed, and the soul fluctuations came off it in waves. Talent? Little skeleton, can your talent help others advance their ranks? To what extent do you need to grow for your talent to help me advance my rank? Talents aren't rare. Valerius had several racial ones from its dragon life and kept some of them through the fall, but individual talents are a lottery with an unbounded prize, and nobody knows how many kinds exist, and every being over a certain age has heard of one that broke the rules. It wanted this to be true so badly that it did most of my work for me. I made it wait a bit. I can indeed help others improve their rank, I said, but the price is very high. If your excellency requires it, I will of course do my best. However, it will probably not be until I reach legendary rank that my talent grows enough to help Lord Valerius. That second sentence was doing 2 jobs at once, and both were load-bearing. 1, it stopped the dragon from grabbing a random corpse off the street to test on, which would have blown the whole thing in about 4 seconds. 2, it set the price at legendary, which is a long way off, which meant a very long grace period during which its only rational move was to keep me alive and help me climb. Does he really have this kind of talent? It said, mostly to itself. And then, try it on me. If what you say is true, I will do everything in my power to help you improve your strength. Legendary rank may be difficult, but with my help, it's not impossible. Which is when I knew I had it, because the moment it verified anything with its own senses, it would never question the frame again. So I made a show of reluctance, stepped over, and put a hand on a skull the size of a house. Erosion. And what actually went into that dragon was this, a very small thread of the unknown energy wrapped around a payload of death aura that the soul crystal had spent weeks purifying to the finest grade I could produce. Pure death aura strengthens a ghost dragon's bones. That's not a trick, that's just what it does. It's the same thing the Pillar of Light does, only cleaner. The amount I delivered strengthened perhaps 1,000th of 1% of the bone in a small part of its skull, which is the exact amount a ghost dragon can notice, and no more. And what it noticed in that moment was the wrapper. Because I have never in either of my lives encountered anything as pure as the energy erosion produces. Not as a player, not as a legendary sword saint. Nothing comes close. Valerius felt an energy it had never seen, could not identify, and could not match, coming out of a Lord rank skeleton, go into its skull, take that part of it briefly out of its own control, and leave the bone harder. It went absolutely rigid. This energy, this kind of talent, is this real? Among a great many lies, there is always one that is too absurd to be a lie. Once a creature believes the impossible part, and it had just personally verified the impossible part, everything reasonable that surrounds it gets accepted for free. The dragon believed me completely, and immediately began planning to own me. That part I found out later. At the time, all I saw was two blazing lights fixed on me, and a great deal of sudden warmth. I want to note for the record that it was not stupid. A being that reaches legendary is not stupid. It was simply standing in front of something that had already done 4 impossible things that month, holding a 5th, and there is a point at which impossible stops being a useful filter. Fine. Its greed for a rank breakthrough was now permanently attached to my survival. Lord Valerius, I said, let's begin. Banshee's territory is the northwest quarter. 5,000 ghosts, down from 6 after the war. Ghosts came out of the ground and the ruins and the rooftops to watch us come through. One lord and one epic walking into their district is not an invasion. It is not a social call either. 4 lord-rank spirits of pain fell in on either side of us like an honor guard that was also an escort. We came into a fairly intact mansion, and there she was, floating a meter off the floor, fully restored, in an exquisite long dress, looking less like a ghost than like a noblewoman at a function. What brings you two here? There are just some things I'd like to discuss with Lord Banshee, I said, still walking. What? How dare you? You want to start a war with the Ghost Clan? She got about that far. I was already behind her. A dozen frost barriers went up and sealed the entire mansion, and then I put endless cold into the space she was standing in. Frost blast, ice detonating into thousands of needles filling a room. She caught it completely unprepared, and her lifelike form went considerably less lifelike in one hit. Ah, desperate wail, her signature. A soul scream that carries every negative emotion there is. It drags up the worst thing in you, slows your soul, slows your body, and forces your weak points open. And it is also a signal, and outside the mansion, thousands of ghosts went insane and threw themselves at the frost barriers regardless of what the frost was doing to them. The 4 spirits of pain in the room went for us at the same time. Frost blast, frost nova. Frost blast. I was not the man who walked into that tomb a month ago with a sword and a problem. My spirit stat was in the thousands, and I had a complete ice education, and I had no reason to conserve anything. Lyra did not mount. She unfolded Death Aura and Fear Aura and put the death power into her sword and started killing ghosts with the elemental damage on her knight techniques, because a death knight is a walking answer to physical immunity. 4 lord-rank spirits of pain lasted a few breaths and went to gray powder. Banshee lasted slightly longer, inside a ring of detonating ice, and then she followed them. You killed Banshee. You have gained 310,000 experience points. Your mental attribute has increased by 1,000 points. You have received job change information for epic career template, Banshee. She never understood why. That's the part I remember. Right up to the end, she didn't know what she'd done, or why 2 undead who'd been in the city for a fortnight would break Gideon's one rule. Outside, the ghosts had gotten through exactly 1 layer of frost barrier out of several. We accelerated straight through them and left the district, and they chased us to the edge of their own territory and then stopped and turned around, because most undead races only defend a border. Kill their leader, walk out, and they'll let you go. They have a succession to sort out. The Death Knights are the exception. The Death Knights would have followed me for 100 years. I had gone out of my way not to give them a reason. The abomination was even less of a fight and considerably more embarrassing for everyone. I got back to the altar and Valerius was waiting. Done? Banshee's resolved. Next, I'll need Lord Valerius's help. No problem. It opened a mouth full of very large teeth in a way that I have decided to interpret as a smile. A mere abomination. I'll shield you from Gideon's wrath. I've always felt Gideon is too old-fashioned, doesn't resemble a Lich King at all, if it weren't for needing his power. Then it got specific, which is the only time that Dragon was ever careful about anything. In short, you can have the epic abomination, but you absolutely cannot touch the other abominations. Kill them all, and Gideon will really go crazy. Noted and agreed, and honestly, a relief. The Abomination clan is worth nothing to me. They're a made race. They can't reproduce. Every one of them has to be manufactured by a lich who knows how. There are no free points in a herd of those, and no template above the one. Valerius spread its wings and vanished, and came back about 90 seconds later and threw a 5-meter abomination onto the altar in front of me. The thing was completely bewildered. It was Gideon's personal bodyguard. It knew Valerius well enough to know that Valerius does not eat intelligent undead and had no framework for what was happening. Then the pressure came down. Dragon's Might. A legendary dragon racial trait, and the single most effective tool in existence for dealing with anything smaller than you. 5 meters of the strongest abomination ever created, a boss whose physical growth is essentially at the ceiling of epic rank, which even I would have needed a while to kill properly, was pressed flat against the stone like a hand on a beetle with its head turned toward me, death slash, all 10 blades into the same spot. 20 times a normal hit at that stat block into a skull. It came apart. You killed Abomination. You have gained 180,000 experience points. You have received job change information for epic career template Abomination. I did not erode the corpse, not with Valerius standing there. It had watched me put a hand on its head and produce a miracle, and I was not going to let it watch me put a hand on a corpse and produce a meal. 4 materials. Complete. Gideon arrived about 40 seconds later, which was faster than I'd budgeted for. Dragon's Might, released without restraint, reaches for dozens of kilometers even when it's aimed at one target. And the Abomination clan is his own creation, which means it's linked to him, not as tightly as Malakor's zombies were bound to Malakor, but tightly enough that he knew the moment it died, and from where. He appeared on the altar, he looked at the corpse, he looked at us, and then he lit up scouting runes he'd apparently seeded through the entire city, and took in everything at once. Dread Knight dropped a tear. Banshee, dead, the only epic abomination that has ever existed, dead on the altar he built. I have described Gideon as pedantic and gentle, and I stand by it, and I want to be extremely clear that the thing that happened next was the most frightened I had been since I woke up in a bone field. Because he thought about it, and countless runes carved into every corner of the city of the undead came on at once, and a rune array covering the entire city assembled itself and settled into his hand, and a legendary Lich King who has spent centuries fortifying one location with a prepared array is a thing that even a ghost dragon does not casually oppose. Valerius said as much afterward, in private, at some length. I need an explanation. And Valerius, a creature at the pinnacle of a continent, whose pride does not permit it to acknowledge that anything is above it, argued like a child who has been caught. Gideon, we didn't mean to destroy the city of the undead. Chen Hao, this strange skeleton, its evolution method is just like this. It doesn't only need strength, it needs information about Banshee and Abomination, and then it landed the one that worked, and I want you to notice that it did not have to think about it. Gideon, didn't you pride yourself on not interfering with the evolution of the undead race? The boss challenges of the Death Knights, the mutual devouring of the skeleton race, the negative energy harvesting of the Ghost Clan. You permit all of that killing and evolution among the undead. So why can't you permit the instinctive evolution of one strange skeleton? Look, the Death Knight Legion still has a leader. The Ghost Clan will have a new one soon. Somebody will advance to Banshee. Abomination. Gideon, you made the first epic abomination. You can make a second. Aside from a period of rebuilding, the city of the undead loses nothing and gains an unprecedented skeleton king who is broken into epic rank. Isn't growth and diversity what you've always pursued? As for me, I merely made a small deal with Chen Hao and did him a trivial favor. Every word of that was an excuse and Gideon knew it, and one of them was true, and it was the only one that mattered, because he does not interfere with how the undead evolve. That is not a policy. That is the thing he has organized his entire existence around. If he starts overruling the instinct that drives a species to grow, then he isn't the protector of a refuge anymore. He's a man who owns some pets and enjoys deciding what they're allowed to become. He looked at me for a long time. He'd told me, weeks earlier, what he saw the first time he looked at me. The shadows of half a dozen undead races laid over each other in one body. Skeleton, zombie, Death Knight, all of it. And that if he weren't the man he is, he'd have wanted to take me apart and find out how the pieces fit. So the story fit. A thing built out of other races, which evolves by consuming the information of other races, which meant Valerius's excuse was probably true. The rune array over the city dimmed. He was still furious. He just didn't have anywhere to put it. And Valerius and I exchanged a look, and I would like to state plainly that this was not a proud moment for either of us, and that neither of us has ever apologized for it. That is what Gideon is. A human research mage wearing a Lich King, running on principles in a world that has none. A gentleman can be deceived by his principles. Which is precisely why I dared to make that plan at all, and precisely why I would never have dared to make it against a Lich King who was normal. Against a normal one, there'd have been no excuses and no discussion. There'd have been a crater. Then, while the dragon kept him talking, I quietly walked into the pillar of light. The center of that beam is where Valerius sleeps, and it took some negotiating to borrow it, and it was worth every word. Because the death and darkness in the center is at the absolute ceiling of what this continent can produce, and it is violent, and it is so dense that nothing outside it can perceive what happens inside it. Not Gideon. Not the dragon. The best cover in the world is somewhere nobody can survive standing. I laid out 4 epic templates: Archlick, Abomination, Banshee, Dread Knight. 68 free points, accumulated over months, at a rate of 1 point per lord and 10 per epic. 10 points. They lit. 10 more. 10 more. 10 more. 40 spent, and the 4 of them shattered and merged into one dazzling light. And then it didn't finish. Instead, the light started to drink. It reached out and began pulling in the death and darkness around it, the purest and most violent supply on the continent, feeding the dark curtain over an entire city and swallowing it, like an ox at a trough, like a whale, for half an hour. The beam holding up the sky over the city of the undead visibly dimmed, and then it stopped, and I had it. Template: Death Monarch. Rank: Epic. Health plus 500,000, mana plus 250,000, strength times 5,000, agility times 3,500, constitution times 4,500, spirit times 3,000, 10 times the health of my lord template, 25 times the mana, 8 or 9 times the stats. I sat in the middle of a pillar of light and had a very still moment because I had just built an epic template that beats most legendary class templates, and there is only one place that road goes. 8 skills, choose 2. Dark Sacrifice, Flesh and Blood Puppet, Desperate Wail, Fear Aura from the 4 ingredients, Death and Decay, Dark Armor, Claw of Nothingness, Mark of Death built fresh. I cut the first 4 fast: Recovery, Control, Summon, Attack, all fine, none of them worth a permanent slot against what else was on the table. Fear Aura, immediately, same reasoning as Death Aura, and by then it had stopped being a hunch and started being a rule I trusted. Aura skills are unique, they never come back, and something about them was going to matter. And for the second one, I passed over Death and Decay, which is a large area damage skill, and Dark Armor, which is a substantial defensive upgrade. Mark of Death, active skill, support, consumes mana to leave a mark of dark energy inside a target. The mark is extremely difficult to detect and will gradually influence the target, causing them to transform into Dark Faction. After planting the mark, the owner can communicate with the target and observe the world from the target's perspective. A support skill. Over 2 combat skills. At epic rank. Corruption, communication, and surveillance in one package, a thing that lets me put a piece of myself into something that is not mine, and wait. And there was something else, which I couldn't articulate then, and can now. Everything else on that list was a thing I would use. That one was a thing I would own, and it felt unfinished, like the version I was being shown was the first page of something considerably longer. I was right about that. It took me a year to find out how right. Job change confirmed. A torrent came in 10 times heavier than the last one. And in the middle of it, something reversed. The violent death and darkness that had been eating my armor for weeks stopped eating it and started, quietly, feeding it. Every part of me strengthening, nothing damaged. Which is when I understood the actual promotion. I had stopped being a believer in death and darkness and become one of the things it belongs to. My height didn't change. The bone armor did. Magic runes crawled over the entire surface and then sank in and vanished, and the plate came out refined, and it isn't just heavy anymore, it eats the eye. And the helmet opened. Half of it, enough to show half a face, and the face was mine, my old one. Resolute, reasonably handsome, and entirely bloodless, and if you looked closely, 2 very small blue flames burning inside the pupils. If you ignore the aura coming off him, the thing standing in that beam was a man in heavy armor. I had not seen that face in a very long time. Then I sat in that beam for another month and let it fill me up. The way it ended was the interesting part. The information stopped changing. At the beginning, my panel had scrolled continuously, absorbed pure death aura, absorbed pure dark energy, strength up, agility up, constitution up, spirit up, over and over all day. By the end, it was still telling me I'd absorbed the aura, and it had stopped telling me I'd gained anything. Same as erosion in the first week. The energy hadn't weakened. I had passed what it could add. Level 58. Health 920,000, mana 530,000, strength 46,000, agility 34,000, constitution 42,000, spirit 28,000, 5 boss skills, 28 free points. The purest and most violent energy on the continent no longer had anything to teach my body, which meant my body was now on that one axis, level with a ghost dragon, and the Modao and the armor had come up with me. Both legendary quality, and the blade had picked up something on the way. Every ordinary swing now carries death and darkness damage baked in. Permanently enchanted by growth, for free. I walked out, and both legendaries came running. Valerius, who had been perfectly comfortable with me for a month, felt threatened, actual threat. a thing it had not experienced from anything on that continent except the group at Dragon Island and one book. And Gideon took one look and got much quieter. Because Gideon, who is not a fighter, worked out something more precise than the dragon did, that outside the city of the undead, with every trump card he owned, he would probably lose, and that inside it, he no longer knew. He'd sheltered a Lord rank skeleton because it seemed sad to turn one away. He came out 1 month later to look at the result. We talked, politely, on the altar, 2 legendaries and an epic who had all just quietly agreed not to test anything. And in that conversation, I got the single most valuable piece of information of my second life, entirely by accident, because Gideon was frightened. His logic went like this: if this thing advances by consuming information from other undead races, and it just used up every epic in the city, then to reach legendary, it needs legendary undead, and there are exactly 2 legendary undead here. Valerius, whose backing he needs, and me. So he started rummaging through several centuries of memory for something else to offer, and he asked, "May I ask Lord Chen Hao, do you only need information about the legendary undead, or do you need to kill them yourself?" I told him information would do. He nearly fell over with relief. Let me think. If I remember correctly, I had 2 notebooks when I was alive. One recorded the complete lineage of the Ghost Clan. The other recorded the complete lineage of the Lich. The Ghost one has been lost. But the Lich one, I think it's still out there. And I stopped moving and reached into storage and took out a black notebook. Is what Lord Gideon is referring to this notebook? That's it. He was more shaken than I was. I hid this in an extremely remote ancient tomb hundreds of years ago. How could this? And then the whole shape of it came apart and reassembled in front of me. Gideon hid the Lich notes in the wilderness ancient tomb. Malachor found the ancient tomb through descriptions in old books. The same tomb, the same one I'd walked through, the same one whose teleportation array Gideon had almost certainly built himself. Malachor took the notebook out of it. The notebook made him what he became. I killed him and took it back. And now I was standing in front of the man who'd hidden it, holding it, having eaten the man who found it. He asked to look, and I let him, and he leafed through it and made a small confused noise. It's this notebook, but that's strange. Then he laughed awkwardly and told me a story I don't think he'd told anyone. Speaking of which, I didn't find the Lich notes. A secretive organization found 2 notebooks containing the aura of the undead and hired me to help them study them. Only, later, some unexpected things happened, so I switched to the Lich class, which is a sentence doing an enormous amount of work. He'd cracked the Lich inheritance in the course of the study, and then he had, his word, eventually with visible discomfort, absconded. Turned himself into a Lich, took both notebooks and vanished from the human world entirely. When I became a Lich, I already had some insight into it, and besides the complete Lich inheritance, that notebook hides an extremely concealed mysterious power. Out of fear of that power, that's why I hid it in an ancient tomb on the other side of the continent. I never imagined it would end up in your hands, and that the mysterious power hidden in it has vanished without a trace. I asked him what the danger actually was, and a Lich King who has been legendary for centuries told me, with something you'd have to call embarrassment. Even after becoming a Lich, I sometimes couldn't stop myself from flipping through it to learn the techniques inside. In the end, to prevent myself from succumbing, I spent a great deal of time and effort hiding it on the other side of the continent. The material is very special. I've never seen it before. It cannot be destroyed. Discarding it would have been the best solution, but as you know, Lord Chen Hao, that mysterious power is incredibly alluring to a mage passionate about research. So I hid it and told myself I'd analyze it once my power and rank were sufficient. Later, as my rank increased, the allure weakened. After I reached legendary, I never wanted to study it again. I wanted to stay far away from it, and gradually, I forgot it existed. I want to point out what that is, because he did not seem to see it. An Archlich, then a Lich King, who could not stop himself opening a book, and who solved the problem by taking it to the other side of a continent and burying it, and who only stopped wanting it once he got strong enough to be worth less to whatever was in it. That is not a man resisting temptation. That's a man who got dropped. And I sat there in a good deal of retrospective cold, because I had done exactly one thing right. I had not opened it. I had put a palm on it and stripped it first, and I had done that on a hunch about a dead man's memories. If I'd read it the way Malachor did, I'd be somebody's puppet with a very good class template. So I asked the obvious question, what is the name of the organization that commissioned you? Of course they came looking, he said, in answer to a different question I hadn't asked yet, and smiled bitterly. The small part I could access already showed how powerful they were, but I couldn't resist the temptation, so after becoming a Lich, I fled the human world and hid in a remote place for decades. At first, I could still sense them hunting me. After decades, after centuries, they gradually disappeared. Then I appeared as Gideon and slowly built the city of the undead and continued my research. The organization's name seems to be Dark Cult. I'd never heard it, not in this life, not in 10 years of the last one. Then I asked about the second book, because the second book was the one I actually wanted. That was when I had just become an archlich. Once, while escaping the Dark Cult, I wandered into a ghost forest. Seeking refuge, I offered the ghost notes to the ghost leader there. But later, the Empire carried out a large-scale extermination of the undead, and that forest was caught in it. The ghost leader was killed. The ghost notes should have become the Empire's spoils of war. And then, hesitantly, he gave me the piece that turned all of this from a shopping list into a story. Lord Chenhao, although I don't know how you cleared the power out of that notebook, it's best to avoid this kind of book. When I was preparing to escape with the two of them, I overheard two high-ranking members of the Dark Cult talking. There are 4 such inherited notebooks: Lich Notes, Ghost Notes, Skeleton Notes, Death Notes, corresponding to the 4 oldest and most orthodox undead races: Lich, Ghost, Skeleton, and Death Knight. Nobody knows where they came from or how many years they have existed. It seems these 4 contain a shocking secret, but anyone who gets involved with them seems to have no good ending. 4 notebooks. One of them was in my storage space. One of them was in an Empire's vault. 2 of them were nowhere. And every road I would walk for the next 2 years started in that sentence. There was one other thing out of that conversation, and I nearly missed it. I asked him, on the way out, almost idly, what his name had been when he was alive. Orion Thane. And I stopped walking. Because I knew that name, and not from this life either. Late in my previous life, once I was legendary, I got into an auction. The kind top players run for each other, where the numbers stop meaning anything. The final lot was a top-tier legendary armor, 1 step below a sacred artifact, and I got to see the system description. And legendary equipment, at that quality, lists its maker, Orion Thane. That's what Gideon was before the notebook got him. Not a mage. A mage was his hobby. He was a master blacksmith and a grandmaster alchemist, famous enough across the human world that a piece he made was still setting auction records centuries after he vanished. Which is precisely why the Dark Cult brought him 2 priceless artifacts and asked him to explain them. I stood in that city and reassessed everything, because a Lich King who is frightened of me is a diplomatic problem. A Grandmaster Alchemist who is frightened of me is a resource, and I had an epic-grade crystal ball in my chest that I had been assuming was as good as it would ever get. I did not act on any of that for a while, because I had one more use for the 2 legendaries first, and it required a much bigger lie than the one I'd told the dragon. I asked Valerius if it wanted to attack the Empire. Both of them flinched. Here's what the Caesar Empire is, which I did not know until that afternoon. The absolute overlord of the Anduin continent. 16 legendary heroes that Gideon knew of. 3 national sacred artifacts. More epic heroes and high-rank class holders than anywhere else on the continent by a wide margin. It has never feared a challenge from anyone. And there was the other thing. Valerius was already hunted, not by humans, by Dragon Island, because to a legendary dragon, a dragon that has fallen into undeath is not a tragedy or an enemy, it's a disgrace. Ever since it became a bone dragon and all the way through its climb back up to Ghost Dragon, Dragon Island had been trying to erase it. That's why the proudest and most tyrannical creature on the continent had spent decades or centuries sitting in a ruin in the mountains keeping a Lich King company. That's the entire arrangement. Gideon needed a weapon. Valerius needed a place where nobody could find it. If it showed itself in the human world, it might not be human heroes who came. So the correct answer to my question was obviously no. I demonstrated instead. I put a hand out, let my death and darkness roll out and envelop the dragon, and phase shifted. Both of us vanished from the altar. A few seconds later, both of us reappeared in the exact same positions. This, Chenhao, how did you do that? This is your movement skill? I had taken it tens of kilometers away and brought it back before it finished being surprised. That's the thing I'd worked out at epic rank. Once I could push death and darkness outside my own body, anything wrapped in it comes along. 28,000 spirit, 10 times spirit per jump. 280 kilometers per step carrying passengers. One forbidden spell has a blast radius. 10 of them, simultaneously, would not have a blast radius large enough to matter. Gideon was the one who was genuinely shaken, and I only realized why afterward. He couldn't detect how. Inside his own city, with his own arrays, all he registered was a faint magical flicker. No spatial disturbance, no tearing. Which meant the runic array he'd built over the whole city could not have stopped me coming or going at any point in the last 2 months. I let that sit. Then I made my pitch, and I made it to each of them separately, in one breath. Lord Gideon, this is probably not the first time the Empire has come for the city of the undead. Don't you want that threat removed permanently? If the Empire ceases to exist, nobody will bother this place again, and you can put all of your time into your research. Lord Valerius, being confined to one ruined city is not in the nature of a proud ghost dragon. Would you like to fly outside? Would you like to destroy things without restraint? Would you like to get revenge for that arrow? Bewitchment, obviously. Bewitchment works when you have just demonstrated that you can pull anyone out of any blast radius on the continent. Gideon declined. Politely and completely and honestly. I am just a mage who wants to devote his limited time to endless research. I do not want to participate in war. Of course, if the two gentlemen find yourselves at a disadvantage, you are welcome back at any time. I hope your excellency can understand. And he turned to leave, visibly braced. Lord Gideon, wait a moment. His thin shoulders went rigid. No one is forcing Lord Gideon to join, I said. The city of the undead was established by Lord Gideon. It naturally belongs to him. That was true in the past, it is true now, and it will be true in the future. However, if Lord Valerius and I really do return in disgrace, we will still need Lord Gideon's protection. Of course, he said, and his whole body changed. And that, right there, is the single best trade I made in that city, and it cost me nothing but the word no, because I could have forced him. Two of us, one of him, and he knew it. And forcing him would have produced a lich king who fought for me under duress and looked for the exit for the rest of his existence. Instead, I told him the city was his, said I wouldn't take it, meant it, and left. He went back to his tower with an entirely different set of feelings than the ones he'd walked in with, and about 8 months later, he moved into my city voluntarily and knelt without being asked. The dragon said yes on the spot. Because for a legendary dragon, freedom is not a preference, it's a physiological requirement, and ghost dragons are worse. That thing had been in a hole for decades or centuries because of Dragon Island, and the fact that it hadn't gone insane was, by its own account, remarkable. And now there was a way to be outside where 10 legendary dragons could not catch it. Which brings me to the 4 numbered arguments, and I would like to present them exactly as I presented them because I am still proud of this. We were planning the route to the Caesar Empire, and I raised the small logistical matter of my own speed, which is, everyone else in this operation had a mount, and I did not. Valerius's position, stated immediately and at volume, was, I will fly with you, I will carry you in my claws. 1. Valerius flies. The entire Death Knight Legion is mounted. I am the slowest thing in this army. Without help it will take a long time to reach the Empire at all. 2. When the forbidden spells come, and they will come, or when Dragon Island arrives, I must be able to wrap Lord Valerius in my aura instantly to phase shift us both out. In a claw I cannot reach it fast enough. The likely result is that I escape, and Lord Valerius does not. 3. Ghost Dragon is more powerful than I am. Therefore this is not a mount arrangement. This is a powerful Ghost Dragon assisting a weaker companion. 4. Once I advance to Legendary, I will help Ghost Dragon break through its ceiling. Before that, we must be familiar with each other, which improves the chance of it working. Valerius said, being a mount is out of the question. I will never be a mount. To be ridden on the head of a lowly skeleton would be so shameful I could not live with it. I said, of course not a mount. Nobody is qualified to stand on the head of a ghost dragon and trample it underfoot. It is merely that, for the smoother progress of the plan, the mighty ghost dragon permits his companion to stand on his strong back. Ghost dragon indicated. I indicated. And that was how, when we left the city of the undead, Lyra and hundreds of death knights riding across the land, Valerius soaring above them, I was standing on the dragon's back. It flew like something that had been in a box for a century, which it had. It performed several maneuvers I can only describe as showing off. I came off it 4 times in the first hour, because Valerius had no concept of itself as a mount, and therefore no concept of a passenger, so I stamped both feet down through 2 pieces of rotting flesh beside the spine until my legs were braced in the gaps and settled in astride it. It complained about the posture, it did not object, and it did not notice, because it is a dragon, and dragons do not read books about the real world, that what I had just done was the oldest trick in applied psychology, standing on the back, then astride the spine, then later the neck, and then the head. Each step so small that refusing it would be more undignified than allowing it. I did not expect to need erosion at all. 2 days across 1,000 kilometers, and we walked out of the mountains into the Caesar Empire and stopped at a border town called Fortress City. 10-meter walls, tens of thousands of class holders, built specifically to watch the mountains and the wastes, and stuffed with adventurers because the border generates a steady supply of bandits and beast tides, and stuffed with players because adventurers generate quests. Over 10,000 players, and because the ones who traveled here from elsewhere had to be able to afford it, most of them level 20 plus with a real class. The elite of the server in one border town, the system found them all at once. Epic story missions begin. Mission name, Fortress City Defense. Mission description. From the land of buried bones to the city of the undead, Skeleton King Chen Hao has undergone a transformation, advancing to epic. This time he has appeared on the Imperial borders with an even more powerful enemy, 3 times over, in every player's head, and this time nobody made jokes about which skeleton was cutest, because they'd all read the Roar Principality threads. They knew what a hero story quest had done to a duchy, and this was an epic story quest, and the average player was between level 10 and 20. Even after months, we're apprentice or formal rank. That's basic and advanced tier in monster terms. How do you fight an epic boss with that? They'd also learned the more important lesson, which is that these are not cutscenes. Last time they'd stood on a wall and filmed and it had cost them nothing. This time they were far enough along that dying costs a level and possibly your gear, and in this world a level is 10 days to a month of your life. So they got angry and complained about the developers at length, and then went and armed themselves anyway because complaining does not stop a siege. On the wall, the city's epic hero mage took one look at the scouting mirror and stopped breathing. A rotting dragon, huge, dripping death and darkness. He didn't recognize Valerius, nobody alive did, but he could rank it, and even reading it conservatively as an epic bone dragon, one of those alone, is beyond a border city, and behind it on the ground, hundreds of black knights in perfect formation. A Death Knight legion of that size means an epic dread knight at the head, and that alone turns a city into a graveyard. Send a signal to the Empire, he said, and his face had gone the color of the wall. Prepare for a fight to the death, which meant exactly what it sounds like. He was not waiting for reinforcements. He knew Fortress City couldn't hold long enough to receive any. He was spending every life in that city, the garrison, the residents, the adventurers, the players, himself, to buy the Empire hours. Every hero rank officer on that wall knew it, and none of them argued, because it was the correct order. When a Death Knight Legion has your coordinates, nobody outruns it, and nobody outruns a dragon. They were dead. The only variable left was what their deaths purchased. Then somebody with a longbow pointed at the mirror and made a noise. This is the Bone Dragon Knight? The mage had been so focused on the dragon that he'd filtered out the black dot on its back as noise. He magnified, a figure in deep heavy armor, astride the spine of the thing. And the man who had just calmly ordered the death of his own city looked at that image and his face came apart because there is a difference between a bone dragon is attacking and a bone dragon is being ridden. Valerius, meanwhile, had spent 10 kilometers being persuaded to fly slowly enough for the ground troops and had finally lost patience. It dove. From several hundred meters, at full speed, at the wall, with dark light gathering in its mouth. Not because it intended to hit the wall with its own body. It explained this to me afterward at length and with some indignation, on the grounds that a ghost dragon that headbutts masonry has clearly stopped thinking. It was showing off, and, incidentally, it intended to kill everyone on that wall who looked important, which was a problem because everyone on that wall who looked important was free points. At epic rank, my rates had gotten worse again. Several Lord rank monsters or hero class holders for 1 point, or 1 epic. And a wall full of hero rank officers plus an epic hero is not enormous money, but it is money, and I was not going to have it incinerated by an enthusiastic mount. So at a few dozen meters, with the death breath about to come out, I stepped off the dragon. Off. Into the air. 46,000 strength, 100 meters up. The wings of liberty came off my back and a short spear came into my hand and I threw it. It crossed the remaining distance instantly. Every one of those officers had gotten defenses up the moment the dragon dove, and every defense on that wall was calibrated for a dragon. The spear detonated. The epic hero's shield held. Every one of the dozen-plus hero class holders around him did not, and the blast took all of them at once. Then I landed on the wall, on one knee, in the middle of a crater. Valerius went past overhead with enough clearance to shadow the whole parapet, and its wings tore 2 arrow towers off on the way, and then it climbed and came back around into the city proper, and I stopped paying attention to it because it was now going to be busy for an hour. The epic hero mage was still alive, standing in the wreckage of his own command. I cut him in half. He got one thing out first, and it was not a curse or a plea, it was a question, and it came out in pieces. Why? I stopped. Because it seemed rude not to. There's no reason why. They're just living beings and the dead. Yes, they are nothing more than living beings and the dead. There aren't that many whys. And he, and this is the part I did not expect, looked relieved. Something in his face settled, then it stopped being a face. With the leadership gone, Fortress City was a formality. Lyra brought the Death Knight Legion in through all 4 gates at once, and their death auras alone, before a single sword came down, without Lyra even bothering to stack and merge them, rotted apprentice tier class holders where they stood and gave elites and mentors about a minute, and I walked into the city and tried something. I had been carrying an idea since Blackwood City, and it was this. Erosion works through a hand on a head, which is a stupid delivery mechanism for a man with an army, so I took the unknown energy and folded it into my own death and darkness aura and pushed the whole mixture out, and it went out. A rolling gray-black fog, out of me, in every direction, a kilometer of it. And everything it touched, it ate. Swords went to rust, armor went dull and crumbled, flesh withered and slid off, and out of every collapsing pile a pale skeleton climbed, still bloody, picked up its own weapon, and went looking for something living. No touching, no heads, no one at a time. Half an hour, and a city of several 100,000 was a ghost town, and I had 100,000 new undead, and the system, watching me do it about 1,000 times, gave up and handed me a skill. You have mastered a new skill, skeleton resuscitation, which almost entirely duplicated the thing I'd just invented, but a free skill is a free skill, and that was also the first city I ever looted. Up to that point, I had walked past every dropped weapon in the world. I don't have equipment slots. Bone armament is my weapon slot, and bone armor is my armor slot, and both of them get better as I do, which makes me one of the few beings in this world for whom shopping is a downgrade. The only exceptions were things that don't occupy a slot, like the spear pouch. But that afternoon, I had every undead in Fortress City sweep the entire place, every weapon, every piece of armor, every coin, and pile it in the central square until it was a small hill. Player drops were mostly iron and bronze with a bit of silver and gold. The NPCs were better. There was more than one dark gold item in there, and the epic hero mage's staff was epic. I put all of it in storage. Because I wasn't alone anymore, and I had just had an idea that was going to make me the richest thing in this world. I got the idea in the central square, from a crowd of players. They'd converge there instinctively. Story quests lock teleport arrays, so nobody could leave, and when a city dies, people go to the middle of it. And when I came in, wrapped in 1,000 meters of black fog, walking, most of them could not make themselves move. Not because of the fog, because of the pressure. Some of them turned their capture on. That was the extent of the resistance. So I gathered the fog into tendrils and put it into 32 of them. Body first. Same as always, withering, vitality draining, a negative status appearing in their bars, then the soul, and the resistance, and this time I was at epic rank instead of lord, 15 minutes instead of 40 days, and during those 15 minutes the players, having established that they weren't dying immediately, stopped being frightened and got curious. One of them filmed the entire thing while narrating his own debuff readouts. At 15 minutes I broke through the shell around a player's soul and touched it. And with no protection on it, a player's soul is nothing. It went instantly, and then it did not do what it does to anything else. I did not get control. They kept their senses. They kept talking to each other out loud about what the Skeleton King was doing to them and whether it counted as an achievement. What I got instead was a license. Rules incorrect. Recalculating. Calculation complete. You have obtained the right to start the Undead faction. As the founder, you are the sole leader. You can invite Descenders to join the Undead faction, and you can also expel a Descender from it. You have activated the skill transfer system, which allows you to transfer one of your skills to Descenders. You have activated the task editing system. You can pay a certain price to have Descenders do certain things for you. You have invited 32 Descenders to join Undead faction. Template error. Data calculation in progress. Relevant occupational templates are missing. Descenders failed to join Undead faction. You have activated the career template editing system. I stood in a dead city and read that 4 times. Undead faction. There has never been a monster faction that players could join. Not in Second World, not in any game before it. There are villain factions, human ones, like the Dark Cult, which are still human and still on the living side of the line. There has never been a faction on my side of it, and this one has an owner, and the owner is me. Nobody joins without my permission, and it comes with a skill transfer system and a quest editing system, which any high-rank NPC who can hand out quests also has. And one other thing, a career template editing system, because the join had failed, and it had failed for one reason. My templates are undead race templates, and undead race templates cannot be worn by a player. The 4 orthodox races, skeleton, lich, ghost, death knight, are all locked. I had dozens of templates and not one of them worked, so the system, extremely helpfully, unlocked the ability for me to make some. 2 things had to be true before this was worth anything. First, I needed to build complete class ladders, basic through Lord, and I needed several. The human world has hundreds of classes, and I couldn't offer 2. Second, that was going to cost a staggering number of free points, and I had recently spent nearly all of mine on an epic template, so I put it down, and the 32 players had gone from terror to curiosity to hearing Skeleton King Chen Hao invites you to join Undead faction. Almost all of them said yes on the spot. A hidden faction is a hidden storyline, and a hidden storyline means rewards nobody else on 20 servers can get, So they got the following. You have joined Undead faction. You have exited Undead faction for special reasons. Your body is being eroded. Your health points have reached 0. You are dead. Which they took, I'm told, about as well as you'd expect. Nobody believed them either. For about a year, the story of the 32 who briefly joined the monster faction circulated as an obvious lie, and eventually even the 32 started wondering whether they'd hit a bug. Then I invaded an empire, and I want to explain the shape of it because the shape is the only interesting part. At epic rank, my storage went from 10 meters cubed to 100, which meant I could carry a hill. My strength was such that no city on the route mattered. My problem was that I am one person. That is the permanent structural weakness of every monster that has ever attacked the human world. And it has nothing to do with power. The Caesar Empire is enormous. Even if I could delete any city instantly, and I could, I would still have to go to each one. And I couldn't split my forces 3 ways because the moment Valerius or Lyra operates alone, the Empire gets a clean shot at whichever one is by itself. So all monster invasions in history do the same thing. Pick a line and walk it, eating cities in order. I did that too, with one modification. Lyra and the Undead Legion walked the line, straight from Fortress City toward the capital, taking every city on the road, and in the gaps, Valerius and I raided a 1,000-kilometer radius around it. Fly in, kill every epic hero and hero class holder in a city personally, drop a summoned skeleton to clean up, fly out, be back before the Legion needed me. Day 1 out of Fortress City, 2 cities, 20-plus hero class holders. Day 3, the Legion ate 1 city, we ate 4. Day 7. The Legion had gone from 100,000 to nearly 1 million, and Valerius and I had personally taken more than 10 cities. It was also a message, and it was meant to be read, do not get clever with me. The only way to fight this is to concentrate everything you have in one place and commit. The Empire tried the clever version exactly once. The day after Fortress City, they sent 3 legendary heroes and more than 10 epic heroes to intercept. None of them reached the Legion. All of them became free points. They didn't even get a report home. But the Empire learned the important part anyway, because when 3 legendary heroes go dark, you know what you're dealing with. From that point on, their intelligence file on me was extremely good, and their next decision was extremely smart, and it hurt. They evacuated. Every city on the Legion's projected route, and every city within hundreds of kilometers of it, emptied by teleportation array. Tens of millions of people, which costs energy, and energy is money, and the only reason it was even conceivable is that the Caesar Empire had dominated a continent for over a century and could afford to burn that much cash in a week. So the deeper I went, the emptier it got. Ghost towns, no garrison, no population, no free points, which is why, when I got to Durando City, I stopped raiding and started planning. Durando City is the Caesar Empire's second city and its commercial heart. Goods come in there and go out to everywhere. 12% of the Empire's annual tax revenue comes off that one city, which is precisely why I aimed the Legion at it. You cannot evacuate Durando. The number is too big. Empty that city and the Empire takes a wound it doesn't recover from in a decade, and everybody involved knows it. So the Empire would have to stand and fight there, and I needed them to, because I needed the free points and the experience that only a real army provides, and there is exactly one Caesar Empire on this continent, and after this there would be nobody left willing to give me a battle. They had the same conversation, and reached the same conclusion, and got there first. I was on the dragon's head by then. I'd worked my way up from back to spine to neck over the invasion, one small indignity at a time, and Valerius had never once found the specific step worth objecting to. 80 kilometers out, both of us felt something. The faintest magical flicker, like walking through a doorway you can't see. The landscape ahead did not change. If anything, it looked better. Calm, green, entirely peaceful. I said nothing. Valerius said nothing. We kept flying, and I kept the Legion walking, and we went another kilometer, 2, 3, 10. And when the entire million-strong Undead Legion was inside, the world changed. The ground stayed the ground. Everything else appeared at once. A ring, 40 to 50 kilometers across, of class holders in identical armor with identical weapons. Warriors, knights, mages, priests, archers, more than 10 professions, each arranged in its own square formation. 1 million of them. Surrounding my Legion and Valerius and Lyra and me, that's the ground. Above it, directly in front of us, an old man in plain clothes with white hair, floating, radiating a level of magic I had only felt twice before. 3 more legendary casters formed up behind him, 2 legendary physical fighters flanking him, and to the left, the right, and behind my Legion, more. I counted 18 legendary heroes. The Caesar Empire officially has 16. Everyone knows a nation shows the enemy the strength it wants seen, and everyone assumes there's more behind it. Nobody expected the reserve to be pulled out for one skeleton. And on the ground inside that ring, dozens of epic heroes, hundreds of hero class holders, 18 legendaries, dozens of epics, hundreds of heroes, a million class holders. And I want to say honestly that this is the moment I stopped being casual about the Caesar Empire. I had been treating it as a large collection of cities. It was a state, and it had just proved it. The old man produced a book radiating intense holy light, and the other 17 legendaries all relaxed slightly, in unison, which told me what it was before I recognized it. The Book of Radiance. Arthur's book, the Imperial Relic. I had watched a peak legendary holy light mage turn its pages in the city of the undead and drop a quasi-forbidden spell out of it, and the old man holding it was Silas, the Empire's chief archmage, a peak legendary elemental mage, one of 3 men in that empire titled Pillar of the Nation. Risen from nothing, distinguished only after 50, and consequently the most beloved figure among the lower and middle classes of an entire country. He had been given the emperor's highest authorization for this, which in the Caesar Empire means something precise. In a state of war, Silas may make any decision using any resource, and every one of those decisions, right or wrong, is pre-endorsed by the emperor. If it works, the glory is Silas's. If it fails, the blame is the emperor's personally by prior arrangement. I have met a great many rulers since. That one is the only one I would have wanted to work for. Their intelligence file on me, by the way, was essentially complete. Born in the land of buried bones, Skeleton King, Roar Principality, the Griffin Knight, the Frozen City, then a disappearance, then the City of the Undead, the Priest Corps, and now a Ghost Dragon and a Death Knight Legion. And their assessment was not about my strength. It was that in a few months I had gone from Lord to Epic, and that the undead race has the worst growth rate of anything on the continent, and that the only sane conclusion was that whatever I was doing, I would keep doing it. Valerius is secondary, Lyra is an added bonus. Skeleton King Chen Hao is the real target. 18 legendary heroes for 1 skeleton at epic rank. I have every reason to be proud of that, and I have never pretended otherwise. Silas opened with a forbidden spell, and it was a support spell, which confused me so much that I nearly ignored it. The angel came out of the sky and flooded 40+ kilometers of sealed battlefield with pure holy aura, and every low and mid-rank undead in my legion started burning down and collapsing, which I could see the point of, and could not see the value of. Even high-rank undead struggle in that, sure, but Valerius, Lyra, and I are sources of death and darkness. We convert the air ourselves. Standing in a bath of holy aura is genuinely unpleasant and costs me maybe 1/10 of my strength over a day. I burned a forbidden spell to kill 1,000,000 disposable summons. I thought he'd made a mistake, or believed a slogan. I stepped for the caster group, and bounced. Space itself had frozen solid in a 20-meter radius around Silas. Phase shift crosses barriers, arrays, enchantments, but it cannot cross a physical obstacle, and stagnant space is a physical obstacle. I came out 50 meters short of where I'd aimed. It also froze them. They couldn't move either, but they didn't need to move. They needed to channel, and a man holding a relic and reading out of it does not require legs, so I went for the guards instead. A heavy-blooded berserker in front and a fortress guardian behind. Both legendary, both there to keep me off the mages. Death slash at the berserker, and he was too close to dodge. And he felt the thing coming and knew, the way a legendary knows, that his defense would not survive it. Then the Fortress Guardian, who was too slow to reach him, retreated instead of advancing, and cast. Keep your vow. A Fortress Guardian picks a target to protect, and with the target's consent, can swap positions with them at any moment and take the incoming damage. Plus, Unbreakable Wall in the same beat. A thick barrier around his own body. Defense multiplied several times. So the 10 black blades hit a Fortress Guardian standing in a Berserker's place inside the strongest defensive skill his class has. And they punched a hole through the barrier and through him. He went down and the vitality left him. I pocketed the corpse. Legendary hero bodies are research material, and I had a Lich King who would go feral over them, and looked at the Berserker, who was standing there completely still. He'd been ready to die. Every one of those 18 had come knowing the number. What he hadn't been ready for was for somebody else to take it and for the corpse to be stolen. Then he screamed something, put 3 buffs on himself, went red-eyed and visibly larger, and charged. I hit him once and he went across the field like a thrown chair. I stepped after him and took the head off before he landed. 2 legendary heroes in about 10 seconds, and neither of them ever fought me. Then I went to work on the rest, and for the next several minutes I was a rumor. Phase in, cut, phase out. Every appearance had a legendary hero at the end of it. Every disappearance left free points on my panel, 5 of them, and I kept glancing at Silas, whose expression never changed once, and who did not lift a finger to save any of them. You'd rather lose a legendary hero than break your channel, I thought at him. You're going to detonate a forbidden spell on all of us. Fine, let's see how long you can hold that. I was wrong about which forbidden spell, and I was wrong about how many. There was a sound like glass, very faint, across the whole field. Silas had dropped the stagnant space on purpose, which meant the cost was paid. 7 legendary heroes. I was still counting the ones I'd killed as mine, and he was counting them as spent, to buy the time to get here. An enormous holy light shot up, and Valerius, 300 meters up, nearly fell out of the sky. Chen Hao, quick, run. That's holy flame. Any later and the dragon will die. It didn't have to tell me. The instant Silas stepped out of the space that had been protecting him and his casters, I knew what it meant. Holy flame is not fire. It's holy light compressed until it burns. To a holy light class holder, it's an object of worship. To me, it is the single most dangerous substance in this world, and once it catches you, there is no putting it out. Either the holy light in it is entirely consumed, or the undead it caught burns to nothing, body and soul, over an extended and very personal period of time. Its one weakness is upkeep. Holy flame consumes holy light continuously while it burns and purifies. Run out and it goes out. And I finally understood the first forbidden spell. He hadn't wasted it on my summons. He'd converted 40 kilometers of the world into an inexhaustible fuel supply. 2 forbidden spells in sequence designed as a pair. The support one to fill the tank, the offensive one to light it. That is worth 7 legendary heroes, and I was already turning to gather everyone and leave, because phase shift with passengers solves this. One step, 280 kilometers out of the fuel supply and out of the field. And Silas, who was still bathed in light and still holding the book with one hand, raised a staff in the other and pointed it at me, and said calmly, "Sacred imprisonment." 4 words. A third forbidden spell. I had been wrong about him twice. He hadn't sacrificed a legendary artifact's worth of stagnant space and several legendary heroes to prepare one spell. He'd prepared 2 in there, and both were aimed at the specific problem that his intelligence department had identified months earlier. This thing has a movement skill that goes through barriers. So, holy flame to kill everything, and holy imprisonment, a forbidden spell tier single target lock, 30 minutes, which does nothing but hold one being absolutely still, to make sure the thing that goes through barriers is standing in the fire when it burns. A finishing combination, every escape route closed in the same instant. The sky opened and milk-white fire came down, and drawn by the death and darkness underneath, condensed into long ropes of flame that went hunting for me and Valerius and Lyra and the Legion. And the holy aura in that entire sealed field converged on me and started closing. Body, soul, thought. I detonated everything I had, the whole demonic surge, unknown energy and death and darkness together, out through the skin, purely to slow the imprisonment down. And it did slow it down. A forbidden spell control skill would have taken Valerius instantly and held it the full half hour, and my demonic energy bought me a window. I could feel my body lock. I could feel my soul go sluggish. I could feel my thoughts starting to freeze, one at a time, from the outside in. 1 skill. I had time for exactly 1 more skill, not phase shift. 280 kilometers gets me out of the blast and leaves me frozen in a field for half an hour, with a peak legendary archmage who can find me by the aura on my own body. And it would leave Valerius and Lyra and the Death Knight Legion in the fire. I'd like to state plainly that I considered it for about a quarter of a second and then discarded it, and the reason was not sentiment and was not strategy. Valerius is the mount I chose. Lyra is mine. I was not going to be the thing that left, so I called them both to me, Lyra with an order, the dragon with the soul shout, and I started casting. And I have never in my life been happier that I had spent, before this battle, at the cost of everything I owned, 140 free points. Polar Chill is a quasi-forbidden spell, second only to freeze for 1,000 miles in the entire ice tree. I had put 140 points into it, 10 per level, and pushed it past the wall. Ice Age. The cold came out of me, and it did not stop coming. Frost, Avalanche, Glacier. And the first thing it did, before anything else, was reach out and sheathe Valerius, Lyra, and every Death Knight in ice, not to freeze them, to cover them. Then it went to work. The holy flame was burning the death and darkness out of the ice. The Ice Age was eroding the holy light out of the flame. 2 forbidden spells eating each other above a battlefield, which as far as I know had never been observed before, and which I did not get to watch because my thoughts had frozen and my body was a statue, and everything from that point ran on the standing instruction I'd given the skill before I went under. Ice Age has no upper limit. That's the entire point. As long as it's fed mana, it expands, and it will keep expanding, and if you gave it enough, it would freeze a world. I had a lot of mana. The holy flame lost. It ran out of the thing that was feeding it, because the thing that was feeding it was an environment, and the environment was being replaced. Then the ice hit the illusion barrier. That barrier had been raised to hide an army, and then to be a cage, 40 to 50 kilometers of it. Ice Age broke it, and the cage stopped being a cage and became a lid, and everybody inside it was on the wrong side of it. 18 legendary heroes had been in the air. I'm told what happened is that one of them saw the deep blue ring coming and got halfway through turning to flee before frost covered his face, his armor, and his body, and then a giant fell out of the sky and shattered on the ground. Then the others, legendary heroes, could not hold in that. Epic heroes and hero class holders and a million soldiers had no relationship with it at all. The ring passed over them and they were frost, then ice, then avalanche. Silas understood. He was the only one who did, and he had just enough time, and what he thought about was not his own death. He thought, the Book of Radiance is in my hand, because he'd spent 3 forbidden spells and 7 legendary heroes and it hadn't worked, and now he was going to die, and if he died there, the relic became mine, and he had already watched me take one national treasure off a corpse. Even in defeat, even having lost half the Empire's foundation on that field, if the book got home, the Empire still had a card. 7 holy forbidden spells still inscribed in it, a future. If it didn't, he wasn't a general who lost a battle. He was the man who handed the Skeleton King a forbidden spell dispenser. He activated the teleport inscribed on his robes. 1 breath. That's all it needed. And in that breath, the illusion barrier collapsed, and a collapsing barrier is a collapsing space, and the spatial turbulence off it ate his teleport. Frost covered his face. The chief archmage of the Caesar Empire came down out of the sky inside a growing wall of ice, and the Book of Radiance, carrying his last obsession, fell onto the ice next to him. 10 seconds after that, my mana ran out and the expansion stopped. 300 kilometers of white, Durando City frozen, 2 more cities frozen. Not a color in any direction that wasn't snow or that specific deep blue. I came out of the ice a while later. I couldn't tell you how long. There's no time inside that, by breaking my own iceberg apart from the inside, and stood on top of it and looked at what I'd done, and I'd like to admit I was slightly rattled. Losses. The Undead Legion, which I can summon out of the ground on demand, so effectively nothing. Gains. Level 63. Free points. From about a dozen to 587. 18 legendary heroes worth of legendary equipment. Dozens of epic sets, and a shelf full of legendary and epic hero corpses. And then I walked the ice with the demonic fog and pulled a brand new Undead Legion out of the bodies of 1,000,000 Imperial soldiers, every single one of which had been a class holder in life, which made it something like 10 times better than the one the Holy Flame had burned. Chen Hao did not lose money. Chen Hao made a profit. Valerius came out of its own snowdrift and spent 10 solid minutes screaming at the sky and blowing up hills, which is what a ghost dragon does after it has been genuinely frightened. Then it came back and it walked over instead of flying, carefully, quietly, and for the first time it looked at me with something you would have to call fear. Lyra came out, reassembled the Legion, and stood in formation below my iceberg without saying anything at all, and then I saw a soft holy light under the ice. The Book of Radiance had gone berserk before I even touched it. The moment I picked it up, a national treasure of the holy light in the hand of the largest concentration of death and darkness on the continent, the light came off it in a way that turned my legendary quality gauntlet rough, then dry, then charred, and started climbing my arm, blue smoke everywhere. I held on and poured erosion into it, and it fought, properly. The light multiplied tenfold and my gauntlet and forearm plate cracked all over and the burning got past the armor onto me, and the whole time, I knew I was going to win, for one reason. A sacred artifact is equipment. Everything the Book of Radiance actually is, 90 top-tier holy spells and 10 forbidden spells, only exists when a peak legendary caster feeds it mana and turns a page. Lying on ice with nobody holding it properly, all it can do is shine, so it shone at me, and I stripped it, slowly. The white went to black, the cover hardened, the dark gold trim was replaced, inch by dark magic runes crawling in from the edges. What had felt like the finest silk went to the hardness of steel, and at the end I was holding a black book, heavy, rune-covered, pouring death and darkness, the Book of the Dead. I lost the spells, all of them, 90 holy light, 10 forbidden. Erosion doesn't edit. It erases, and I could never have cast a holy spell anyway. I did not lose the artifact, because that book is not its contents. That book is 100 pages. Each page holds a rune space. Each rune space holds a spell. That is what the Caesar Empire actually made. They found a book of something far past legendary, and then 3 Grandmaster alchemists and dozens of experts and countless casters spent close to 10 years filling it. Gideon, incidentally, was one of the 3. The pages survived, the rune spaces survived, and the energy survived. Everything the Empire had poured into it over years, at colossal expense, still sitting in there. So I sat down on an iceberg and inscribed my first spell into a stolen national treasure, and the first page filled with an image of white bones tearing up out of the ground. Summon skeleton. I could feel it. Hold the book, put mana in, and the skill fires. Anything can do it. A skeleton, a lich, a ghost, a death knight, provided I authorize them. Same as an emperor authorizing a Arthur. I wrote in Hand of Imprisonment. And I wrote in phase shift 5 times over, on 5 separate pages, because triggering it out of the book is faster than casting it myself, and I had just spent an afternoon learning what half a second of holy imprisonment costs. Death slash and void shattering slash wouldn't go in. Those run off my body and my stamina, and there's no rune arrangement that expresses them. The book only takes mana and rune spells. Then I stood up and told the Legion to slow down, because it was 1,000 kilometers to the Imperial capital, and I intended to take 10 days about it, and I wanted the Caesar Empire to have every single one of them. In the Imperial capital, in a throne room, an emperor was telling 3 peak legendary heroes that the Book of Radiance was gone. Marcus VI, 50 years old, epic rank personally, which sounds unimpressive until you look at the 3 men standing in front of him. The Gale Sword Saint, called the Blade of the Empire, the Holy Knight, called the King of Knights, and Arthur, Cardinal, called Wings of Radiance, who had run away from me once already. All 3 peak legendary, all 3 standing at attention. That's a real emperor. Not the strongest man in the room. The one the strongest men in the room work for. Their horror was very specific, and I want to describe it properly, because it wasn't fear of death. The Book of Radiance, Silas, 18 legendary heroes, dozens of epics, 1,000,000 soldiers, that is half the foundation of the Caesar Empire, and it had gone into a single battle and produced nothing. So the arithmetic in those 3 faces was, if half of us couldn't do it, the other half can't either. And Marcus VI looked at them and said, "I'm not panicking. Why are you all panicking?" Then he issued orders, and every one of them was correct. Every noble house's private army conscripted into the imperial army immediately, and any house that hesitated would be treated as committing treason, which broke about 4 centuries of precedent in one sentence. Every garrison in the empire stripped and recalled to the capital, except 2. The northern border with the barbarians, and the wall around Skyrift Valley. Both of those exceptions turned out to matter enormously to me later. I want that on the record. An epic rank emperor, in the worst hour of his life, with a ghost dragon inbound, still refused to touch the 2 seals he considered more dangerous than me, and the imperial armory, which is to a Caesar noble roughly what a national treasury is, thrown open to any adventurer who walked in the door and swore to fight. Then he cleared the room and spoke to one old man who had been standing in a corner the whole time and whom nobody had introduced. The dark thin elder, one of the hermits, the assassins and shadows who protect the imperial family and answer to nothing else. Also, incidentally, the emperor's teacher. And to that one man he said the thing he could not say to the other 3. If the capital falls, take Prince Augustine and go, and rebuild. And then, at the very end, in a voice he could barely get out, because of that damned notebook, erosion. Isolde can't leave the temple at all. I did not hear that. I was 300 kilometers away with a black book on my knee. But I want it here, in order, because it is the only reason anything after this happened the way it did. I took 10 days to walk 1,000 kilometers, and I did it on purpose. The Empire spent every one of them, assassins, in waves. Anything that came within 10 kilometers of my legion got noticed and got dissolved, including a legendary shadow assassin who lasted about 4 seconds longer than the others. Eventually, the Imperial Spy Master stopped sending them, which I respected. There is a point where continuing to spend assassins is just a way of feeding me. And on the 4th day, the system spoke to every player on the Anduin server at once. Legendary story mission, Glory of the Empire, legendary, there had never been one, and the reward list included, for the first time in Second World, on any of the 20 servers, class inheritances up to legendary quality, which is the single thing money cannot buy in that game. A guild can buy gear, a guild can buy levels, a guild cannot buy a legendary class inheritance, because those come off NPCs who don't sell them. So every professional gaming guild on the server abandoned caution simultaneously and threw everything at the capital. 2 other things happened that week that tell you more about the human world than anything I could do to it. The first, the human kingdom strong enough to have actually mattered, the ones with legendary heroes to spare, sat it out. Officially neutral. Unofficially, they forbade their own heroes to travel, on penalty. Because the Caesar Empire had dominated this continent for over a century, and if a skeleton wanted to bleed it, they were going to let the skeleton bleed it. The second, the other races watched and enjoyed it. Elves, dwarves, beastmen, every intelligent race humanity had shoved to the edges of the continent over 1,000 years. Every one of them, in its own language, was doing the arithmetic and finding that on the whole, they preferred the skeleton. I'd like to say I had built a coalition. I hadn't. I'd just been the first person in a century to hit the Caesar Empire hard enough that everyone else's grudges became visible. The capital. 5 million residents evacuated in 10 days, which is a logistical achievement I still find impressive. What was left? 32 legendary heroes, hundreds of epic heroes, thousands of hero rank class holders. 1 million class holders, hundreds of thousands of players. They had emptied an empire into one city, and over all of it, a shimmer in the air, the second national relic, the elemental barrier, a century old, never breached, and not a passive shield. It animates the elements inside its own radius, which means every fire spell cast under it burns hotter, and the wind itself will hold a man still if the barrier wants him held. I looked at that city from 100 meters up on a dragon's head, and I felt, for the first time since the land of buried bones, genuinely uncertain. And then I looked for the commander, and the commander was not a legendary hero. He was a hero rank knight, standing on a raised platform at the exact center of the city, inside a 6-cornered array of casters, with the imperial battle flag and the war drums on the castle behind him. Kieran Vance, the strongest war command master in the Caesar Empire. I had never fought one. In my past life, I'd read about them the way you read about weather. Here is what a war command master does. Telepathy. He speaks directly into the mind of every unit in a formation, simultaneously, with no delay. Which means 1 million men move like one man. Battlefield marker. He tags an enemy, and from that moment that enemy's position is known to everyone he commands, including, as I found out immediately, the exact spot in the air I was about to arrive at, which is how a holy knight the size of a door managed to body check me out of a completed phase shift and put me through 2 buildings. And battlefield command, which is the one that matters. Every spell cast by an entire corner of that hexagram array, 1,000 casters, all firing at once, gets fused into one spell. Instantly, no channeling, no cast time, at near forbidden strength. Repeatedly, one hero rank man with no personal combat power worth mentioning had replaced the Book of Radiance. He opened with a wheel of fire that took the sky. He followed it with a net of control magic that pinned my legion in place for a full minute. Every summoned skeleton I dropped inside those walls was located, fused on, and mopped up before it finished standing. And then he cast a support fusion that doubled all 4 attributes of every class holder in that city for an hour. 1 million men, twice as strong, on a timer, in a city that animates its own elements. I would like to describe my tactical response as measured and considered. I got a headache and had absolutely no idea what to do. Then he made the mistake, and it was not a small one, and it was not really his fault. He'd worked me out, everything the Empire's intelligence had, plus everything he'd watched in the first hour, and he'd correctly identified the shape of the problem. The Skeleton King is one being, his legion is disposable, and if we outrange him with fused artillery, we win on attrition. So he fused Meteor Shower, a whole corner of the array, forbidden spell strength. 100 kilometers of sky turned into falling fire, and a third of my undead legion went into the ground in about 90 seconds. And he watched that happen and knew he was winning. What he could not have imagined, because it does not appear in any account of any monster in the history of the human world, is that phase shift carries passengers. Nobody knew. Not the Empire, not Gideon, not Valerius. It had never come up because until Fortress City, I had never had anyone to carry. So I did this in plain view, on a battlefield everybody in the capital was watching on a water mirror. I flooded Valerius, Lyra, and the entire Death Knight Legion in demonic mist until you could not see one black knight in it. I walked the whole cloud into a windblade tornado, which looked from the wall exactly like a monster panicking, and I blinked through the elemental barrier. 100-year-old national relic that had never been breached, and I did not breach it because phase shift does not go through barriers, it goes around the idea of them. We came out on the control corner of the hexagram array. A dragon, a dread knight, hundreds of death knights and me, standing on top of 1,000 casters. Lyra stacked the death auras of the entire legion and merged them, and I laid my own on top of it with fear aura underneath, and 1,000 mages rotted where they stood in the time it takes to say so. Valerius's death breath erased the second corner. 2 legendary mages came off the platform above us, and I took both out of the sky with 1 death slash. And Kieran Vance, a hero rank knight standing on a platform in the middle of a hexagram that had just lost 2 of its 6 corners, bleeding out of his mouth from feedback with a ghost dragon eating his army, did not run. He drove 4 fused skills at once, which, as far as I know, has never been done before or since, and which cost him the rest of his life to attempt. I reached out across 400 meters and closed my fist. Hand of imprisonment took the platform and the man standing on it together, and squeezed. He went like a ripe tomato. I want to be precise about how I felt watching a hero rank man command the best battle anyone ever gave me and then die because a skeleton 400 meters away made a fist. It was not satisfaction. It was the specific discomfort of knowing you did not outthink somebody. You simply had a rule they had no way of learning. From the grandstand on the castle wall, an emperor watched his barrier get walked through, his war command master get squeezed, and his legendary heroes get taken apart in ones and twos. I'm told he aged a decade standing up. I believe it because I saw him later, and he had. He called for a man who had never had a name in any imperial record, Rorik, legendary shadow hunter, whom Marcus VI had personally pulled out of a sewer 23 years earlier when he was a starving child and who had been the emperor's shadow every day since, and he released him from that service and made him Prince Augustine's shadow instead. Rorik understood exactly what that was. It is a death sentence, handed to the man who swore his life to yours, phrased as a promotion. He knelt and did not argue, which is the only correct response, and it is also the most brutal thing in this entire story, and nobody in it laid a hand on anybody. The Empire had a third national relic left, the spatial compass, which could tear a door in space and put the prince and the ministers 1,000 kilometers away in a heartbeat. The Emperor sent them through it. He did not go. He had decided he was going to kill the Skeleton King himself in his own way, and the way was not a sword. The elemental barrier had one last authorization on it, and only the Emperor could give it, and what it did was self-destruct. 100 years of accumulated elemental power, released at once, in one place. He gave it. He would rather the greatest artifact his family ever owned stop existing than become a weapon aimed at the world by the thing standing in his throne room's courtyard. I felt it start, and I did not understand it for about 4 seconds. The air went wrong. Every element in 100 kilometers began pulling toward the center of the city. Fire, wind, water, earth, lightning, all of it, twisting into a torrent that was going to erase everything inside the walls, including the walls. And on the castle above me, the war drums changed. They had been beating advance for 2 days. They went to retreat. Every legendary hero still alive in that city heard it and understood what it meant, and what it meant was not fall back. It meant the Caesar Empire had fallen, and their emperor was telling them to go. And while an artifact was killing a capital, Marcus VI walked away from the drums, down a corridor, to a door he had opened perhaps 5 times in 10 years. I know what was behind it because I opened it myself 40 minutes later. A girl's room, pink and white, toys, little furniture, everything a father who does not know what to buy buys, and no bed. Instead, in the middle of it, a white altar. Around the altar, a rune circle of holy light, burning magic crystals by the crateful at a rate that would have bankrupted a duchy. And on the altar, asleep, a girl of about 10. Gray-black patterns crawled across her skin like something alive. The holy light burned them away. The death aura underneath made new ones. Burn, regrow, burn, regrow. For 10 years. She was not alive. She was not dead. She was a battlefield with a face. Here is what happened, and it happened 2 days into his reign. His queen was pregnant. A sealed box came into his hands. A holy light sealed relic out of the imperial vaults with no label on it, the kind of thing a new emperor opens because he is a new emperor, and it is his now. He opened it. The ghost notes came out. One of the 4 notebooks. It went into the unborn child. The queen's entire life force went into feeding what was growing inside her, and the moment Isolde was born, her mother turned to a skeleton in the bed. 10 years, 5 visits. Not because he didn't love her, because he could not physically stand in that room and look at what he had opened a box and done to his own family. And on the last day of his empire, with the drums beating retreat and 100 years of elemental power grinding his city into powder outside the window, he came in and sat down on the floor beside the altar and took her hand, which was the first time he had touched her in years. Don't be afraid. Father will always be by your side. Outside, the torrent came apart the city block by block, and I took out a black book and opened it to the last page. Ice Age. Fired straight out of the Book of the Dead into the middle of a self-destructing national relic, because a rune page casts faster than a mouth, and because I had exactly one idea and no time to check it. Ice went into elemental torrent, and the 2 of them met somewhere over the palace district and stopped. And then I did the thing I am actually proud of from that day, which took no strength at all. I turned the empty rune pages of the book toward the torrent, because a self-destructing artifact is not an attack. It is 100 years of stored energy being dumped, and energy does not care whose container it goes into. The Book of the Dead drank it. Every page I hadn't inscribed yet filled up, and when it stopped, I was holding enough power to fire Ice Age 2 or 3 more times, for free, on demand, out of a book. The Caesar Empire's second national relic did not destroy the Skeleton King. It topped him up. Then the ice finished the job the torrent had started, and everything for 300 kilometers went blue and white and silent, including, and this was not carelessness, this was arithmetic, every noble, every official, every soldier, and every civilian who had fled the capital in the last 2 days and was still on the roads inside that radius. 100 kilometers away, on a mountaintop, a boy of 17 stood with an old man in dark robes, a shadow, and the surviving ministers of a dead empire, and watched it happen in a water mirror. The mirror went blue and stayed blue. They crowned him in the open air, on a rock, with no throne and no crown, and about 40 people present. I, Felix Marcus, am crowned king today. I swear the glory of the Caesar Empire will never end. And every one of those 40 people wept and knelt and swore, and not one of them noticed the speck of black sitting in the middle of the boy's gray eyes. I didn't notice either. I wasn't there. I would have paid a great deal, later, to have been there. The accounting. Level 63 to 65. Free points. 587 to 1,420. Health. 1,240,000. Strength. 81,000. And then the system said something it had never said before. You have slaughtered more than 5 million people. You have gained 50 legendary points. You've made it onto the disaster rankings. The disaster rankings. Every world has one. It is not a leaderboard for monsters. It is a list of the things this world's rules have flagged as capable of ending it. Being on it is not an achievement. It is a diagnosis. Rank 11. Directly below me at 12, an ogre tyrant at peak legendary who had been eating a mountain range for 2 centuries. Directly above me at 10, an ancient dragon at the Saint Realm. And everything from 10 upward was Saint Realm. In my past life, at the peak of everything I ever was, with a world already ending around me, Malachor, at the absolute end, only ever touched number 10. So there was the ladder, drawn for me in one line, and I was on the last rung before it stopped being a ladder. And sitting on top of a frozen empire, I finally identified my actual problem, and it was not strength. It was that there is one of me. I could delete any city on this continent. I could not delete a continent because I would have to walk to it, and the walking is the whole cost. Every monster invasion in history has failed on exactly this, and none of them failed because they were weak. I needed hands. A great many of them, attached to things that would keep working while I was somewhere else. And there was exactly one inexhaustible supply of that in this world, and it had recently sent hundreds of thousands of itself to die at the capital for a story quest. Develop the Undead faction, farm the players. Then I smelled the notebook. Faint, under 300 kilometers of ice in a specific direction, the same pull that had brought me to Rua Royal City. I followed it into a frozen palace and down a corridor and through a door and found a girl's room with no bed in it, an emperor kneeling beside an altar with frost across his face and his hands still closed around his daughters, and the last of the magic crystals in the rune circle going dark. The ice age had drained them. The holy light stopped, and after 10 years of being burned and regrown twice a second, the transformation that had been trying to finish since before she was born simply finished. Her body flickered, solid, then not, solid, then not. Phasing between real and illusory is an ability that exists in exactly one place in the undead race, a ghost queen at legendary rank. She was newborn and epic, and she was doing it in her sleep. Then she opened her eyes. And I have seen a great many things open their eyes at me since I got here, and none of them looked like that. There was nothing behind it. Not malice, not fear, not recognition. An animal seeing the world for the first time and having no words for any of it. She looked at the frozen man kneeling beside her. And something crossed her face, one flicker, gone almost before it arrived, and I could not tell you whether it was grief or the ghost of grief or an echo left in tissue that no longer belonged to her. Then she floated up off the altar and came to me, not because I had won, because I smelled like home, death and darkness in every direction, on a scale she'd never encountered, and every instinct in a newborn ghost princess said, that is where you live now. I put my hand on her forehead. She tilted her head, looked at it with mild interest, and, helpfully, made her forehead solid so I could reach it. 1 minute. You have enslaved Ghost Princess Isolde. And with her, the entire ghost lineage, the whole ladder, top to bottom, in one piece. Legendary template, Spirit of Annihilation. Then I turned around and looked at Marcus VI. He had authorized the destruction of his own greatest artifact rather than let me have it. He had spent his intelligence service, his nobility, his legendary heroes, and his own life buying time for a boy on a mountaintop. He had refused to leave through a door that was open. And when everything was finished, he had walked away from the drums to hold his daughter's hand. He beat me on the only thing he actually cared about, incidentally, and neither of us knew it yet, so I did the only thing I could think of that meant anything. I put the ice back, deliberately, carefully, with my own hands, and made it a crystal that will never melt, not in this age or the next one, and I left him kneeling in it, in the posture I found him in. He is still there. He is going to outlast every building on that continent. Then I picked up the newborn ghost and handed her to Lyra. Lyra looked at her for a second, then pulled off her gauntlet, the whole thing, bare bone under it, and held her hand out. Isolde took it. Then she got bored of hands, sank halfway into Lyra's back, and hung off her neck like a cloak with a face, and stayed there. In her memory there was nothing but a gentle burning that never stopped. Now the burning had stopped, and there were two things that let her hold on to them. I'm aware of how that reads next to the paragraph about the ice. I did not go there to save her. I went there for a notebook and a template, and I got both. Everything else that happened in that room happened because it happened, but she went into that room as a battlefield and came out of it with a family, and I have never once corrected anyone who assumed I planned it. What followed on that continent was not my doing, and I'd like credit deducted accordingly. The Caesar Empire's great lords looked at the situation and seceded, one after another, within the month. 2 neighboring kingdoms invaded from the south to take a slice. Every human nation that had sat the war out now discovered it had ancient claims. Several of them quietly funded both sides of somebody else's civil war, which is the human world's favorite hobby. The other races watched with open enjoyment. Augustine was given the northern third, the worthless third, bordered on one side by the barbarians and on the other by Sky Rift Valley, which meant nobody would attack him because nobody wanted the neighbors. He went to his uncle, the imperial prince, who had a legitimate claim and a standing army, and asked for support. His uncle very nearly put him under house arrest, so Augustine had the Dark-Thin Elder and Rorik kill the entire family that night, all of it. The ministers, watching, decided an iron-blooded emperor had been born. The Dark-Thin Elder was proud of his student. Rorik, who had been handed to this boy as a death sentence and had accepted it, was, and this is the part that stayed with me, overjoyed. Nobody noticed the black in his pupils. It had spread a little, and for the players, this was paradise. A continent at war is a continent full of quests, and inside a year, the Anduin server was running a full year ahead of every other server in the game on levels, gear, and progression, and the other 19 servers' forums were an unbroken wall of complaint about it. They were right to complain. It wasn't fair. It was going to get considerably less fair. I spent the next 6 months as a lab assistant. I want to be clear that this was not humility. Gideon had spent centuries as a Lich King doing nothing but research, and before that he had spent a human lifetime as Orion Thane, one of the 3 Grandmaster alchemists who forged the Book of Radiance, and I had just discovered that a book with rune pages is worth more than an army. So I stood in his tower for half a year and learned enchantment, rune theory, artifact construction, and alchemy from a man who had a several hundred-year head start on the entire continent. Gideon taught me everything, eagerly, with no reservations at all, and I want to note that he had a reason. He was trying to get me hooked. His theory, and he was completely sincere about it, was simple. Get the Skeleton King to fall in love with research the way he had. The Skeleton King stops finding the human world interesting. He spends the next few centuries happily in a basement, and the war ends because the war got boring. It was pedantic and cowardly and entirely in character, and I have never been able to decide whether it was stupid or the single most sophisticated defensive strategy any human ever attempted against me. It nearly worked, incidentally. 6 months is a long time to not invade anything. What came out of it was the Soul Crystal. I'd been carrying Malakor's old crystal ball for a year, upgraded once, and it was starting to look like a wooden bucket next to what I now needed, so we rebuilt it. Biological essences from a shelf of legendary hero corpses. 10 days of carving runes into a surface the size of a fist, and then, instead of an ordinary forge, we condensed black demonic flame out of the Pillar of Light itself and threw it in there. What came out looked like a crystal with a world inside it. Source of darkness. Sacred artifact. 5 million mana storage. Converts any energy in this world that isn't holy light directly into death and darkness. And the line that changed how I fought forever. It amplifies my released aura tenfold. 1,000 meters to 10,000. I could now stand still and rot a city without walking into it. Then I sat down with 1,420 free points and built a race. I'd been carrying the career template editing system since Fortress City and hadn't touched it because it was useless without the tool, and the tool cost 140 points. Max out Undead modification, then evolve it. Undead shaping. Analyze any undead. Freely edit and recombine class templates. If the combination obeys the rules of this world, it is valid. The system will simply accept it the way it accepts anything else that works, which is, when you look straight at it, the ability to author life. The rules for something a player can actually wear turned out to be 3. 1. It cannot be one of the 4 orthodox races: Skeleton, Lich, Ghost, Death Knight. Those are locked and no amount of editing opens them. 2. It has to be a complete ladder. Basic all the way to Lord. You cannot offer a class that dead ends, because a dead-ended class is a betrayal with extra steps. 3. The race has to be able to reproduce on its own, without me. Rule 3 eliminated almost everything and then handed me the answer. Zombies. Corrosive venom. A zombie bites a living thing, the living thing becomes a zombie. The race propagates itself with no input from anybody, which is exactly why every human nation on the continent treats a zombie outbreak as a fire. The existing zombie ladder ran out at Elite, so I extended it. Zombie Commander, 50 points. Zombie Lord, 100. You have created the complete undead race, the zombie. You can assign a race's job template to Descenders. Then I built a second one because offering exactly one class is not a faction, it's a joke. Lich plus Necromancer, welded together and pushed to Lord. A caster line where the basic rank already summons skeletons, which meant a level 1 player in my faction would walk out of the door with an army, which is the single most seductive thing you can put in front of a human being. 335 free points for 2 complete class systems. And I want to be honest about the design philosophy because people have since described the Undead faction as generous. It is not generous. 2 classes. 2. The human world has hundreds, with inheritances and specializations and hidden branches, and I gave out 2 and made them just good enough that the growth curve was obviously better than what a human could get. This was not a gift. It was a farm, and I built the fence before I bought the livestock. Then I went looking for a harvest, and 2 third-rate kingdoms very kindly arranged one. Brendo Fortress. 350,000 class holders on the field between them, plus 40,000 players split across both sides, all preparing to fight over a fort neither kingdom would still own in a year. And the players had an arrangement, which I learned about that afternoon and which I have thought about many times since. They had a gentleman's agreement never to attack each other's players, not out of friendship, out of economics. Dying costs you a level, and levels cost real weeks, and no quest reward is worth a mutual grinding war. So when 2 kingdoms' player contingents met on a battlefield, they very politely walked around each other, and used their own faction's NPCs as human shields while doing it. 40,000 players cheerfully spending the lives of the soldiers they were nominally fighting alongside so that they didn't have to inconvenience each other. I mention this because for 2 years I had been the monster in this story, and it is worth recording that the monster was the one who found that arrangement distasteful. I blinked into the middle of the field. One player got a scout skill onto me before anybody moved, and what he read out loud in a voice that went up at the end was, Identity, Skeleton King, Rank, Everything, and 390,000 people tried to run at the same time. They were about 8 seconds late. The demonic mist went out 10 kilometers in a few breaths because I now had a sacred artifact hanging on my belt doing nothing but multiplying me. Apprentice rank rotted immediately. Elites got a little longer. The epic heroes I hunted down personally, one at a time, because epic heroes are worth free points, and free points are worth a world. And to every player, at the exact moment their health hit 0 and the death timer started, the system delivered a line I had written myself. Skeleton King Chen Hao invites you to join Undead faction. Do you want to join?